give that thing CPR, right? It sounds like really good and like highlight people. Now, see how around you are? You don't really have to let out that much air. It's really that like when you stretch it out, think of it more, especially because you're really not ready to play. I'm gonna get you another one of these because this is the hardest one.
You want to try it with both, or you want to see both?
So we're gonna pause these players real quick. He's gonna show us how we're gonna actually put all the balloons together. And then what we're going to do is we're gonna start putting the balloons together. As everybody completes their clusters, we're gonna work together over on the backdrops over there. And we're actually gonna put it all together.
Yeah. Okay. So generally speaking, so quick primer on like how to put your balloons together. There's generally like three main ways that people do it. One is considered, I don't know if it's considered, but a little bit like an older way that people would do it, a newer way. But I'll tell you all three. You guys can try to decide. I think that the best way to do is the way that you feel most comfortable with. So the first way that actually we started doing it years ago is you use like fishing line. You use like fishing line. I think some people use like curling ribbon. Generally, I feel like people have kind of started stepping away from that, but I think it's a great place to start if you're not comfortable with the other ones. You can have a hard time. Kind of like tactically doing the other ones, but and I'll show you guys how to do it, but the way that you use it with the fishing line, or if you also want to use 260 balloons, which those are like your animal balloons that you make with that, what you do is you will literally just figure eight it around the different clusters to help and connect them together. That's again, like we started with fishing line, we upgraded to 260s once we felt comfortable with that. Then we went to neck-to-neck method, which is what I want to challenge you guys to all do today. Because I do believe that that's going to be your best and tightest method, and generally what professional artists will be either doing or at least like opting to try to do. So we talked about this with our professional grade balloons is our necks, which are these parts, right? They're going to be extra long and extra durable. So that's what we're going to do, and we're going to use those necks and just tying like just straight up like knots. That's how we're going to put all of our balloons together. So the way that our personal pattern works, and I encourage everyone to come up with their own pattern at some point in time if you're doing this like professionally, but we're going to work off of ours, and you're more than welcome to use ours, but it's not like it's some, secret thing by any means. But we're going to start with our 11-inch wad. I recommend like turning them down like this, so then they're flat. That's going to be your best way so you can like physically see it, as well as that's going to help you just like work in your well. So we're gonna start with that, and then we're going to do our medium and small pairings. And this is gonna be, I'm gonna do my best to show you guys, but it can be a little tricky. You're going to use these necks here with each other. And unfortunately this part, you're not gonna be able to see. You just have to trust me, okay, because I can't see it either. But you're going to just tie it in knots in here. So this is just something where like, it is like fully just like muscle memory. It's very like difficult to see. So now these are tied together. I'll show you and I'll pass this around. When you open it up here, there's a little knot in between here. Okay?
Do you want to show them, because I can hold these two, you show them with this.
Yes, yeah. So when these are fully plated, that's great, okay? What you're gonna do is you're gonna, so you'll take them, we're gonna cross them like this, and then we're gonna tie a knot here. it's really truly just something you just have to practice. I don't honestly have too many like tricks or secrets. It's just like exactly that, right? It's just time or not. It's something where it may take you a minute, but then once it clicks, and you'll be like, oh, this is so easy. Okay, can I get this before? Like I swear when we first started doing this, it took me like 3 weeks. Okay, so that's what I want to challenge you guys to do. Oh, can I get that closer when I listen? So then the way that we do full clusters, we're gonna do our smalls, okay? And then we're gonna do our medium. Then on top of our medium and smalls, we're gonna do another small pair, like this one here. And the way that we're gonna do it is called color block, so that means all of your colors are together. You can also do it, some people call it confetti, some people call it mix. That's when, basically when you're inflating them, you're not putting them in color section, you're literally like mixing them so that the colors are more evenly dispersed out, versus these are putting in color block sections. So then we'll do our small quad on our medium quad and tie that in there. And then to finish it off, oh my goodness, I can't count you into this, Chris.
Well, that's why I bounced off the wall.
That's great, that's great. Then we're gonna take this pair here, and we're gonna tie this one in on this last one here, into a double knot, which will then create what we call a cluster. Which these clusters, and the way that we do it, and we'll get into this when we talk a little bit about pricing in a little bit, but this is a 2.5-foot cluster, and that's what we base all of our installs off of, is a 2.5-foot cluster. So each of you guys are gonna make a cluster in your own color. Then once these are done, we're then gonna go over to those backdrops and we're gonna talk about how to actually install all the clusters together. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, let's focus on, let's take our colors, let's get them all tied together like this. And remember, it's small, medium, small, large. We'll walk around the room and help you guys with that too.
How's it going over here? Questions?
Not yet.
That looks great. That looks fantastic. Yeah, so. Yeah. So the biggest.
Well, I mean, there was a big
That's the perfect place to put it. So like these two spots, we always pick one, but those are the best ones.
How's it going, Ty?
I just get scared that I messed it up and then I can do what I think. I'm very
It's so cute. Like, is that the name you're thinking or? No. You made this? It's so
Alright. Everybody really quickly. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna let you keep assembling. We're just gonna go over how we're gonna
so
mount
cute.
them.
Oh my gosh.
And then as you complete the cluster, we'll have you bring them over. So one of us will be walking around helping to make sure you get assembled okay.
gotta
And
make
then
it
the other
like
will have to help you mount it. We're just gonna go over the 3 different ways that you mount it real quick.
Yeah. So there's again more ways than just this. This can be a very quick part for you. So your line of tools will be your 3-inch fan hooks, which over here. You just get these off Amazon. They're just like the standard fan hooks. We sell these in our kits. I feel like this is what very much like what people start off with. These are great. These are great for drywall, wood, plastic surfaces. Very much things like indoors, right? Like you don't want to go into someone's house and then be like ripping off their drywall, right? So these are going to be great. You still need to be careful with them, but they're like non-damaging as long as like they're used correctly. But they are going to be the lightest hold. They're actually what's being used here to hold these because I didn't want to. These are not obviously my backdrop, so I want to always make sure we take good care of them. But because of that, it just means that you need like additional clamps because like they can't hold very much. Then if we personally just call these our super hooks.
We made them.
We just made them up. But these are what they're called, which you guys will have a link to all these. You don't have to like find them. These are going to be great. Now these are very, very strong. These are going to be great for brick, concrete. Actually, we use them. I can show you guys here. But we actually have them on the floor under here, which will kind of explain why in a little bit. But again, so it's like floor like this. These would be great. If you put this on like a drywall, like you put this over there, like it will rip the wall down. So we're not going to do that.
The paint, not the
The
whole.
paint, yeah, not the whole wall. Sorry, no, that's crazy. The paint, yeah, nothing to do. So again, think like light clips. These are going to be like indoor, very much on the walls. These are going to be much more heavy duty. If these don't work, these will. So those are going to be your kind of two interchanging.
And really quickly, we always carry, and we're gonna get into like what we carry on an install, microfiber cloths and/or like rags. They can be dust sensitive and moisture sensitive, especially the light clips.
Yes.
So just if there's a surface, especially if it's like wood or something that's a little bit rougher, just give it a quick scrub. Just make sure no moisture, no dirt.
Yeah, exactly. And then when we're doing on backdrops, which we're going to take you through all 3 of these on those backdrops over there, but we love to use these clamps. You can get these in like a few different sizes. They're literally just like clamps off of Amazon. And we'll show you how we do it over there, but I can show you on this table maybe. But you just like literally clamp it onto the side, it'll hold on there, and then you can use 260s to then attach all of your clusters on there. But highly recommend clamps when we're doing backdrops. And that's what we use 99% of the time to do backdrops. So we always have these with us. So those are your 3 main ways. And when you guys have your clusters up, I know probably like half of us do. We'll start taking them over. We'll take you over there by like kind of like one by one, and we're gonna show you. We're gonna create a whole backdrop over there with you guys. Alright, guys. Are we on the Okay. Oh, that one was
Because then it's what if I thought messed it up? It's
We're gonna go over this one step, like everything that we went over, all the different songs, but this is just our top. We basically use this as
I think it needs more because it's like still very. I think it needs more air and then maybe this one, they have to be like, I think a little more. I'd almost say. I think it needs a little bit more. So try to put it more on the top. Then you can like really. This one was tough. I'm gonna give it some. I think that's good enough. It doesn't really matter which one's the top or which one's the bottom. No, you're good. We're just muscling around it.
Because then it's, you know what I'm saying, because then it's with this. So, whoever wants to do this, perfect. So what I want you to do is you can put your plant somewhere in this thing. And then actually give you here.
That's
You can use this to attach your bottom one. So if you want to do is I currently have a 11 inch that's connected to your 23 inch.
attach
Yep,
it to
and
the
then
wall
you can
first.
connect it, and you can
Because
put it here.
if you put the 260 balloons on the hook instead of the balloon, it actually needs to go up. Versus if you just put it on the balloon and attach the 260
Yeah, there you go.
on
Yep.
the balloon.
We always also do runners. Otherwise, it's like, it can feel, and then again, once we actually like that forward to
You
the
can try to do
awesome,
it.
perfect, yeah.
I can get you another one. So that's the thing with these, is they're very sensitive to pressure. So that's why if you go, like, you try to do 60 tight or anything, and other people, I always put it where Joey can slide right down. I always put this little hook up. So you just put it right. So I'll let
And
you,
you try to see how that's where you're now sit, right?
Right.
And then the other thing is that you can just see here.
right, and then I take my finger
So
and
just
really
have
like,
it this, right? Things like that, and I just
Right.
said, I would do it for like this, so that way they're all sitting, if that makes sense. So then,
grab it right in
you
there.
want to go next, or you start with your big up here.
All right, now, in the interest of
Now, when you purple up
time
to it,
and efficiency,
and
we
out
would have
you
you guys
go,
connect
so.
these with 260.
You
You don't have to use it. When I'm using 260,
I would do this, and
connect
then you can
clusters,
focus on your
we don't do them
and
loose.
just before.
I do these things
And then
real
use
quick.
that to connect, and then
So
that
leave
way.
lots of balloon there. Who's up next? Okay. So we can have you take this. All right, now. Which, well, okay, this is our pattern, right? So we start with the big. So when we do our next block, what do you think we should go with? Perfect. So
I know.
go to the big end. So if you're looking at your big.
Perfect.
So
Oh,
because
yeah.
your big
It's
here,
the nail.
find
I know.
something
I know.
big, and then you attach, like, attach your
I'll figure out a way to do it. It's just an adjustment. Yes, exactly. Okay. I would do it.
I'll have you take a step back. So, you stack it in form. There's no over here, no.
Perfect.
So,
And yeah, you kind of see how it all starts to like, yeah.
so we either
But then you'll see too, it's like,
or
we'll show you how
diagonal
we
in the
make
area.
it, we'll take like
So
this
for
base,
this
and
one,
we'll
I
start
think
to that, and that's like really where it's
right,
like,
but medium forward,
okay,
so that way you stop walking around the background.
okay,
Now,
you ready?
I'll take it.
Guys, we need a yellow. We need a yellow. Okay, perfect, perfect. That is valid. And then let me get, you've got your, okay, so you put that one up there.
And the whole thing is that if you position it in the right way, you see how it just clicks together. Versus you don't have the right balloon spacing for it, or if you have like, you can't get the wrong fire, it'll just be really difficult,
So
like,
with our
one's
24
hostile and
blocks
everyone
are
needs to stay.
11.
And then,
So
now it's
that
super
one,
fun.
you're
We don't care, like, we'll throw this back, drop out, or paint
connect
it,
that to.
you'll take the thing off there, put it right there. With the super hooks, we like to follow the same rule, don't, like, put the 260
You got
around
it.
the balloon, and then attach it to the hook.
It has to go.
The super hooks are strong enough, and it has to go that way. Alright, we need a yellow or a pink next. Okay, great.
There you
Now,
go.
when we go here,
Beautiful, yeah.
we're gonna thread this behind. Okay? That's always, it's just cool. There's no other
Yep,
reason.
perfect.
And then we're gonna
Yep,
put
you are
the
meeting
clip
the
on
floor,
there.
yep.
So, you have the honor of being our first clip. So, we put it in there. Make sure you can see, go in there.
Oh, you're big right here.
So,
Alright, let
for
me see.
this, we're pulling.
So, what are big, so that's not bad,
Right
because
at
when you're
the,
pulling up top,
one
you don't
directly
necessarily
back.
want
So I
the
would keep
bigs
it right there.
necessarily out as much, right? It's not that it has to be, but,
Yeah, perfect. And then I'm gonna give you this.
yeah, the business agreement. Okay.
Big, small.
Okay, perfect, so Ned,
And then I would tell you to point that big.
we got that there, okay, cool. So
Then
now,
we are on big, so they're on
so
small.
kind of, so we see this
Yeah, there you
is
go.
4 clusters, this is actually what we're telling you, it's exactly what this is, just these 4 clusters. So that's what you get. Now, obviously, this is a mix, right? Because we want to make sure that we have balloons, we have some extra atoms, things like that.
for yours, what I would say is for yeah, and then take that 260, connect it right here. All right, who's got a yellow? Who's got a yellow and some courage? You can say on the front. I'm just trying to put these two batteries together.
So what I want you to do is I want you to connect them together.
Okay.
So
I'll have you-
it'll be an 11 inch connected to this large here, right? So
Sorry, I'm
there's
trying to figure out how to get around here.
or maybe it's a little
So
bit.
because we're like threading this to the back, you can use which one you want.
And then you can connect that.
There's no like, there's no one. Put that off. And then this is gonna be the last section that's through here. We'll take all our balloons and put them in the back. So there.
Let me know if you.
Right, now all of a sudden.
Okay.
Can I get a video and of like the process? Maybe I'll wait, like.
So I'm gonna give you another one.
I did not know that. Like where? I just wanted to be right.
You need to take the long way around.
No, that's so bad.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so a video, right? I'm gonna do a video,
Okay.
Can someone, who wants to be your helper?
Okay, so then.
okay, wait, let's do that again, because I kept moving in. Okay, no worries. It's hard, it's so bad, because the phone is very.
So, let's get someone who has a helper.
Okay.
Perfect. So here's the 260, so you're gonna assist. You're gonna direct.
Is.
You're attaching that from the back side, starting with the big.
And
And
you
then
got
you
your
got your,
side.
you got lovely
And then
assistant on
the
the
needle
front side.
is
You can help
we
make sure it
literally
goes on
put
the
it
line.
into
So
this
you
big
can,
right to the center. And then we, when we do the other ones, we'll always do it.
who wants to be at first? Someone's gonna volunteer. You're gonna take this over.
And you kind of flip this all. So.
Oh, yeah, like that's what we do.
That's right.
Okay. And then.
Yeah.
I would say. Why? Basically like a spins on axis.
Friendly and
Right.
transparent and like just themselves on
So for this one, I'm gonna spin my axis now.
just building like this.
Like this.
Like it's
Not
not
getting more. Right? It's a little bit cuter when it kind of, it's like the moon coming out with the sun, it just peeks out. And then the other thing is you'll see the little bit on big.
and then I didn't
So like, you can put that fine.
I do even coordination, so like whenever we have like a party, we install, like we have different, yeah. We'll do, we have like 3 different features, which is just like an install like this, or like full event painting, so I'll just do very close.
I'm good.
So the color scheme they want.
I see, she's already rocking all.
Yes, like I'll be personally, but I know they said they're professional. Yeah, I know, I think at home was like a long. Yeah, no, I won't. That's a fun job. And then I wish it was more able to do it. I'm not good with stuff. No, I know. I've tried it a couple times, but I'm like definitely on it. And working here, they're gonna get you. I'm gonna get good at it. I guess it's twice, which like, I do wanna get good at it. I did love it, but they have it, like, we're in there, we're very hands-on, and then I was like,
thought.
Yeah.
That's what we have to find out.
Yes, like they're all really want to be favored, and they just want to make sure that everything works right. Because then you can learn it from online. So,
Yeah, so you have these purple and switch to
and then sometimes they'll have,
Today, while they're here, is someone else taking care of me?
we don't this week per se, but we don't usually do our pickup orders, which is like the 3 to 8
Okay, if anyone has to use the bathroom, refresh drinks, definitely go do that. We'll start our next session in like 4 minutes. We're technically like a little over time, but you guys, this is so good. We just had to keep going on it, okay? But yeah, please get drinks, go to the bathroom, and then we'll start our next one. Also, how was it putting the clothes together? Yeah?
My side is great. I don't know
I
about
mean,
yours.
my side, did you see my side? Look at that. That was like professional install, you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Good. Which also, if you guys have any questions, now's a great time. While we're just kind of transitioning.
So the balloon recipe is 4 small,
Yes.
then a medium small pair,
Yes.
then a small pair, then big small. Yes.
Chris, do we have our little?
Cards are with each box.
Yeah, there's. Oh, yep. Yep. You guys, I don't think Stan's Pellegrino's at Costco. They're so good.
She almost didn't get them.
I know, he did, he convinced me.
She was like, a poppy's good enough. I was like, it is good enough.
Zero. I'm so excited. I was like, yeah, wait, what's that flavor? This one's so good. I got the peach and clementine.
I'm on this on everything, so hopefully after I tell her about today, she'll want to buy like the brand that I her. So
All of them.
Chris, come on, we got stuff to talk about.
Oh, I know.
We don't need a drink next time.
You need to stay hydrated.
Okay, everyone ready? This is exciting. So this session is going to be all about like, Business 101. So first, actually, I want you to raise your hands who here already has a business that they're like, okay, perfect. And then who here does, or like, maybe you started one but you haven't like, launched yet. Is anyone in that case? Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Take it away, boss.
All right. We're gonna start with the boring stuff, guys. I'm just gonna warn you right now. We're gonna talk about taxes. We're gonna talk about the IRS. We're gonna talk about accounting, and then it'll get fun. So what are we gonna do in this session? We're gonna talk about the basics of legally and financially starting a business, why it matters, why it's important. We're gonna discuss who your customer is. Fully transparent. We're gonna start calling on you. People are gonna have to talk. All right, this is a workshop. We're gonna talk about conceptualizing your brand based on your customer. So learning, oh, who's my customer? What do I want? How do I really speak to them? We're gonna get into more marketing later. This is really just the planning, high level stuff. And then integrated business planning. What is it that you're trying to do with your business? What kind of lifestyle do you want to have for yourself? How do we work backwards from that? When we first started Bashify, we were like, oh, but we can do X number a month, and that's great. Like, whatever number it is that you think you have to do every month, probably got to triple it, right? That's just the unfortunate reality. And I'm not just saying that. She knows it's true. And then eventually figuring out how you're going to get profitable. So, these are all the prep steps. We'll be sending documents afterwards to just like help guide you along with this. So, like check your email for follow-up. But number one, EIN and tax. Who here knows what an EIN is? Okay. So for those who don't know, it's an employer identification number. Basically, it's what the IRS gives you, and as Bree would say,
It's like
says
a
that
social security number.
it's a social security number for your business. To be blunt, the American government tax system, whatever, rewards you for having a business. It's that and home ownership are the two things that are like tax loopholes and cheat codes. Not the bad one. So effectively, once you get your EIN, just if you did the exact same thing, if you didn't have an EIN, you ran your business. If you did have an EIN, you ran your business. You'll make on average like 30% more, at least, just by having an EIN, because you're not paying taxes on certain things. Okay. High level, what happens once you have a business, right? When you get a W-2 or 1099, you're paid at your normal job. The first 30% goes right to Uncle Sam. You have to pay your taxes on it, and then you can pay your expenses. Versus your business is not taxed on its income outside of sales tax, it's taxed on its profit. So, for example, if Bree and I want to, and we do this, right? If Bree and I want to go out to dinner, if we pay ourselves $100 from Bashify, right, into our pockets, the first 30% goes right back to the government taxes, right? So then we have $70 to go out to dinner, in which case, like, I'm just gonna like skip dessert, and I'll still her have it. But if Bashify pays for that dinner, if we're having a business meeting, we get to spend $100. It's a business expense. So now I get to eat dessert. Everyone's happy. Okay?
Question for that, does it matter the size of your business or the profit, or you just register, like you don't have to have multiple employees, you could be an individual?
Yep, you could be, so there's different structures. Just for the sake of like this discussion, what structure to register your business as is, by the way, broad discussion, this is not legal or financial. Legally have to say.
We just have businesses, okay?
Yeah, our experience. But yeah, so there's different business structures. Generally speaking, this is the advice we got. This is what we would pass along to you. LLC, single member if you're just one person, multi-member if you're doing it with like a spouse or business partner, something like that. As your business gets larger, you can talk about moving it from an LLC into like an S corp. Don't ask me about that right now, because that's a whole different path. I saw a hand back there.
Oh, sorry, I have a question. You said that when you get the EIN, you start paying about like 30% of the on tax.
So once you get the EIN, so normally, let's say that you're like running your own business, and you charge a customer, and they just pay you directly as an individual, right, as a private citizen, that would be income that you're taxed right away on. So like, let's say somebody paid you $1,000 for a balloon install, the first $300 you would be obligated because that's income. You'd have to pay taxes, let's say roughly $300, okay, 30%. Versus if you were a business, right, you get that money, you have to pay sales tax on it, but the $300 would stay in your pocket because it's within the business. The business is only taxed at the end of the year on the profits.
Let me explain what I understand.
Yeah.
We, for example, we are receiving the money in our accounts right now. I have to pay tax for that.
Yes.
Okay. At the end of the year, right?
That's right. So, so if you don't currently have an EIN, right, you can look at your business, you can retroactively do that. So for example, let's say today you're like, oh boy, 30% of my money. I did not set that aside. It's okay. What you can do is you can get an EIN today, or tomorrow, or the day after, right? You can look back through your own personal banking, and you can say, what were business transactions? You can assign those transactions to your business. So for example, if a customer paid you $1,000, if you had not done anything about it, and you just got to the end of the year, you'd have to pay the 30% tax, or whatever, your income tax bracket is. But what you can do is you can say retroactively, oh, that was a business transaction, it just happened to happen in my personal account. But I got an EIN, I'm gonna file taxes for that EIN, for that business entity separately. So now I can keep that money and treat it as a business expense. Now, that actually is a perfect lead into my next thing, which is, once you have your EIN, you can open banking accounts, credit cards, and other kind of financial instruments under that EIN as that business. So for example, like you could say, my balloon business, my event business, now has this EIN, I'm gonna open bank accounts in that. Even though I did transactions in my personal account prior to opening my business account, I'm going to treat those transactions as if they happened in my business. Okay? Now I can treat that as its own accounting entity, separate. Is that clear? Okay. That's something, definitely get an accountant to do that, to help you like straighten that out when you do that transition. We had an accountant help us out do that, you know, file our taxes, all of those things. Very important. You will save a lot of money. The other thing too, and this is like broad advice, once you have your own EIN, once you have your own business, the goal is not to pay yourself as much money as possible. Plain and simple, because the more money you pay yourself, the more money you're taxed, right? Actually, we just leased a vehicle the other day for ourselves. It's a business vehicle, right? It's paid for out of Bashify. We use it for business all the time, but we can also use it personally, right? Rather than leasing the vehicle in our own name, we decided to lease it in Bashify's name. It's a truck, right? It's parked right out there. But rather than paying income tax and then paying for the vehicle, Bashify's paying for it, right? So basically, instead of, let's say it's a $500 a month payment, right? We would have had to make $700 or so in Bashify, pay ourselves $500, and then pay for the vehicle. Instead, Bashify just has to make $500. So it's a $200 savings. Right, you didn't actually save $200, but you just didn't have to make as much money to afford the exact same thing. Cool.
What do you, like, what type of accountant do you work with, and what type of, like, legal, or who advised you? You know, you said, like, these people, what are they
Yeah.
typically, their job title?
So you can go, very simply, you can go to like an HR non-law or some like
Okay.
small mom and pop accounting place if you just want to. You can look up SMB, small and medium-sized business. You want to look for accounting firms or individuals who specialize in that. Generally speaking, if you're in e-commerce, you want to look for someone who specializes in e-commerce. If you are in a services business, finding someone who works with other professionals like you is really helpful. For us, we actually had an accountant who was like, I can't service e-commerce anymore. So currently we handle our own books, but she did a really good job setting up a framework. So basically we just maintain our books, we label all of our transactions, and it kind of happens automatically for us. But we had her hired for almost 2 years, and she did a really good job setting it up. Now we'll probably make a leap in the next 6 to 12 months where we'll need a new account. So unfortunately we don't have one to recommend. Well, actually, we could recommend.
We'll send you guys out, if you guys are interested, like, in someone who's, specializes in service-based, especially she does, like, service-based for women, because I think that's her, but she's amazing. She did this for 2 years, when we added on our DIY kits, we were going through Shopify, through e-commerce, and then she made the decision personally to stop with all Shopify, so she's like, I'm gonna separate ways, but we can send you guys out.
Any other questions about banking? One other thing I'll add. So just if you get a credit card in your name right now, you can get a credit card in your business's name. Usually for the first 5 years of your business, it's not strictly this way, but for the first 5 years of your business, you will have to, or will very likely have to, put down a personal guarantee or tie your own personal information to that business. We're actually just crossing like the 5-year mark soon, where we will no longer have to do that necessarily. But generally in the first 5 years, you'll have to tie that. Part of the reason you have a business as well is it's an LLC, limited liability corporation. It's to shield yourself from personal liability, things like default, bankruptcy, etc. If things go sideways, somebody gets hurt, insurance doesn't cover it, things like that. Next, state registration. So you registered with the federal government, you got your EIN. You are going to pay your federal taxes, etc. You are a federal entity. You still have to register with your state. So here in Texas, it's the Secretary of State, Texas Secretary of State, it's sos.tx.gov. You go there, you fill out a form, and you pay $35. You can go on LegalZoom and pay somebody, like a lawyer, like $100, and they'll give you articles of incorporation, which basically explain how your company is structured. It's very simple. Again, LegalZoom, Secretary of State of Texas. You look those 2 things up. It'll take a couple hours and maybe some funds, and you have. With the state, you'll have to pay things like your franchise tax, which is basically your tax for existing, and you'll also pay your sales tax with them. If you're like a caterer, for example, you may have to go get like certain registrations with them, like food safety, things like that. You check in with the Secretary of State. You also declare what kind of business you are, and they'll send you the paperwork for exactly what it is that you need to be doing. Any questions on, the SOS?
So this is maybe a weird question, because in Texas they don't have income tax, so this other type of tax is sort of different, like the business type of tax?
The franchise tax?
Yes.
Yeah, so the 2 types of tax that you'll be responsible for, and you'll also you get a web account and you'll log in and pay your taxes. franchise tax is paid every May. It is for businesses less than, I want to say, I think they just moved the number, it's like $2.5 or $4 million a year. I think they waived it, or it's like a fixed like $25 fee. It's very low. So please don't quote me on that, but it's very low for nothing. So you'll just like, basically every May you'll attest, I was business, I did this, etc. File that, and then your sales tax. All of your business income tax, that's due to the IRS. Cool. The next thing, CRM. Who knows what CRM stands for, or knows what CRM is? Who here has a services business, or is thinking of starting a services business? Okay. CRM is going to be your friend. So CRM stands for Customer Relationship Manager. CRM is kind of like a fancy catch-all for everything that you need to have a relationship with your customer, book your customer, really just communicate with them. It's where your customer meets you. We'll get into more of this later, but a CRM could be you take your inquiries from a Google form and then you email them on Gmail, right? Like that is still a form of CRM. It's not the most efficient. It's like you can do better than that, but it's a start. We use a software called Honeybook. If you're in the event space, you've probably heard of it. We love it. There are lots of different options. There's no right one. There's no right way to do it. We'll get into more of CRM later, but having a CRM is some way for your customers to reach you, for you to communicate with them, to have that relationship, and then to book them, to financially transact with them is really important, right? Because again, we're just talking about the process of your business. And then the last thing is insurance. You can get $1 million policy to shield you from liability for like $40 a month. We use Liberty Mutual. You literally just Google general liability business insurance, okay? There's no bad guys, as far as we know. You can Google it, you'll talk with an advisor, they will advise you on the coverage to get. The worst thing that's gonna happen, you getting ripped off, might be that you pay $50 a month instead of 40. Nobody's getting fleeced, to our knowledge, in this space. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Do you have anything else to add on that?
No, I mean, insurance is gonna make them big money on these big businesses. They're not going after your,
Yeah. And get it as soon as possible, especially in the event space or anything where you might service a corporate client. The first thing they're going to ask for is a COI, certificate of insurance. Having general liability will just get you in the door with any of them to make sure that like you're legitimate. Oh, yeah, here's the COI that you're looking for. Again, your insurance company will help you produce that document to show to like your corporate client. Sometimes corporate clients will ask for additional coverage, even just for one event. There's maybe like certain coverages that you didn't have, or they may want like higher financial coverage, right? Instead of 1 million, but usually what a lot of policies start at, they might want you to go to 2 or 5 or something. You can just call up your insurance company, they'll make the adjustment for you. Not a huge thing. Any questions on insurance?
just make sure you get it.
Yeah. Okay. So, you are a legal entity. You're operating your business. You maybe picked a really good name. Maybe you're like us and you picked a name that you don't really like right away.
And then you have to change it.
And then you have to change it. Okay? But the first thing is each one of you has some idea of the business, right? It could be an operating business, it could just be an idea. But you have some service that you're looking to provide, some good you're looking to provide. And it's really easy to focus a lot on what am I actually trying to provide rather than who am I trying to provide it for. One of, we'll speak to the balloon space and the event space. Some of the biggest frustrations that we'll hear from people are I can't get people to pay my prices. How do I find customers? What other questions? Kind of in that vein.
I mean, that's kind of like the big one is like, oh, I get ghosted every time I send out a quote, or oh, because we'll share our prices a lot. If you guys have seen that, and people will be like, oh, I'm never get anyone to pay that.
Yeah. And like the reality is like, I don't know if anyone here lives in Highland Park, but we can all drive through it. There's a lot of houses in Highland Park. There's a lot of people out there making a lot of money who have a lot of money to spend on these things. There's no shortage of money in the world. It might be lopsided, but there's no shortage of it. And so the biggest thing is ask yourself, who am I trying to service? So there's a lot of different dimensions that you can consider when you're thinking of who am I trying to service. There's gender, there's age, there's marital status, where are they, do they have children, what are they interested in, what's their occupation, their income. There are a million things you can use to define what we would call like a persona, right? So how would you describe
Like
one of our
ours.
personas?
One of our personas, so we have different personas too, based on our services versus our kits, because they're very different income levels, right? Because for the kit, you start selling them about $50 versus for an install, I mean, people are paying, honestly, even like a smaller install, people are paying like upwards of $1,000, right? So those are just very different customers. So, generally speaking, if we're going to do like an install customer, they're definitely gonna have spendable income. It's very likely that they're married with kids. They're probably 30 plus, like probably like in the 30 to 40 range, maybe like 25 to 45-ish. Usually it's the wife who's booking, frankly. So that's gonna be kind of that. Versus for our DIY kits, it's gonna be a little bit more of like that DIY mom, that crafty mom, like someone who very much will not outsource, right? And that's like the intention of it, right? Is to basically be like, hey, you're not going to pay someone $1,000, that's not gonna make sense for you. But then it's like, even when we're doing our marketing and things like that, we have very different strategies when going towards the mom who is going to be like, I'll pay whatever, I don't want to think about it, versus the mom who wants to be super hands-on and is like, I'll put everything together myself. So we just kind of have like those two different personas. And we think about that through like the way that we have our website and how they're going to check out. Because right now, very different checkout pages for a DIY kit versus like a professional install.
Yeah, and there's some things that are more like it would be under special interest or other. So for example, we really try to understand, do our customers, do they want a phone call? Is that the kind of service they're looking for? Is that how they communicate best? Do they like emails? Do they like text messages? Right? How do our customers like to communicate with their service provider? Another thing is, like Bree was mentioning, for our services, we're generally working with a certain income level, woman, probably a mom. One of like a big red flag for us in our business is if the husband's down for this, right? If we're picking up that, there's nothing wrong, it's very normal financially, right, within a family to be like, let me talk to my husband about this. That's not weird. But you can pick up a vibe of, well, let me go beg and grovel for my husband to say, yes, I can spend more than $100 on balloons, right? That's an indicator. Now, how do we actually go find that customer? How do we find, the woman and the family where, Mr. is comfortable spending that money? That's an entirely different question. But just knowing that in the back of our head when we're doing sales, when we're filtering through inquiries, when we're thinking about how to market, understanding that about your customer is going to help you. It's going to help you be a more efficient salesperson. It's going to help you clear out that leads. It's going to help you then, as you get to know your different niches that you're looking in, which ones are like, what's good, kind of water sufficient, and what do you say away from. Does somebody want to get in the hot seat and talk about their potential customers?
Yes, go for it. Okay, so I live in Paris, Texas, which is a couple hours northeast of here. Yes, thank you. It's a smaller town. We've got about 30,000 people in the city, about 60,000 in the area. And so my customer is going to be I'm not looking for the high end. We don't have that. We don't have corporate things in my area. So I'm looking more towards the local boutiques that are always changing out their
They're just
yeah. I'm looking for the moms of school-age children that are throwing big parties that want to fit in at the country club and look better because it's a small school and small area.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Okay. About how much are they looking to spend on a job, like average? And it doesn't have to be it doesn't just have to be what you experience, but like your competitors, right? Like when you look at how much your customers spending?
My average customer spends between $400 and $600.
Okay.
Somewhere in there. And they don't want giant setups. They don't like a lot of backdrops. It's usually just some balloons, maybe one little tree wall or something. Definitely different. Yeah. What was the other question?
I think you
No, I think that is.
Yeah. How custom do they want things? Or do they want to order off the menu? Do you do a lot of back and forth with them? What makes them happy?
Yeah, they always ask, what do you have? And since I'm new, I'm always growing my inventory, is how I work. So I can get anything, and I'm willing to front the cost and then have it later in my inventory. Yeah. But they like to look and see what I can offer. And so I love doing custom things. I'm very artsy and like to paint and do that kind of stuff that nobody ever really wants it. I haven't been able to find a way to get really that yet. So.
Okay. Subjectively, when you think about your customer, are they spending a lot relative to their income on this? Or are they spending maybe what's comfortable or a lower amount for their income?
I would say they're overspending.
They're overspending.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a lot of, people who keep up with the gym. They definitely live above their means just for expenses. And so that's typically the people that I work with.
Do you have anything to add?
No.
Any questions? Okay. Anyone else want to go?
I'm sorry. Okay, so.
Not today, you're not.
I'm from a small town, I'm from Mississippi. It's a small town, I mean, it's me and it's also like two other ladies that does Zoom, so it's really not like, but the other lady who does Zoom, like she's competition, she gets all the big corporate businesses, and she's been in like this her 9 to 5. So it's kind of hard to compete with her, but then like, I'm starting to realize like people actually want to know who you are and what you're capable of doing, and it has to be cute. Everybody wants something cute.
They do.
And I'm more of a theme type of person, so if you tell me your theme, then I can give you a 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Other than like, you know, showing up, I want you to see like what I'm coming up with. I don't know, I'm a visualizer.
Yes.
So like I have to make a mock-up and I like you to see what the mock-up is. But it has been like kind of hard because I haven't got my corporate person yet, but I feel like it's coming.
It's coming.
The more I show, the more I keep, you know, marketing and stuff like that, I feel like it's coming.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Do you feel like you're competing for the same customers and you want the same customers as this other business? Or do you want to carve out another niche, or you see yourself targeting another niche?
It's kind of half and half, like, I'm more so, I love kids parties, because they're more so oriented, other than like you go corporate and you know you have to stick to that one thing, the one color and all that, so I'm just working towards theme party kids event.
Okay. What are the feature elements that you like to do, right? Because it's like, we can, even this, right? Like, this could be considered corporate, it's not corporate, but it's still corporate. So what are the things that you like to incorporate?
I like props.
Yeah.
Like a focal point.
Yeah.
Like you can have an at-home party, but you can have a nice focal point.
Yeah.
I always tell people like you don't have to go out and get a big building, because majority of the time like it's a bunch of community centers and everybody feel like they have to go out to the community center and have the party. You don't have to spend down there. It's like $400 for a community center, so you don't have to spend $400 for a community center when you can have a party at home. And it's like you can make your garage look like something nice.
Oh, yeah.
So I always try to.
What are your customers like the best about what you do? Like, because you're talking about themes, so you like to do themes, right? Because if you don't like to do a certain thing, that person doesn't have to be your customer. So you like to do theme stuff. When you do that theme stuff, the stuff you really enjoy, what's your customer? What's the feedback they're giving you of what they really like?
They like the finished product. Like they like how we transform. Like the space gets empty before we get there. So it's like we're counting on you to make this look good. So they like the finished product.
So your customer is someone who probably with their budget / location and everything, they're looking for someone to take a blank space
And transform it.
and just show.
Yeah.
About how much are they looking to spend?
I would say like she said, like up to 600. I haven't got like, you know, the $1,000 type of thing yet. But I feel like it'll come on like when, you know, when you continue on doing and people see that what you're able to do or what you are doing or able to get, then
No, that's great.
Can I ask about, like, just from everybody, like, how do you figure it out, right? Because I'm kind of broad starting out, like, and so it's like, how do you anchor down? Because see, like, I loved how he was extracting from you. It's like, you know, to me, you're not just someone that's throwing a party, you're someone that wants to transform an experience, you know, and sort of like take it from a blank slate. That's like your skill. So beyond just bringing in art, but like, how did you guys figure out? And then also too, how did you get into corporate, and what did you find the difference between your buyer personas?
Yeah, so, okay, I guess a little bit of backstory. So this September will be 5 years for us in business. When we started, we actually I vowed personally to never do balloons. Okay, I was very, and I wasn't anti like balloons in general, like I love them being done, but I love someone else doing them. Like I was very like, I don't want to do it. And we actually got into the industry by doing the little pop-up picnics in 2020, when those kind of went big, like during COVID. That's kind of how we like slid our way in. We did that for a little bit. We actually were in Seattle when we moved here. And so the way we got into balloons is he basically was like, well, people in Dallas like balloons, like, let's do it, right? Like, it was just very like, well, we got this business, right? Like, we got to find an open path. And I think that that's also a lot of starting business is finding that open path. And I would say that's very much for us. And I think also because we weren't going in being like, this is exactly what I want to do. Like, the only thing I knew was that I didn't want to do weddings. And balloons, but you know, one of them had to happen, right? But that was my one thing, I was like, I don't want to do weddings. That's just kind of like something that I just want to stay away from. Not that I wouldn't do like balloons for a wedding, but like a wedding planner, right? That's just what I knew I didn't want to do. And so I mean, a lot of it was also like just going through those open doors and the different opportunities. And now obviously we do corporate and small, and we kind of do all the different things. And I think for us, I mean, we got into corporate probably 3 years in the business or so.
Yeah, it was like late 22, early 23.
And I think a lot of it came down to just us being like hungry for, I mean, this has always been my % thing, right? So I was like, well, gotta bring in the big bucks, right? Like, we got expenses to do, and so that was a lot of like also why we took corporate. And then, you know, corporate, just to be so honest, like, they have so much money, right? Like, they have no issue being like, oh, here's $5,000 for this thing. So even though it may not be like the most beautiful thing in the world, right? I always say like corporate pays the bills, which then also makes us have the availability to then do like the more fun things. Because I'm the same way, like I love good team, right? Like even like setting this up, like I know you're saying like it's corporate, but like it is, but like it's young corporate, right? Like it's fun corporate.
It's
like,
cool edgy corporate.
It's cool edgy corporate, right? And when actually we have 2 little girls, and they were here, and they were yesterday helping us set up, and they were like, oh, it's a Taylor Swift party, and it's exactly like that's what we were going for, right? And I think that was a lot of it, is even finding our customers was just like finding or walking through those open doors, and then with that too, it's like there's been jobs we've taken, nothing like super crazy. There's been jobs maybe we've taken that we're like, probably wouldn't take that again, right? And that's okay too, right? It's like you're gonna take things and be like, oh, that was something I will never do again, right? And like that's it.
Yeah. I would say, like I've heard this said before, that starting a business is a self-improvement journey mastering capitalism. And so, like, you have to do what makes you happy,
Yeah.
right? And there's some questions up here for everyone to consider, like write them down, take pictures, reflect on these. But it's really like, what trade-off are you willing to make and like want to make? So, for example, if you want to service, like let's take the $400 to $600 customer example, right? Like, let's say you were able to get one of those jobs a day, right? So if you did one job a day, let's do an average of $500, 30 jobs a month, that's $50,000 a month. Great, if you're doing $50,000 a month in revenue, let's say you do 50% net profit, so you make $7,500 a month. That's working 30 days a month. I don't know about you guys.
That's working a lot.
Right? That's not a trade-off I really want to take. I like to work, but I don't like to work that much. And so the whole thing is like, well, okay, could you do half the number, but double the average order value, right? Could you do $1,000 average order value, but only work 15 days a month? That seems like a better trade-off, right? But then, okay, do you want to do that well? Do you want to stay at $1,000 customers and just work yourself, not really have to worry about a team, but it also means you can't really pay yourself when you're on vacation, right? Because you take days off and your business is making money. Or do you want to have employees where they can run the business when you're not there, so you can, go down to Costa Rica, but now that means you have more overhead, which means like now instead of 15 installs a month at $1,000, now maybe you have to do 20 or 25, and you have to do 30, right? There's just trade-offs of like where you want to be at. Now, another thing to consider, right, is do you be a manager or worker? Like, do you like managing people? Like, are you comfortable, do you see yourself being comfortable firing somebody? Or, telling them like, this isn't good enough? Right? Like, that's plain simple truth of it. Like, can you have that conversation with someone, or are you like, oh, I think I'd rather jump in a cold plunge? Right? And it's like, we're lucky enough to work together. Like, do you want to fire somebody?
Oh, no.
Big guy.
No, but it's like within our business, like, you're not worried about managing people.
No, I'm not a manager. I'm a friend. I'm not being a no-no. I'm not being a
Like she'll be like literally be sitting at our desks and she'll text me and be like, I wasn't happy with this work. You need to say something. I'd be like, yes, ma'am. Oh my God, come
No, but like I know if we were together, I was single, I was just doing this by myself, and you were doing your own thing. Like I would not want to be a manager. That's just not something that makes sense to me.
So did y'all like clearly define those roles, or did it kind of just go about, so it's my business,
Yeah.
but my husband does all the manual labor.
As he should, as he should.
Yes, and so was it just like clearly defined, and then my sister, she helps with setups, and then I have a really good village that kind of helps here and there, but yeah, so did y'all just like define those roles, or how did that come about?
You're the boss.
Yeah, I mean I'm in charge, but no, I think
We didn't need a business to establish that either.
yeah. Like I think that was also just like obviously it helps that we're married and been together for like 7 years, so it's like we kind of knew I think those different roles like intuitively. I think when we first started, I think if you asked me like 5 years ago when we first started the business, like, do you think you're gonna have employees? I'd be like, oh, absolutely not. Like, there is no way in the world. Like, this isn't gonna be that big. And then I think once that kind of started, and it started first with just being like, we need some contract help, right? We need a few extra hands on like weekends, right? And then maybe some of those hands like, and this is like years ago, it's like, you know, maybe some of those hands like weren't the best fit, and it was just pretty naturally like, hey Chris, so this is what I'm thinking, right? And it just kind of like evolved from there. But I do think that if we were to start another business or to go back in time, like I think that conversation would have been very important. I just think we didn't know, you know? But I think like having those is good. And now I think that even if it's not necessarily as explicitly said, like everyone who works for us kind of knows that like Chris is the backup and I'm like, oh God, like I don't really like, yeah, in like a totally okay way.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, like Bree comes into the office, she chit chats with the lady, she gets morale up, and then I'm like, let's work.
Yeah, exactly. And like it works. I don't know, you know.
It's so true.
Yeah. Just yesterday, these two were having a good yap session, and I had to be like,
It was like 45 minutes.
You
Yeah.
do have a conference tomorrow.
And I was like, excited.
Yeah.
But I think both sides of it is also important, right? Because it's like, in a totally okay way, you're not going to be using as personable. Versus you're just more of a hard ass. So it's like, versus I'm going to be like, oh, this is what I think the team really needs. And I think that also makes sure, like, they're loved and cared for. But also, if it's too much of me, right? Like, then there's going to be issues. And maybe, like, customers aren't going to be as happy around different things. And so I think like, both of us know our strengths and weaknesses. That also makes us, like, better managers.
Yeah, I think having a sense of ownership is really important. And that's for everybody in your organization, whether it's one person, 2 people, or 500 people, should have a sense of ownership over something. I think for Bree and I, like the way that we talk about Bashify is that she will take all of the public responsibility, right? Like her face is all over stuff, it's a very nice face, it's everywhere. She like if something doesn't go well with Bashify, like she gets DMs.
Yeah.
Like she's gotten people haranguing her privately for like something or being like, I want to submit an inquiry, and it's just like, whoa, like.
I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, I'm so sorry, miss. Yeah.
So publicly, we know that whatever we do within our 4 walls will land on her. Privately, we're also like operationally, it's my ass on the line.
Yeah.
Right? And I think having that sense where we're both like, we were both responsible for very different things, but we feel like a sense of ownership and like it is like our integrity and like really like our ass on the line. I think that's a good interplay. I feel like that's come into focus more recently too.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it ultimately like ownership. Just everybody within your organization taking pride in what it is that you do, feeling like it's a reflection of themselves. I think really goes a long way.
Absolutely.
How did you discover Dallas like balloons? Like what was, just curious, like the step back into the experimental process. You guys have defined your customer really like, okay, like how did y'all seem so astute, so how did you figure it out?
Yeah, so I guess for anyone who doesn't know, we moved from Seattle 3 years ago. Just a little over 3 years ago, back in 2022. And we very intentionally though came to Dallas because we knew there was a very good party industry. And we also were very aware that there was a good party industry and that balloons were like a big thing here. And honestly, the way that we knew that was just through like social media. And a little bit was like, I mean, I didn't really doubt it, but it was probably definitely a little bit of like a risk for sure. I mean, moving at any point is, but frankly, there was like, in comparison to Seattle, I think when the time that we left, there were maybe like 3 legitimate businesses. And like Seattle's pretty big, right? Like, I mean, it's not as big as DFW, but like it's a pretty large, like people have money there. And it was really hard to get people to pay. There were not a lot of lunars in the area, and they were all working like corporate jobs because like no one could do it full time. Now I know like now because like, I still have friends in that area, and so there's some vendors there that like it has grown. Versus here in Dallas, there were, you know, balloon businesses and event businesses where it's like they were franchising to other locations and they were growing, and it's like you're seeing it everywhere. And so I think a lot of it was just like seeing it online, seeing just like how many businesses are thriving here. And sure, you don't know necessarily the back end, right? Like you can live thriving, but the reality is, as I was looking at it, I was like, well, I don't really need to know their back end because what I know is I believe that we have the ability to run a solid business, and I see that they're getting customers. And as long as I feel like there are customers here that we can get, then I think that it's like a pretty. It's a risk, it's a safe risk, right? It was like a risk that I was very willing to take, and I'm very glad that we did, because I think that Dallas has like a very solid industry for sure.
Definitely. There's a lot of businesses too where it's like, if somebody else there making money, you can make money too, right? Like plain and simple, right? Like house cleaning, like you could take anything that like individually you might not think might lend anything out, right? Like somebody might not get paid that much for like a house cleaning service, but like there's big house cleaning companies, right? Like you can see like the maid services with like decal cars, like that ain't me. But like they're bringing in like there truly is just like money everywhere. It makes like some opportunities are a lot harder, right? Like one of the things that we struggle with, especially just like economically where things are right now, is like okay, like if things are getting a little bit tighter, well, balloons the thing that people want to spend on, right? Now, fortunately, we have like an online business too to buffer against that. But you just have to ask yourself, like, sometimes if there's a customer that's just really, they don't seem convinced that they want to spend on this thing, right? Like, just kind of know where your customers are at mentally. Something I wanted to kind of like circle back on is the idea of just like personal finance too, and like how this comes back to you. I can tell you that 2 years ago, we personally made more money on Bashify than we do today. But we're way happier with the balance that we have with it. Like 2 years ago, we didn't have an office. We were working out of our home. We had one employee who was coming to our home to work. We had basically no overhead, and we had to work like late into the night to do it. Right? Versus like we're the lowest paid employees at Bashify. But we also know that we have a team to help us make stuff happen so that we can focus on getting bigger, because getting bigger is what we want to be focused on. And I think spending the time to reflect on like what do you want your day-to-day life to look like, you know, how much as you think about that life, like what employees and people do you need around you, what resources, how much is that going to cost, like how large do you have to scale your business, right? Like ultimately if you're the founder of a business and you're trying to scale it, you want to build a team, you become the marketing person, you become the growth person, or you have to pay someone a lot to do it. That's kind of like, once you decide to like start hiring employees and all that, you become the growth engine.
And I think, I know this is up here, and I would really encourage, especially if you're a newer business or getting into it, especially, Chris really pushed me on this, when I first started this, it was like, how much money do you want? And I think that, and I can say this, and I feel like as a woman, it can feel very easy to want to minimize that. And it's like my background's in nursing, I was a nurse. And so I remember just being like, well, I'll just make exactly what I made as a nurse, and that will like be great. But then if I really get into it, it's like, no, of course I want to make more than that. Like, right, like I'm leaving this profession that I went to school for and I paid all this money for, like I'm going to be doing it, like I want to do it, right? I want to do it well. And so, and then I think the other one comes down to is however much money you think you need to make, you probably need to make double or more than that, unfortunately.
And there's nothing like, normalize that.
Normalize
That's not
that,
bad, doesn't make you a bad person, doesn't make you greedy, it's just the financial reality of the world.
Yeah.
Right, like, $1 million is a lot less than you think, especially in business revenue. There's a lot of $1 million businesses out there. Because at the end of the day, what you get to take home, especially to be able to do that much revenue, is a lot smaller than you think. Anything to add on that?
No, I think that, and I think along with all this is very much of like, and we'll get into this more later, but like know your numbers. And I'm very big on that, which is also why I very much try to talk about that a lot online specifically, because I feel like people don't. And whether that's, you know, talking about like your, you know, breaking down like your profitability, your numbers or things like that, but like the amount of times I've talked to someone who has a very successful business, or it's like growing really fast, I'm like, oh, well, how much do you make? And they're like, oh, I actually have no idea. And I'm like, we should probably know that. Like, we should probably know that, and it's okay if we don't right now, but that should be something that's like a very high priority, because you'll also be like, oh wow, I actually had no idea that I was spending that much on these subscriptions. I can actually get this, and this off. I mean, that's really important.
Question for you guys, so you mentioned you have 2 girls, were they there when you started the business, or like in the last couple years?
They were in our stomach.
So yes, we started Bashify in September of 2020, and then September, and then our first daughter was born in September of 2021.
Oh wow.
So I got pregnant like right after starting, which was kind of rough, and then our second daughter was born July of 23. 23, right? I don't know what year. Not that old. She's 2,
Yeah.
so whatever that means. But yeah, so we've been doing this throughout like having kids and all that kind of stuff, which also is the questions too of like.
Yeah.
The questions of like, do you want to work like weekends, right? Because like we struggle with that because like they just started school, so it's like it's great they're in school Monday through Friday, but then we would have this conversation even today. It's like we haven't really seen them in town all week, but then we're here on a Saturday, right? Which we know that, right? But it's like, well then if we're working every Saturday, how do we make sure that then we're spending time with their kids in the way that we want to be present in their lives? And I don't think that there's some magic number out there or whatever, right? It's very, very like a personal thing. There's gonna be times and stages in your life when you're potentially with them more or less and things like that, but having like those conversations are very important too.
Yeah. You want to talk about what that September to September time looked like? Because our business changed a lot
Sorry, you mean?
from 2020 to 2021. Basically from when we started to when like a few months after baby was born.
Yeah? What about it? I feel like you have a story to tell.
No.
Like, I don't know, what do you mean? I was just pregnant, like, I don't know.
When did y'all get into online? Like, did you realize, you're
So
hoping to grow that so
yeah.
that you can be less,
Partially, yeah.
So when we started, we got married in August of 2020. We started in September of 2020. And we were just, and so we were like, we were gonna like, and it was Bree's idea, and we'll do like picnics in the park up in Seattle. So we had like a little RAV4, and we fill it with stuff, and we go to the park, and we'd set things up.
In the rain,
It'd be
because
like,
it was Seattle,
yeah,
and it rained.
we had like U-line tents and bubble tents and all of this stuff, and it was like truly like deranged.
It was horrible.
Like,
So bad.
I think that like we needed to be like studied for why we were doing this.
Yeah, no, we kept, it was one of those games of chicken where we kept being like, it's gonna bring it up first, that this is not like a reasonable
Yeah,
thing for us to be doing, but like also don't wanna like kill the dream, right?
Yeah, and I remember so we got started, like I built like a couple like tables, and we took some of our wedding stuff, we bought a few things, and so we would charge $150 for a 2-person picnic, which would cover like, they would pick a park, we'd go set it up, there'd be flowers, some light snacks, a drink, and then we'd come clean it up. And I remember reading, well, like, we're doing like enough revenue to cover like my nursing salary, or like my income from before, and I was like, yeah, and you're getting paid $2 an hour for this. And like not that I was a part of it, like we were both there and doing the setup, and I was like, we are getting screwed. And so I remember we had like some content do well on TikTok, and I think we did like $8,000 in revenue.
Mind you, this is on $150 picnics.
Yeah, and we would like do a weekend, and we would do like 10 of them.
It was horrible.
It was like actually like I want to jump out the window.
It was horrible.
Right, and so we would like pack up our car, and then we would have 2 cars, so the one car would come reload the other car. It's like when the plane refuels the plane.
Oh, that's
Like he was doing that, and we would set it up, and then we would be like, Bree had like 4 weather apps, and she would be like, well, this one says the wind is going to be 8 miles an hour, but like this one says it's going to be 10, and like the rain's coming in from the southwest, and like, oh my god, like it was so stressful. And we so we kept doing it, and I remember like on the $8,000, I think we made like 2,000 or something like
Maybe.
that. Yeah, and it's like, and it was like, and also she had gotten pregnant. She had horrible like sickness for the first 6
I just
weeks.
kind of assumed that when I got pregnant, like I'd be fine. Like I was like, nah, I'll be good. Like I'll just push through. No, you can't.
And so for those first 16 weeks, like the big victory was her making it from the bed to the couch. And so I was like in like our car driving around, and I had like my laptop and a hotspot, and I bought it in so I could plug my laptop in. And I was just like, honey, this is insane. I wish I thought it was fun. And she would like basically summon the energy to like make the flowers, and then give it to me, and then I would head on. And we were just looking at it, like we weren't getting paid enough, and then we basically got booted out of parks by the parks department. And we were like, oh my god.
Yeah, it was like the best thing ever.
Yeah, and it was,
Oh, we can't do any more moves.
it was the perfect reset that we needed. It was just the obstacle we needed to stop. Be like, okay, we're not making the money we want, we're not living the lifestyle we want, so like, what's the adjustment? And so that was the adjustment to then be like, okay, well, we need to make more money per event, we need to find customers who we can charge more, we need to work less, right? And so those were the two things. So then we did larger events. How do we like target those people? We made that shift. It did better in the summer, but not the winter, right? So then the next thing, Bree's idea was, well, what if we can sell something similar to this experience online? So we can do it year round. We're not limited to Seattle's geography. That's how we got into online. So it's like, rather than feeling like you need to have this plan figured out, I feel like it's our learning. Rather than having this plan figured out, I have a perfect 50-page business plan that details exactly what I do, and I'm gonna nail it. Like, take each roadblock and make your pivot.
Yeah, so I was a manager in corporate, so for me, right, it's like it's unrealistic to think that whatever business I want to start is going to pay me what I was making hourly. It's no way. My price would have to be. So when you start a business, when is the moment that you like, okay, now that I can compare, instead of like, this is what I'm bringing in the whole versus this is what is actually costing me per hours to do that. When do you switch that? Because if I only go for like, well, if I divided my job by hours, it would be like, absolutely no. Even an Amazon delivery worker will be doing better than you doing what you do. But if you don't do that, then you're never going to start a business and then you never grow. So when do you go from this is what I'm making whole versus like this is what I'm making whole and hourly, so it matched kind of what I was making before?
I think there comes to like, if you imagine yourself like you're at point A and you want to get to point B, right? You're gonna like make progress. You can only make progress so fast when you have another job or you have other obligations, right? There's gonna be a gap between like your income is gonna go down, right? Your probably health is gonna suffer, right? Like but there's gonna be this gap, but you have like where the art I think is figuring out when am I close enough that I can take the jump, right? I think it was for us, it's like we were asking ourselves, if we just went all in, would we have enough momentum and do we have enough skills, we can feel confident enough that in 3 months or 6 months or a year, we can get to where we want to be, right? It comes down to betting on yourself.
Yeah.
To say it's a progress is like step by step, and when you feel that it's ready, you have to jump.
Yeah, it's like if you were to have like if you're in like a book business, for example, right? Like let's say you have something else going on, so you can't market as much, or you're basically like you're not as like honestly like, kind of like obsessed with it in the same way. You have to ask yourself like, do I believe that if I just went all in on this and this is all I thought about, could I like make the transition? Right? Like if I just put my neck and back into it, could I get there? Yeah.
Any other questions before we break for lunch?
We can also keep doing this all week.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We'll get a little table up front.
Seriously, I'm starving.
Yeah. Here, it's like the sweetheart table. We have to turn this off.
I'm blinded by this. Okay, so my wonderful friend Ainsley, she's the owner of Lot, Top Letter Board. She did sandwiches and charcuterie boats, so please would help yourself to those. There's plenty. There's like 50 plus sandwiches, like 20 plus charcuterie boats. So please have plenty. And then please get some more drinks as well. We're gonna restock those, and then there'll also be a restock of cold brew and tea.
Yes, I'm gonna go order the burgers right now.
From Reception Coffee, so that'll get refreshed as well. So go do that, and then we're here to chat, and then we'll have our next session at 1. And then for anyone, also just a reminder, bathrooms are down the hallway. They're all the way down, and there's 2 down there. So feel free to go down there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, no, you're fine.
Sorry, I need to live.
Yes, yes. So we're talking about how to do how the different strategies
You can grab them off the shelf over there.
Is it the last one? Okay.
I'm fired.
You're so.
You're okay.
I'm tired.
I think there are, generally speaking.
Honestly, nothing
Very
to scratch.
durable.
Oh, no, not so much, but that's okay.
One will be-
Did I scratch it?
You're okay.
I think it's more like front.
Yeah, just. It's literally nothing is different. What music you on? Okay, yeah.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
This is for that.
Yes. So right now, how do you find it? Is that word of mouth? Okay. And how did you do it? Okay. Do you get a lot of that?
I like the study girls. Also, she's like a girl
I know, face marketing, they want to figure, they're going marketing.
Is that too quiet?
So we'll, here, Chris, go here. So. You didn't. $100 between $50 to $100 on table. And that will, so where are you guys located? In St. Robert? Oh, okay. So you could do, so, okay, first of all, you can meet to the side of the
Well, let's just say 10 years.
It depends on how big and how
That's my question.
So versus Instagram, so, I mean, for that,
move their couch out of the way, maybe like pin it to the wall so the wall is wood.
Yeah.
The old house, if you would project onto it, would trace a symbol, and then behind the partners, then you would lay on the floor and you would sit on the floor like 100 degrees. Snowing, like all hours of the night, would be like sitting on the floor and painting. And so fabric is hard because it just like builds it up and then like it's working on such a huge scale. So I've had people like masters, they're trying to and I'm like right now just I said how do you do it? I'll have to say but now I do like paper banners, and I'll like friends like or like stuff, and then I my banners, but a lot of people would want something to do it if it like makes sense. So really everything you're trying to do is
No, but I started practice.
yeah. So what's your name? Taylor. What's your thing? It's Taylor. It's around so T-A-Y-N-O-R-P-H-Y. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, I started a job. So it's also so I'm learning about stuff.
That's what I was asking. I see what you're making those I just because you also have more experience.
Okay, so other people might have this one. I really the brands are actually in Waco. They're actually like in Waco across the street. So I just feel like and then you walk into it and it's gorgeous and it's like it literally is like a credit union, our guys, like it looks so tangible and it's like sort of I literally like before I was like, oh my god, your sales are right too, like look at mine. Yeah. This is like it's like that was like this maybe a unique race.
Yeah, so we don't, so I know what,
That's the one person, right?
no, I don't feel like we met that nicely, right?
They're really awesome.
Okay, yeah, like, I started a business on the side, I started partnering with their, today, and your new life, which is our, like, this is in the middle of there, which is right there, but we're super slow, and I go back to split, I don't know how many times, because like, I have to try to feel confident, like, a little different, just, I should do other things to like market ourselves, kind of get it in a unique way, right? So that's what my goal is. You're right there, figure out how to
You know what I realized?
That stuff is going on.
You do that,
Do y'all get sorority runs?
Yeah.
You know how all that's on?
We barely started.
Not for your business.
Generally speaking,
Because my I set up.
So what's it $100?
and also it's like, I'm like, you guys are like,
Yeah.
are they doing
All over that light.
They do such
Personally,
a
what do I
and like, look at,
also like
I feel like y'all do like all
all
that,
like virtual
stuff.
We work
So
on
maybe
exactly
speaker,
Are you in a restaurant right now?
Well, okay, so I went to Baylor. I went to Baylor. I went to Baylor, but mine is like y'all are just sort of like big little like kind of thing. So my grand big. So essentially like my grandma, she's from Lubbock, grew up in Lubbock, moved back to Tech. So she has a huge balloon business out there. I don't know if you've heard of LBK design, but she does like the Tech sorority houses. But she had a baby and now she's a gynecologist, like started her residency. This girl's been through like med school. She graduated early and was running like a big balloon business in Tech. Wow. And does like the houses. And she was like many months pregnant, like up on a cherry picker doing an install, and her mother was like, never again, Lauren, never again. But she's backing off now that she's like in her residency. But like, I'm like just casually like birthing babies and decorating sorority houses on Rush Talk. Go for it. But it's like in Lubbock, it's insane because they're like so isolated, and so she has like, but they have so much money. She had such a great business out there, and now she's just walking away to go to her babies all the time. Like,
Is she shutting her business down?
pretty much. She like still has like bins of inventory, but it's like my maid of honor for my wedding, we just went on her bachelorette trip. And so like she and I were doing like installs like for every day of her trip, like changing it every morning. So she'll do it for like friends and family still, but like expanded business, she's like probably will never touch a sorority house again. But like her stories are insane. Yeah. The houses are crazy.
Yeah, no, I was seeing somewhere, I was like, each house, and like, I don't, every like place is different, but like each house has like at least like $15,000 budget. And then, they're doing like 10 houses.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's, So we've done things like outside of like rushing, basically, so like we've done like, I don't know, the sororities will do like, like a Valentine's.
Formal.
Yeah, exactly, things like that, but like definitely a little bit smaller, so we'll definitely get like I feel like it's around that. But generally speaking, I think for like bid day, they've just got them on lock, and I'm like, you know what? That's so okay. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, it'd be cool to get one, but like, I'm definitely not like pining for it.
Yeah. Those are definitely interesting because most people inquire with us between 2 and 6 weeks out, and all of the sorority stuff is like 4 to 6 months out.
Yeah, I was on the committee for my sorority at Baylor where we like decorated for Rush and we were planning everything, but Baylor doesn't have sorority houses, so we can't do installs like that. It's all in your chapter room. We had a Panhellenic building, so there's like 9 rooms that are massive inside of it. So most of it we're doing ourselves, but we would like be planning like 2 semesters before for the next years because it's like so flushed out. It's all a performance.
Yes, no, it is. It's insane. It's insane. Yeah, no, every time, because I'm obviously on Rush Talk, and I'm like watching all their dances, and I'm just like, this is a production.
It is. Yeah, and then at least like at Baylor, it was interesting because we didn't have houses.
Okay.
So, but you had like in the neighborhood surrounding campus, you'd have a house that 7 girls from one sorority would live in. So you'd still have houses like that kind of belonged to that sorority, but they weren't like official sorority houses.
I feel like my takeaway from this is we need to start a sorority rush production company.
Yeah.
That just, like, we bring in and it's like Shanti Company. Everyone dances with the balloons, and then we've got a videographer.
So I was telling them, like, I paint banners, and the way I started doing it was, like, you know, brown paper banners have blown up on TikTok. And I started, like, a year ago before there was, like, so many people doing it. But I started painting banners in college for my sorority, but we were doing them on, like, the bed sheets that you see, like, tacked up on houses. Because obviously, like, you need them to be huge. And so what we would do is we'd go to, like, I was a Zeta, we'd go to a Zeta house where 7 Zetas lived in, and me and one of my friends, we would spend hours in my now husband's garage painting on the floor on this bed sheet, and then we would go and like be climbing on people's shoulders to like nail it into the brick on the houses, and then they'd stay up all week, and then they would go film the like TikTok dances in front of the house with like the banner taped up on it, and it was just like the most cracked thing ever.
No, it's crazy.
Yeah.
How long would it take you to paint?
The sheets, hours if not days, because it like soaks up all the paint. And so what we do, we would use my husband's like fraternity house garage. We would move their couch out of the way, we'd tack it up, we'd trace it, and then we'd put a huge tarp on the floor and paint. Like there were times where we'd be painting overnight in January, like freezing. We'd have like 4 layers of socks on, so we're like, we need to get this done. You know, we have rush during the day, we have school starting, and like this thing needs to get done. So we would sit for like hours in the garage, whether it was 100 degrees or like Snowmageddon in 2022, just painting for hours and hours and hours. And I'm like, I don't think I'll ever paint a sheet again. I'm traumatized.
So fair.
Yeah.
I was like an RA in college, and I had the sorority one, and it was the freakiest thing. Because it's like Rush Week, they would have posters taped up on our hallway of all these girls' photos, what car they drove, the nickname. Like it's, I mean, I was in Alabama, right? So it's like, you know, like what you see Bama Rush, but it would be all this factual information that they would be able to extract. And this was like 10 years ago, so before like a lot of social media.
Wait, you put it on the walls?
They put it on the wall because you have to memorize
You
some of the
memorize
girls.
your PNMs.
Yeah, the girls that you're trying to like target, and they
We
would
did
like.
PowerPoints.
Yeah,
I
they
was
just
just
have
I feel like the PowerPoints, you know, but I feel like the PowerPoint is more of like, oh, this is very organized and corporate versus like up on the wall. Is
Well, like back in the day, they would sometimes have like, back in the day before, they would have like flip books where like everyone would have like a little notebook with like everyone's information. Yeah, literally, like it was like, they would make little like packets for you before they were.
I mean, so all the sorority stuff is so new to me because I grew up in Washington, where that's just like not really, like, it's like, you know, sororities are much more like southern. Well, Kristen a little bit more, but she grew up in New York, so it's still like a little bit closer. But yeah, I had no idea that they even existed until frankly we kind of like moved here, and then I was like, oh, this is like a whole like thing, like this happens crazy. Yeah, I had no idea.
These are incredible.
Okay, now that's totally.
Yeah,
totally
Do it.
How do you store your balloons?
Oh, good question.
What do you mean by that?
Like organization, what you physically use to put them in, I mean, they go in the bag, some are resealable, some are not.
Yep.
How do you store them in your, what do you do?
You asked me this question.
Like, this is his thing.
Okay. So, when we first started, I'm thinking still a lot of people do this, is we had those, like, the IKEA pull-out drawers that everybody gets, they're like the mesh wire ones, which, by the way, those are the cheapest, than that one. Oh, look. So we started with that, so we would have each bin with a color, and then we would put it, the way we did it is, we would have, like, all the, like, 11-inch, 5-inch, whatever, we would rubber band them together, and then we would have, like, an active bag. So, like, if you're just starting, that's probably the easiest way to do it, is like each bin is a color, you rubber band all the sizes, and then we get these big bags, and then we put all the open bags in there, so it's like one open bag. Yeah, thank you. We'd have one, like, 11-inch, like, bag, one 5-inch, whatever, all in this big bag.
Okay.
And so, like, even now, that's still what we transport things in. And so then, what's really nice about, like, that system, especially if you're, like, lower volume, right? It's great because you're just like, oh, I ran out of 11 inches, so now I need to order more, right? And you can just like do it as you go along, especially like with installs and stuff, it's easier to keep track of. Then we did try at one point to put them in these little canisters because we're like, oh, we put it on the shelf, it's so cute. It's like so inefficient. It's simply not worth it. Then we got into the kits business. We were doing it the same like pick out of these drawers kind of way, but we like couldn't. We were doing enough business where we're like, this is such a pain to keep track of. Because what we would do, so then what we did is like, we would like pack our kits, and at the end of every day, we would keep the trash of bags that we threw out, and then we would manually like deduct those from a Google sheet, right? And we were like, this is painful.
Also okay.
Also painful. But again, it's still same way as storage, right? Because there's storage versus how you're keeping track of things. Then, one day, no, you're good. Transparently, I just went into like a fever dream for 2 days, and because I have a software engineering background, so I basically built a database for everything. So we have our Shopify orders that come through Shopify. Yeah.
Live demonstration. Love it.
Well, you're gonna have to move them.
Okay, sorry. I'm out.
Well, I don't want to be blinded.
Oh, no worries.
I know. We're pulling back the curtain here. So we use, this is like, transparently, this is not something we can just like give to you guys, because it's like, it's not even really possible for us to just like spin this up for you. So there's this software called Airtable. It's very similar to Google Sheets, but it's like if Google Sheets was like literally given steroids. It's basically how it works. So we have this giant table. So we keep track of pretty much everything. So
Oh my God.
we have, we have everything to the cent. So we know like Palisand, standard color, size, small, they cost us 13 cents a blend. So we know exactly what it is. We know all of our brands. It like links between these different databases. We know our categories. So there's reflex and mirror, standard pearl, agate, which we don't carry anymore. We have every color that we stock. And this works across installs and kits. We got this level of detail because of kits.
Yeah, sure.
So we know the color, name, the brand, what pricing category it's in. We're not like, everyone can vary slightly, but it gives us a general idea. We know what balloon kits every single one has been used in. We have like an inventory, and then we also have this replaces category. So this is how we keep track internally of what colors replace what. So whenever we like, Lily's, which is who we primarily order from, they don't have it. It we have a system that automatically picks out which color to order instead from them. Sizes, and then the big one is our latex balloon inventory. So we built it where we have like, this is exactly how many balloons we have like on our shelves right now. So we break it out by brand, color, size, and then we have a usage trend. So we have rolling 7, 14, 30, 60, and 90-day usage trends, which is how many we're using per day across installs and kits. So like, for example, our Imperial Red from Sempertech Small, we have 140 on our shelves right now. Our next order, because we order bi-weekly, needs to be 350. Usage is up 65%. We're using 11.5 per day at our highest daily. Our 7-day rolling average is 16 units per day, so we like need 16 small per day. And then this is basically a database that has like code behind it to make all of this work. So every time we get a Shopify order, it immediately like takes it out.
Okay, so is it like an API that you go to your CRM system?
So
to
we use,
handbook to
so
pull it?
we use something, actually, for all of our installs, we do it all within this. So, we, like, you know, when you check out, there's a barcode. Normally manufacturers should provide you with the barcodes that, like, of what that means. The balloon brands don't do it, so we just build our own. So we had our employees and us scan every single bag that we ever purchase and then code it. So, where's our barcode guide? So this is the barcode, this is the color, the brand, the size, how many quantity are actually in this bag, the undiscounted cost, pricing category, everything. So that's all available in there. So then we have our inventory that we get checked in from our purchases, it goes into the shelves. So to answer your question a little more directly, we now have it where every color has its own shelf. We literally get the Amazon Basic shelves.
Okay.
We get a 5-tier shelf, and then you get these little cardboard boxes that fold into, and like you can see it on our TikToks, like they're there.
Okay.
They're like these little bins. You can get like little plastic bins if you want. We fold them, we fit 4, it fits perfectly. So it's like 4 wide, and then it's like baby, small, medium, large, each size. So we like open up the bags and we just dump them in there. Every time we like open a bag, we scan it into our barcode system so that like it goes in there. And then we pull bags for installs, not individual balloons. So we have, so like this is actually how we estimated for this. So we knew that we were doing 15 feet, we were doing the colors flamingo, pastel yellow, pastel lilac, and cheeky. If you look in here, each of these things is filled on a very complicated sheet formula, which is specific to like how we estimate things. So what I can do here, for example, is let's say I wanted to up this to like 35 feet, everything below here would update, and if I wanted to add another color, that would automatically get added in. And so then for our team, it's broken down, so like Garland, like Balbina, who's here, she'll be back soon, she's our coordinator, so she inputs all this info. This is just like accessory stuff to actually make the calculations work. The what to inflate is for our team members who like actually inflate stuff, so that goes there, and then the what to order so that we can replenish our inventory goes here. These are also like, you can look in here, but it's rounded to quantities, so this is rounded up to the nearest 100 because we buy all of our 11-inch balloons in 100 counts. All of our mediums are bought in 6 counts, so it rounds to like the nearest 6, and then that way we can place the appropriate order to like replenish. We check those bags out via barcode and Airtable. So it's like a little, basically like a little app in Airtable. We have barcode scanners, they scan it, it goes out, and then whenever they're done, we actually have like little scales, so we know how much a balloon weighs, and then we put it on the scale to check it back in.
Oh gosh, wow. That's
We're nerdy. Yeah, so we've gotten it really efficient.
Oh, for sure,
basically.
yeah. And
Yeah.
that's why you guys are so successful. Efficient.
Yeah, because the idea is like the formulas that are in this cell, because this is basically based on a template file. So every time someone books an install with us, this Google Sheet automatically gets copied. And we have, where is it? Where'd you go? So like we have a separate Airtable for all of our balloon installs. So these are all the projects that we have going on right now. We track like balloon, so like in here, it's like, here's the address, every single client gets a setup document, here's the Honeybook project that we booked them in, this is the project inventory that automatically gets created. Clients get design documents, so they see what it's gonna look like, but it's all based on templates, it's all automatic. But like, we just added the design documents. This has taken us probably like 18 to 24 months. to get to. Yeah, so like,
Yeah, you wanna open one?
I was like,
Yeah, I was like, let's open one.
I'm trying to see which one.
Which one's done?
I'm trying to see which one would be a good one to show. Oh, Joel's would be a good one.
Yeah.
So this is like a corporate client, so every single time, like, we literally started these this week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like the newest edition, so it's like,
you're
not gonna-
excited about it.
yeah. So basically, like every single client, it gets this cover photo. We actually, our policy is to share this through Canva, so clients can actually leave comments and feedback rather than going back and forth.
Smart.
Yeah, collaborative documents, way better than like sending PDFs back and forth. So what we do is like every single template, it's like a copy of this. So then we have little swatches here to show them like, here are the balloon colors, what do you think about that? Here are like what the marquee letters are gonna look like. This is for a really big client, so then we do full mock-ups, right? So like, here are the balloon colors, we use our simulator, like on our website for our kits. We literally just take screenshots of it and then we like background remove and just like pack it all together. Which sounds kind of ratchet, but it works.
It does, I do it actually.
Sorry?
Sorry. I do these for my birthday parties,
Yeah.
so my family members, they know where they have to do, so I do, and I do the
Yeah.
screenshot for your website.
Yes.
Yeah, so then like, so what's cool about this is that this is the client version, but actually that like Google Sheet that I showed you guys, where it shows all the numbers, is our internal version. And they're like basically the same, it's different ways to communicate the same information. So then we all know what's supposed to go here, the client has a really clear thing. We try and put like dimensions where possible, so they know how big things are gonna be, and then they can give us feedback on all of this.
When you share this, do you make them an editor or just like
Just a viewer,
moderator?
just a
Just
commenter.
viewer.
Yeah, we don't want them to edit it. God forbid they accidentally do stuff.
I know, and they're like, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then I guess this one's not filled out. This is actually what the template looks like. So when somebody like books a project, we have like, this is for like any delivery driver, any setup team, like event. I mean, this is just like our office defaults to location. But it's like, please, like we have Valvina rewrite everything that's been purchased so that like when we pack, we don't miss things. I can show you, who did we do this for the other day? Emily had it.
Yeah.
So like every single packing item that we have, so that way we don't miss something, because we've forgotten to put stuff in the van, like we screw up.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's like Jambo is like our go bag, like did we put the duffel bag that has extra balloons, the big ladder, because this one was gonna be at a place where we needed like the big ladder, not the little ladder that we like standard pack. And then we number and label all of our bags. So we do it where we do like main garland and then accessory and then fill it. So that way each one can work separately.
Jump in and do it.
Yeah.
How many ones do you have?
We have 3 full-time, so one's a coordinator, 2 are like packers and installers, and then we have a lineup of contractors who will come help.
We have like 3 part-time though, so
Yeah.
it's 6.
You're officially 48 hours out.
Yeah. Anything else on this? But yeah. This is open up for most people.
Should I have the capability?
Yeah. I think we'll get more into this too. I'm not gonna leave people's like personal info up there, so I'll leave this. But I think that like, what are the things that anybody, like, so like storing your balloons, right? The baskets are fine in most cases.
Yeah.
Like, please don't hire someone like me to do that, because it's really because of kids. But it's like, bins are totally good, right? Like, actually, we have a system, like those bins over there that you see. We haven't actually like done this, so I'm a little bit of a hypocrite, but each one of these bins has a little tag, you can tap your phone on that, and then it will, like, we reprogram it, or we could reprogram it every time. So
Yeah, we
these-
wouldn't have to do that, we weren't supposed to do that.
The ladies are not as techy as I am.
Just forget.
But basically, like, every time we have an install, they, like, put the bags that were on that section of the sheet, which is like, well, how much do we need? They put it in there, and then we, like, put it on a shelf, and then it's queued up. And it could be there for, like, weeks or months, but we just queue all over install. Get over here. But yeah, I think, going back to your original question, like, I think those bins are totally great. Like, do that, separate them out, rubber band, label. If you have a digital, like, version of things, that's like really great. And then, like, having that sheet or some kind of template where you know how much you have to inflate every time is great. And I think the biggest thing is like, we created that and we didn't update it for a long time. And we were like, oh, here's so many extra bullets. And then we were like, oh, now we don't have enough. And it's like, just keep refining those formulas.
I have a question. Do you sell the batteries that you make? No. Okay.
The background.
Yes. I have a really bad experience with all the backdrops that I make. Someone that are like super tall, the other ones that are not like, I don't know. Yes, it's so like difficult to like find like a guy to do it. So
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you
Do
see
you
the
like having
backdrops.
super custom backdrops or just more like a black?
And well, somebody made me one with shelves that I use only one time. That's the thing, you know.
I'll give you some context for some local groups.
Okay.
I have that same,
For all of
well, I had an event yesterday.
Yeah.
I was supposed to have a custom, like a picture frame
Yeah.
backdrop.
Yeah.
And first, I was supposed to have it back in May. Didn't happen for that setup, so we had to pivot. So then they were like, okay, well, it'll be done by my event in August. And like Tuesday, they're like, we're still waiting on a piece. It's been back ordered 3 or 4 times. Then Wednesday, then Thursday, she was like, it'll be here by 8 p.m. I was like, okay, I need to get it painted. Then yesterday,
That's the paint, yes.
nothing. And so I had to pivot the whole little stuff and everything. Still came out good, but I was just like, and this is the second time that 2 different people have had to.
I know, that's my same problem.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Reliable, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask?
You can sell the backdrop that you make.
Oh, we're gonna get there. Because one of the materials we're gonna release is how to build them, but like basic ones. Because I'm curious for each of you, how much are you paying for those custom backdrops, and how much are you renting them for?
So, for my setup back in May, I was supposed to be getting 3 different backdrops. It was like a square one, like that double, so like 1, 2, and then the picture frame backdrop. So it was supposed to be 3. I think I paid like $1,600. Literally, this is what they told me, and you have to go on people's words. The night before the event, their storage unit burnt down. Yeah.
Lord.
So then, the person that I was going through, because it was like, I was talking to the middleman. It was like her woodworker, so I was talking to her. So then that day we had to scramble and find anything. So then I lost out money because she was like, well, I spent more money renting you these backdrops for your event, even though I was purchasing the ones that I was originally supposed to get. So then they were like, well, we'll still do the picture frame backdrop. So then the event that I had yesterday, I had purchased 2 more backdrops, and I think I got 2 more backdrops for $680. And it's like, have y'all seen the ripple wave? So it goes like this, but it's like the little pillars, like little ripples, tall kind of, but it kind of goes out like this. And then I got LED walls, so it has the little curves with the LED lights. I got that for $6.
But you got them specifically for a client, and then you're like analogous.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. How much do you charge a client for?
So for it was a family. So
How much
for
would you
the
charge a client for?
it was a very big. I struggle with pricing.
Sorry, how much would you have charged them just for like
Just
the
to
line?
rent. Just to rent the thing. If I had to paint it, maybe like 200, because it's a big size. It's a big size thing. Yeah. Yes.
And how much would both the May and your current client, how much was their total bill?
Well, the May client, that was an extravagant prom send-off. So they spent like $13,000. And then my client yesterday was $3,500. But it was, for this one, I did full decor. So I'm talking tablescapes, florals, everything.
Was it $3,500 for everything, or for your like?
Yes, for everything, yeah. And so right now, I'm like barely breaking even on things, because it's like I'm just not pricing things correctly.
I got you.
Even on the prom send-off, for it to have been such a high ticket, I think, like I said, their final invoice was like $13,200, and then I think I might have profited like $2,000.
I a slide for you.
Yes. Okay, wait, quick interruption. We have our new coffee from Ascension. They also gave us cookies. There's a little bit of a milk spill, so we're just cleaning that up, but the cookies are good. And then these are both fresh from Ascension. And there's, so yeah, so there's refills right here as well.
Thank you.
Let's talk about pricing.
Yeah, the pricing is.
Okay, people will always ask, like, how do I price? Right? There's the concern of like, how do I make money? How do I know what to price? Number one, like, just for like anchoring, like in any like negotiation 101, is just ask yourself, what are other people charging? Okay? That's the easiest thing. Now, when you're thinking about like your cost structure, do you know the difference between like gross and net?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So we're focusing primarily on gross, not net here. Okay? And this framework is best for like events in general. You can use it for others. So imagine a balloon install, you have before, during, and after. So before, and then each category you have labor, goods, and overhead. Right? Like literally write this out like a matrix, right? And put what goes into each one. So for example, beforehand, right? Like you have to talk to a client. You gotta have your back and forth with them. You have like your design time, prep time, calls, all of that. Right? You have the inflating balloons, painting, whatever it is. And if it's not you, it's an employee, right, or a contractor, right? So that's all your labor. Count up the hours, right? If you want to start and like you want to, if you're nervous about how much you're going to be billing a client, start at $20 an hour, but don't do less. Because $20 an hour, right, like for example, if you were to pay somebody $20 an hour, like that's what you're physically handing to them, you still have payroll tax and other stuff on top of that. So it's like $20 an hour minimum, right? Like always price into your business that you're paying yourself to run. Okay, so let's start at 20. So it's like take the number of hours that you're spending or that you project to spend. You can also look back on your past projects, calculate that out, you know, and there you go. So there you got your labor, that's before. Your goods, so anything you need to purchase, balloons, wood, whatever. If you, I think it's okay to, sometimes there can be a lot of pressure to be like, I have to find out exactly how much this costs and be like so upfront about it. I think it's, like we put this in our contracts and certain items, sometimes we're like, we're not really sure how much this part's gonna cost. Using our expertise, here's how much we think it is, we're gonna give you an out. If this just ends up being too expensive, you're not committed to this, right? Like if there's some big backdrop and we said, hey, we think it's gonna be this much, we come back to them, actually it's gonna be twice as much. If you wanna back out, that's okay. I think that the desire to win business and give them a firm price and then be stuck with it, screwed over by it is so tempting. And like, yeah, then you get the check for this one or that one, but like you'll bleed money and you'll burn yourself out. And then overhead. So do you know what amortization is? So amortization, it's cost per wear, right? You think about your clothes, cost per wear. If I pay $200 for a pair of jeans and I wear them 200 times, it's $1 per wear. That's amortization. So for example, it's like your vehicle, right? Your amortized vehicle cost is your monthly payment and upkeep and gas and all of that divided by, you know, how many times you use it, right? So cost per wear is amortization. So any facilities, vehicles, things like that, that's what to think about here. And then you do the exact same exercise for during and after, right? So ask yourself, how long is this event going to take? How long am I driving for? How many miles am I driving for? What are all these materials? You need to buy yourself lunch because you're working for so long that it like overlaps with that. Like that's an expense.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when you do this exercise, frankly, is you're going to realize you're undercharging. And that's like across the board. It's going to be like scary. Because you're going to feel like, oh man, like did I really give a client that invoice? You'll probably lose clients.
And so then how do you, so like a lot of the things that I'm purchasing, I'm keeping. So how does that kind of come into play? Because I haven't experienced it, but I'm in touch Facebook where they're like, well, now my client wants to keep a centerpiece because they paid for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, but no, not really. So how do you kind of go about that when you're purchasing items specifically for an event, but like I bought 2 backdrops for the event, but those are my backdrops, like, so how do you price that correctly, I guess?
Yeah. So in our, like, when we write up an invoice, we write something rental, like backdrop rental,
Okay.
right? If the client has a problem with that, they can say, well, no, I don't need that. We don't really have that issue. Like,
I would say, I think the only time it can kind of come into play is when we're doing, so we'll do like full scale planning. We'll do like just balloons and full scale planning. I don't feel like when we're doing just balloons, it necessarily happens as often because it's like, right, it's like a backer, like who's necessarily gonna like want to get that, right? I think that's a little bit more like understandable. I think when it comes to then, when you're doing, when we do like the full scale planning, well, maybe we're buying like a very specific, like, I don't know, like we did a Winnie the Pooh party and it's like a very specific wagon, right? When we came to it, I think there's like 2 ways to think about it. If I'm buying it 100% just because like the client wants it, I'm gonna charge them full price, and so if they wanna keep it, like they have every like right to, because like we charged it in a way that I'm kind of expecting them to. And then if they're like, oh, I don't want this, I just wanna keep this as a rental, I just want you guys to keep it, then great, we kinda get like a free rental. Now it's not really free because you know we have to store it, and like people forget that there's like cost associated with that, right? So that's in a way that we'll like, you know, not even necessarily building up inventory, but more like we accumulate inventory, frankly. And so I think that though, if maybe a client's like wanting something that they're wanting it as a rental, I think it's just like, it's kind of just like how you're charging out and just making that very clear. Now, we don't do centerpieces, so I know that that can get like, it's very different because I've heard the same issue of exactly that. It's like, especially like fake flowers, you want to reuse them and they'll take them. But I think the general idea is being like very clear on the invoice of like, are you renting this or are you purchasing this from me? Because they're different prices.
Did y'all, when you first started out, because I know that the $150 techniques, like, have y'all slowly increased price? Like, how do you get business when you're just starting out? Because everyone will say do free, do discounted. So just your advice or thoughts there?
Yeah. I mean, that kind of gets into our next session. Should we start?
Yeah, I want to say one last thing on the pricing for rental items. It's a slippery slope to be like, I'm gonna buy it, like, this client wants it, so I'm gonna buy it, or whatever. Like, I think 80-20 thinking is really good when it comes to rentals. It's like, our backdrops are pretty plain. We have some complicated ones, but like really we keep it to like low texture or no texture, basic stuff, because 80% of the time that's what the client wants, right? And especially, you know, I don't know like what kind of team you have in place, but it's like, it's expensive to move stuff. Like, we have a van, but it's like, it's me lifting it most of the time, because it's also hard to find one person who can lift it and or 2 people to lift it together. So when, like, and for you as well, when you're thinking about like what backdrops to get, I would just encourage you to be like, how many times a month are my clients gonna rent this? If this client wants something so hyper specific, but also you're worried about how much you're charging them for it, that might be a red flag, right? Because if this client feels, and I hesitate to use this word, but if this client feels entitled to a level of design and care from you, but they're not willing to pay for that time, it's not like, forget principle for a second, it just may be a bad experience for both of you, right? Because you may end up bending over backwards, you're gonna be unhappy, you're not gonna do your best work. They're so particular that they have predestined themselves to be miserable. So now, all you're doing is hitching yourself to the wagon of their misery. And then like, they might leave you a bad review. Right? Like, we've fired clients before.
We've done it one time.
We've done it one time.
But yes, we've done it
But
one
yeah,
time.
but truthfully, it's like, sometimes like the buck isn't worth it.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it. And it's like,
Not all money's good money.
yeah, I mean, transparently, like, there's a client that we're like going back and forth with for next weekend, and we may just let it drop. Because it's like, they're actually working with like another vendor that we know who's just had some words of caution to say, and we're just like, this might not be worth it, right? And we may just let it go, because it's like, what's gonna happen is we are gonna try our absolute hardest. This person has kind of already made the decision that they're gonna be unhappy. And so what's gonna happen? We will probably not meet their bar, which is really no fault of our own. They're gonna be unhappy, then they are going to have negative things to say about us, or whatever, and there was really never anything to be done about it.
I mean, that's just something that you learn like through experience, right? Like there are certain things that we've like talked about. This is actually, I think the longer we've been in business, the less we feel like we almost have to like, explain ourselves. Because I think there's just certain things and certain clients, and it's not even like a judgment of them as like people, right? Like it's truly like in the best way possible, like not that deep. But there's just certain things where it's like we're just a net. We're just like we're not a match, and like that's okay. And that also comes I think with like knowing your client too.
Does anybody have to use the bathroom?
I recommend a cookie break. When y'all were starting out, did y'all ramp up your pricing, like, in the beginning, like, did you have to, or it's low to get clients, or was it?
When we started, so I guess like we're we never really ramped it more like pricing, which was like really to ramp it up, you know? But when it came to like balloons, so we started at $20.
Can I give them
Like generally price balloons, right?
I mean, I
Now we're
charge
like,
that,
you know, that's like a decent size.
I don't know,
right?
like,
It's like-
sometimes I just like give it away and some people.
And we actually stayed at 20, I think when we first started 22, we then stayed at 20 for probably the 25. But we kind of waited at 20 and we felt comfortable at 30 and then we just did a big jump. I don't think we would have anything wrong with us jumping to 25 and then jumping to 30 at some point. It was just like, we kind of stayed at 20 and then honestly it was like we got the right house, we started getting more employees, and then we jumped and we were like, okay, well, or like, we know they're still good 9:30, but we're not going to have the staff. Means that we kind of have to do that. And then we kind of waited as long as possible because we did want to get as much of business and work as possible. And then when we switched up, because I feel like we waited longer, actually didn't have, I'm sure we was, there, I know there times we haven't been things like that, but for the most part, we haven't had a lot.
Did,
Because we're able to have like, large, like showing for them.
yeah, did you announce it or did you just do it? And then no one cried about it, right? Yeah, okay.
We just did it.
That's what I think.
And like there were a few, like I'm pretty sure, I remember there was like some corporate client from like, 2 years ago or something, who came back and they were like, oh, okay, that's not our budget. Like no one was really that.
Yeah.
The other thing too is that even so in like a totally okay way, we were just like, yeah, like cost of living's gone up, tariffs has gone up, like our rent's gone up, like.
Yeah.
It just goes. Exactly, yeah. It's also like, our. Exactly. It's like, yeah, how's your pricing at 22? It's like now it's 25 and like, what's changed? Yeah, and it's also like, when, we started at $2 a bill, we had like literally touched it twice, right? Like,
Yeah.
versus like now, and it was like kind of understandable. Did you feel like nervous going from like 12 to 20? Yeah.
It was
Several times, thank you.
Yeah. I was like, there actually are a lot of people who are very like this stuff.
All of my repeat clients.
That's it. Cause how long did you start? 22. Okay, 22, yeah. Okay, that's literally when we started.
And then I got pregnant next year.
Yep.
And so,
Yeah.
and my daughter is in there.
Okay, so how old?
20 weeks.
That's what I really was pushing on that. Because the next day,
That's kind of hard.
they were like,
And so I still want this 12
because, like, you don't even know.
And I think that that's so, I think that that's a
Oh my God, what is this?
And it's like.
It's Canva, so we did the presentations in Canva, but Canva, so we could.
And it was,
But they allow like.
Yeah, that's why I'm.
that's all mine, but still.
Yeah.
And the backdrop was like,
Okay.
I mean, it didn't look right. It was only one. I mean, that's not the original. And this is like the security for the backdrop.
Okay, so our last 2 sessions are for the rest of the time, we're gonna do everything around marketing. We could, honestly, this could be a 4-day conference on marketing, so we're gonna answer as much as we can, dive into all of it, but please, like, ask questions, kind of like the different areas that you guys wanna learn more about based off of your own businesses. We're happy to like kind of go down like whatever avenue that looks like. So we're gonna start with performance marketing, which I'm gonna give a little overview of what exactly that is.
Yeah, so performance marketing, traditionally in like a corporate setting, is used to talk about like very analytics-driven, data-driven marketing. So it's like, you run an ad and then you look at how well it converts, and then you take that and then you like make extrapolations on it and make adjustments and you keep going, right? So performance marketing is basically like measurable marketing versus social media marketing, which Bree's going to cover in the next section. It's not that it isn't measurable, but it's a lot more squishy.
Yeah, it's more feel.
Yeah. All right. So what are we going to go over today? Who here knows what a conversion funnel is? Everyone will raise their hand by doing this. Okay, so we're going to learn what a conversion funnel is. We're going to really focus on something that's called top of funnel. Okay, we're going to focus on learning our basics for paid advertising. I don't expect, or we don't expect people to walk away from this knowing how to do their paid advertising, right? You're not going to walk away and fire up Google ads or fire up Instagram ads or something, but you will have a framework for understanding it. You'll be equipped to take the next steps to act on that. We're going to cover website basics. So specifically, what makes a successful website, right? What are the definitions of success we're going by? What does that look like? And then we're going to get a little bit into converting leads and sales. Who likes sales?
Good, Michael?
Okay, so this is what the conversion funnel is. All right, the conversion funnel is basically the idea that you take a customer or a potential customer through a journey, and along the way, people are going to basically fall off. So at the top, right, this is the widest part. It's the widest part because the most people fall into this category. So you get introduced to a client or a potential customer. Okay, then you lose some people because some people might see you. They might see you on Facebook. They might see you on Instagram. They might see you on TikTok, but they don't stay. Right, that person just scrolls right by you. But for the people who don't scroll by you, you capture some sort of information. You might just capture some of their attention. They might just like a post. They might follow you. They might go to your website and they might complete a form, right? But they take some kind of action that allows you to re-engage with them, whether it's algorithmically or intentionally. Then you're going to nurture that lead. So you now have a way of contacting that person, again, whether it's through the algorithm or explicitly. And so now you have the chance to email them, text them, DM them, whatever it is, to build some kind of relationship to eventually convert them. Convert is when you make the sale, right? That's the art of sale down there. And then the last thing that we're not going to go into for this session is the idea of care, right? So it's you do a big event for a client, send them a bottle of wine, right? Wish them happy birthday, whatever it is. Re-engage 60, 90 days later, you send an email, hey, I miss you so much. Can't wait to work with you again, right? Miss you. So, right? That's what the conversion funnel is. Do you have anything to add?
No, that's great.
Was this too much?
No, that's great.
Okay, so let's start with the introduction. Honey?
Oh my gosh, okay, where are you going to meet your customers? Also, if I'm in the way for you guys, let me know, I'll scooch out, okay? So, first off over here, we have TikTok. And also, you do not have to, I think it's very important, is you don't have to be on all these platforms. Advice I always give and have heard is very much master 1 or 2. And again, master is whatever you want to be mastering, right? No one's actually truly a master, right? But it's master these platforms, find the type of content that you like to make, get really comfortable with that before you go on to adding new ones. Otherwise, you're going to feel like you're jumping into these if you've never done any of it before, and you're going to be like, I can't do this, I'm so burnt out, right? It's when you start a business, it's you can't service everyone and everything. You have to start on one thing and get good at it, and then you slowly add things on. So the general ways you're going to meet your customer, at least online, socially, that's a lot of ways that we find business nowadays. Just in general in life. So TikTok, that's going to be majority video content. TikTok's great, and the reason it's great is because their algorithm is very, very good, and you can really blow up on TikTok. Now, you can blow up though, and you can get nothing from it. And I think that's also very, very, very important. I always say there was a video we did a beautiful install. It was a big, beautiful, bridal shower last year, and I think between TikTok and Instagram, we got around 8 million views. We got 0 booked clients from it. Many people followed us, and I'm not saying that it didn't turn into maybe later down the road they bought a kit or whatever maybe, but from that video, we didn't no one booked that same thing. And I think it's really easy to also then look at other people and be well, clearly you must have gotten all this, and that's not always true. But that's still a great way to at least get mass awareness of your business and brand. This, if you don't know what this is the sign for Meta. Meta owns both Facebook and Instagram. So they're under the same umbrella. So Instagram, we always say it's like your blue check mark. It's not actually you have to have a blue check mark. That's the idea. Someone may find you on TikTok, they may find you on Google, they may find you on whatever platform. But generally speaking, people want to go to Instagram and basically verify that you're legitimate. That's just what we've personally found. And so people want to go there and be like, okay, like what's their work? So maybe they see something that you post on TikTok that's like, you know, something really funny or interesting, or they learn something from you, but then they really want to go to Instagram and be like, okay, are these people like actually real? I don't know what it is on Instagram, but from like a customer perspective, especially in the service space, they like generally want to see that, because I think it's also a very good way that it kind of is just like they're able to like see, because it's all mostly photos, right? You're gonna post videos and things on there as well, but you can really go through and see all your work very well. I don't really like Facebook. I'm just gonna be so honest. I don't love Facebook for finding people. I just feel, and I'm not even talking about posting on like Facebook Marketplace. We don't do that at all. We do technically have a Facebook page, but the way that we just do it is it's linked to our Instagram. So if anything I post on Instagram just gets like pushed there. But I don't personally like do too much there because it just doesn't really feel worth it. Just to be so honest. And then Google. Google's great because it's intent based. So let's say I'm looking for sock play in the area. Let's say I don't know anyone who does it. I can just type in Dallas sock play vendor and a bunch of people will come up. So that's going to be like very specific. I can go directly to that, even if I've never heard of this business before. There is going to feel a sense of, when someone's coming up on Google, you do feel a sense of like authority there. Because it's like, well, okay, if they're on Google, you know, they have some reviews and maybe they're paying for some ads, like clearly they have to be like legitimate to some extent. And then Pinterest is great. Now Pinterest though is very much, if it's like a long running thing, there are pins that I pinned 2-3 years ago that still to this day get like mass views. But that's very much of SEO based. Pinterest has its own algorithm. The way that I generally do it is actually everything that I post on Instagram gets automatically pushed to both Facebook and Pinterest. And then a lot of people, because Pinterest does a very good job with their photos of showing you like similar photos. So, like I know that we've had some pins go really viral around like a one lucky duck theme. We did one like a few months back, and that has been like really circulated, and I see it all the time now over on like Facebook and different things, and people will like reference that install, and that's all because of Pinterest, because people will type in one lucky duck balloons, and we're like the top result for that one. But that is SEO based.
What about, like, since y'all have an online store, you don't look at Etsy ever for your balloon kits and promoting?
No, because Etsy takes such a big fee. And there's already plenty of people doing it over on Etsy that it's just, we would have to charge, like right now we charge about $50 to get the same like profitability. We'd have to be closer to 75 to 80.
Wow, that's much.
It takes so much.
Yeah, also, I think this is not to put down Etsy in any way, but I think that like, this gets back to our last session, which is like, what kind of business are you trying to build? I think that we aspire to build like a brand,
Yeah.
and not just like do commerce. And so I think Etsy is damaging, generally speaking, to a brand, because Etsy, you become a commodity on their marketplace rather than like an individual brand. And so for us to go there, it would sort of cheapen the match by name to an extent. Again, that's not to like slander anybody who's doing business on Etsy. It's just, it's a different business model.
Yeah. Well, generally speaking, when you buy something on Etsy too, and I've seen this, people be like, oh, I bought a balloon kit off Etsy, and I had these great balloons. Awesome. But like, they didn't know anybody bought it from. They just knew they bought it off Etsy. Versus we want to be like, no, you came to Bashify. And we want that to feel like very, very separate.
Anything else to say on the different platforms or any other
Does that
questions?
make sense to you guys? Kind of like the different ones. And we'll go into like the different customers and clients for those, but these are going to be kind of your main like online places that you can like find customers.
So each of these platforms will let you run advertising, right? Because you can post organically on all of them except for Google. You can run advertising on all of them. What we're going to do for this session is we're going to focus on paid marketing on Meta platforms and Google platforms. TikTok, you can be really successful on it, but realistically, you probably need a TikTok shop product, okay? And I don't know if anyone here is selling something that could be sold on TikTok shop. I don't get the sense that that's necessarily the case. Pinterest paid ads are really, that's another tough one.
Yeah.
But because those are not like location specific, right? A lot of like service businesses are location specific, so that's challenging as well. So, when you think about paid advertising, very high level, okay? When you think about Meta, right? The joke is that Mark Zuckerberg is listening to your phone, right? He's got your microphone and your camera tab, so he's going, because Marky Mark knows what you're interested in. That's what Meta is good at. They look at the things that you've looked, they like that the same way that like TikTok does it. They build kind of like this psychological profile of you. That's why your Instagram ads are for things that like you're like, oh, I wouldn't like that, right? But you're not searching for it. Like you're not looking for a new collar for your dog, or a toothbrush that blacks your teeth with UV light. It just shows up, right? Because Facebook and Instagram predict those things. It's interest based. Versus Google doesn't you don't go to Google search on your phone, and Google's not like, hey, you want some Dubai chocolate? Like, no, that doesn't happen on Google, right? You search something, and then it's intent based, right? The thing that Google feels a little bit more genuine, frankly, it feels less salesy, because Google's marketing strategy, or ad strategy, is basically to say, if you're looking for this thing, we have someone who's paid to rank higher on this. But Google has already screened that it's a good match, right? So when you see an ad on Google, it is intent-based, which means that you already intend to purchase, or you already are declaring your interest in this thing right in this moment, right? So when somebody sees it, I think there's a little bit more innate trust. Versus Meta, it's just showing you stuff of like, hey, isn't this cool? That's like overview of how to think of each of the platforms. Now, because of this, if you're in the balloon or the event space, interest space is a little tough, right? Somebody could be interested in parties. It doesn't mean that they're going to buy your balloons or anything like that. It works better for our kids.
It works really well for our kids.
It works much better for the kids, because also Meta platforms can know enough to be like, well, this person has their kid's birthday coming up, because we know that, because that's sort of like in their model for this person, so therefore we're going to show them this ad, right? And over time Meta gets better at that. Versus for services, not so successful. Versus Google is a little more successful. Now, when you're trying to evaluate your ads, and you're trying to set like your benchmarks, deciding like what is my success metric here, it's really important to know like what's my line for success. It's return on ad spend, ROAS. Okay? Do you want this part?
Yeah, sure, for it. So basically, it's for every $1 I spend, how much am I going to get back? That's like the very, 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 very simple of it. Yeah, that's kind of it.
So, yeah, I mean, depending on the platform that you're on, your ROAS is going to be a different number. But basically, you need a ROAS of at least one. Like, you're like literally lighting a lamp on fire if your ROAS isn't one. What that means is that if I don't generate at least as much money from my ads as I do that I'm spending on them, like that's really bad.
Yeah.
Right? Generally speaking, right, like think about what your profit margin is. So if you do a balloon install, you charge the client $500, you spend $250, let's say, right, roughly. So that means that you made $250 profit, but that's before your marketing costs, right? So let's say that gives me my break-even point is I can spend up to $250 on marketing this, on ads, before I start to lose money. So if we were to plug that into that equation, it would be revenue generated would be $500 from that sale. Money spent on ads would be $250. So 500 divided by 250 is 2. Okay, so basically what that's telling us is that my return on ad spend, right, with those profit margins would need to be at least 2. That's your target. Now, jumping ahead here, our Meta target is 4, and our Google target is 6.
Because we don't just want to get our money back, we want to make money.
Yeah. Another thing too, and we'll get more into this, the more money you spend on the platforms, generally speaking, the better they'll perform. We'll get into those exact numbers per platform, but the more the better.
For your like Instagram, do y'all actually, I don't know, you know how you can put a call to action that moves on post? I don't think I've seen that. Is that in your ads that you will, that it will go be like go to my or book now or something? Like you'll actually put a, you could tell if they
Those are
took
ad
that.
specific features.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
like
are
we can't even
ad
do
specific.
that. We can't
Okay,
even do that.
you can't do that on regular posts, but yeah, so you, I think separately have where it links to an action basically.
Yeah, so like, I don't know if you guys have seen like our Meta ads. I would be shocked, especially if you've like interacted with like me or Bashify, because that's like generally the people that they'll send it to. But it's pretty common for you, maybe we'll see it on like, maybe if you're going to like Instagram stories, because Instagram loves like an ad through that. There'll be like a little sticker box that'll say like shop now, for example, and that's exactly that. And then that's nice because then we can see how many people are clicking shop now versus how many people that are actually going in spending that purchase to see like when are we like losing that drop off, how many people are doing that, and that also helps us then figure out how effective our ads are. We can do it together.
Okay. So this is meta ads at a high level, and just understanding what they are, how they're structured, etc. So ideally, you have a very smart, good-looking person to take care of your organic content. You see what performs well, okay? And you take that content and you pick it apart. You're like, what about this content performed well organically? When I put it on my TikTok page, when I put it on my Reels, why did this do well? Like, did it have a good hook? Is it visually interesting? And Bray will break this down in the next session. So we'll get more into what actually makes good organic content. And you post it out to Instagram, you post it out to Facebook, whatever it is. Now what you're gonna do is you can start very simply by just taking that exact same piece of content, turning it into an ad, right? Then you can, it's something called A/B testing, where you can take that ad and you can break it down into multiple versions with one slight variation. So you can say, well, I'm gonna take the same video, but instead of 30 seconds, I'm gonna break it down to 15. I'm gonna try flashier text. I'm gonna do text on screen. I'm gonna do no text on screen. I'm gonna do music, right? Like, in this version, I'm gonna be doing jumping jacks at the start, and the other one, I'm gonna be doing flips, right? Like, whatever it is that you want, you try different variations of the organic content that was successful. So then you have like multiple ads, right? Multiple pieces of content that you're going to package into something called an ad set, right? So you start off with an individual ad, you have some hypothesis as to like who this is for, what product this is good for, what service this is good for, right? Then you take multiple ads that you feel like fit that criteria. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna package them into an ad set. And then that ad set has a budget, okay? We won't get too much into all of the metrics for meta ads, but basically Meta charges you per click, and it charges you per view. So every time like an ad shows up on your Instagram stories, in your feed, on your Facebook Reels, whatever it is, it usually costs between like 5 and 20 cents to the business that's running it, right? There's something called CPM, cost per mil, which is basically cost per 1,000 views. Okay, so your CPM is how much you're paying Meta to show your ad a bunch of times. Generally speaking, if you want to get into it, a CPM of somewhere around 12 cents is like great. And then you don't want to spend any less than about $50 a day on a Meta ad. So if you're not ready to make that commitment, don't do it, because Meta's system for like learning the success of your ads just isn't going to work if you spend less than that. Ideally, you want to get it up to closer to $75 or $100 a day. So each ad set gets its own budget. So for example, it's usually good to have like your winning ads, the ads that are like really successful, that people are really engaging with, that you know are converting. That might have the highest budget. But then you have like a testing ad set where you're like, I think these could be good. I want to see like who's the winner here. So maybe you do like $100 a day here and $50 a day here. And basically what you do is you create different sets, different pools, you assign different budgets to them. It kind of sounds simple and also complicated. There are experts that you can hire. So we hire an expert for that. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we handled all of our own meta ads until we got to about between $20,000 and $25,000 a month for our e-commerce, since that's what we're very specific on for our meta ads. After that, we kind of felt like we were a little bit tapped out on it, because to have kind of like the best meta ads, you really do need to be constantly like tweaking them and iterating on them, especially because think about like, you maybe you want to run ads right now for like back to school, but then you maybe want to run ads for Halloween, and then you want to run them for Christmas, and you want to write and all that different type of stuff, like that ends up being like a part-time job. So the reality is if you are, running this business and you have all these other orders to keep up with, like you probably can't be doing that. So we very recently outsourced that.
Yeah. So a guy named Joe. Joe's great. And so basically what Joe does is every single week he's looking over all of our campaigns, he's looking over all of our content, he's reading the metrics, right? So
including all of our like organic content. So it's like we're not even necessarily sending anything to him. He's gonna look at every single TikTok that I posted over the last week, and he's gonna be like, great, this one's a winner, this one's a winner, and this one's a winner. And then he's also going to then send that back to me and be like, we need like make more like this. And then that's like also how I then will continue to make content based off those things that keep helping the winners.
yeah. So effectively what's going on is he's going to look at like when we do our paid content, there's more detailed metrics, right? We have watch time, we have click percentages, actually there's tracking of like when they come over to our website. So he can look at that and be like, what is actually successful? Let's do more of that. Let's try different variations of that. He can then also like reset and look at our organic content as well, and then he can give us suggestions of like what to make. we pay him $3,400 a month. And his job is basically to just be the master of that and just oversee it, maintain it all the time. It's expensive. It takes probably 60 to 90 days to see your return. So you're basically fronting that money. You also need to feel confident in like your organic content. If you don't have good organic content or you don't know what you're doing there, you'll flush that money right down the toilet.
I also want to say an ads expert is not making content for you. They may be taking some, some different videos, and like for example, I may put up a video, right, and now Joe may take it and he may add, some text or something on screen, but he's not making the content, right? And so I think, and that's where it's also very important is, it's not about just throwing anything up there and being like, well, if I put money behind it, it's gonna work. Like, you can lose so much money if you don't do this well and do this smart and also do this slow. I think that's also really important.
Yeah, I think this is an oversimplification, but if you as the business owner, when you're thinking about how to run paid ads specifically on meta platforms, imagine that like you probably need to fill one of two roles. You either need to be the marketer, who's the person who's the content creator, right? You understand content, you know how to make high quality content, you're just not sure what is going to convert, but you know that it's good and it's engaging and it's high quality. You also have like a chief executive of that content, right? Somebody who is making the business decisions around it, who is saying like optimizing, this is what is actually like affecting our bottom line, right? So in our case, Joe is our ads executive and Bree is our marketing executive. That's kind of how we have that division. But before you make that investment in like specifically meta ads, you want to understand who's going to occupy those two roles. Realistically, you know you're going to be hiring for like the ads expert. So then the question is, are you ready to be that marketing expert, or do you need to also outsource that?
Can you give an example when you say good organic content? Because sometimes y'all do just like setups and you tell a story, or like our client wanted this. What is it, like your ad that it usually ends up getting paid?
Yeah.
Or do you have an example of one?
Absolutely. So I'll get like more into like the nitty gritty in the next session, but basically, so here we're very typically talking about like our DIY kit. So one video that always does really well for us and performs really well on ads is I do them all the same way. Like if you actually look through our content, it's unbelievably repetitive. Like that's very intentional. It's not because I can't think of other things, it's because like what works, and people like frankly like don't actually want newness, they want like repetition. So
And most people don't see all of your content.
and most people, very, very few people are actually seeing everything. So it's like, even if even someone who sees quite a few of your stuff will probably only see 10%. So an ad that performs really well for us is because we have our links and we have our installs, is I start a pan on a professional install. So for example, I could do a pan of like this install here. But then it's only gonna be maybe of 1.5 seconds of like these balloons here. But then it's going to be one of our employees like actually using these exact same colors in a kit. And I'm gonna talk about, I'm gonna start it off and I'm gonna say something to the effect of, we do these backdrop setups for, I would price out however much this one would be, but let's say it's like, this backdrop, a client.
This are also like $1,000.
Yeah,
You can do the same thing for 50.
Exactly, so it's like people love to interact when you talk about money. Now, you need to have a little bit of thick skin because people come out of the woodworks and say they don't pay that much and you're untalented, all that kind of stuff. But who cares, because I'm making money on it, right? Like, I'm like, yeah, leave the comments, right? So I respond to them and be like, well, let me tell you who's
Yeah,
untalented, right?
she takes me and she puts me
Yeah,
in the line of fire
I
and then
do.
she counts the money in the back.
Yeah, no, but that's a great example of one. And so, and because like I also know that, and what we were talking about earlier with like finding our customer is because I'm kind of going after like that DIY mom. I also want them to feel empowered of like, yeah, it's okay that you can't pay $1,000 for this. Like, let's be so real. Like, how many of us in this room like probably could? Like, probably not like too many of us, right? Like, I'm not gonna be dropping $1,000 for my kids back to school, like drops, like absolutely not. Right? Like that's ridiculous. But like I'll spend 75, right? Like I would do that if I wasn't like in the industry. And so that's like a lot of what we'll do. And so it'll be like, this starts at X amount of dollars, but guess what? We're gonna give you all the same professional grade balloons. And I just hit those like important points we talked about earlier, like the importance of professional grade balloons. Or like I'll use the saying of like, do you want the same balloons that the Kardashians have at their parties? Like that's what, because it's like that like sparks something in someone, and it's like I don't care whether or not you like the Kardashians, like you don't even have to know that much about them, but like, you know that name. And it's those different things. Now I've also come up with this over the last like 5 years of doing this, but that's like an example of like winning content because that will perform well organically. Like a video, like I posted an example, I posted one very similar to this very intentionally on TikTok, like maybe like 2 weeks ago or something, and I think it organically got like 50,000 views or something like that. Joe saw it, Joe's like, this is a winner. and now he's been running it as an ad, and it's in one of our top
It's our top
performers.
one.
And he also was like, hey, Bree, this one did really great, so like, you know what that means? Like, I remember I specifically did it around like a party animal. I don't know if you guys have seen the ad, but it was like kind of like a party animal-esque kit. And he's like, hey, Bree, that one rocks, like, let's do it again. So then, you know what, I did it again with, like, we did a back-to-school install, we did a base off of a kit, exactly like the same structure. Now that one didn't perform as well, couldn't tell you why. And that's also okay, like, the algorithm is like a little bit crazy, but what's nice is because with your paid advertisement, you're not relying on an algorithm in the same way of like pushing it out because your money's pushing it out. So I know that even when I do like the back to school one, for example, that one didn't organically perform as well. Again, I couldn't really tell you why. That's okay though. But Joe's like, oh, this is the same structure that performs well. Let me put it into an app and see how that does. So a lot of our ads are like very, very, very similar.
Yeah, and like more recently now that, because we've been working with Joe for we're on our third month with him now, and so we've seen what ads, like he's getting a better sense of what ads perform well, but now, you know, he can then have us produce ads that are more on target. We've seen like the steady growth on that. He continues to up the budgets on each ad set, and then he actually just put one up yesterday where he did that same party animal one, but now he's experimenting with like bolder text.
Yeah.
Right, and more like traditionally like addy or like kitschy things. So that does this catch people's attention? Does this really speak to like the target audience? Something else I'll say on like this whole structure and like how you're thinking about meta ads is if you are going to run meta ads for your services business, your customer when they see your ad the first or second or third time may not be ready to purchase. They may not even be thinking about purchasing. But don't like throw up your hands and be like, oh, like this isn't worth it or something. Especially if you're selling a higher ticket item, right? Like think of like a luxury car dealership, right? Like, you know, a Mercedes AMG is gonna go for like over $100,000. They can spend $10,000 on ads, but their strategy could be like, I'm just gonna constantly be in your ear, right? I'm just gonna be whispering, AMG, AMG. And then one day you're gonna be like, damn, I need a new car, right? And then you're gonna pop over and get your AMG, right? And that's the idea, is that the higher ticket item you sell, the more you can afford to be in somebody's ear, right? Like part of the reason why they spend so much is because they know they need to constantly be there, because when you're ready, they're gonna meet you there, right? And so this also gets into as each of you is thinking about how you're gonna handle your business, how you're gonna price your services, what kind of business you're building, right? If you're lower ticket, meta ads are not for you, right? Just because
It's your services.
It's just your services, because you're not going to be able to afford being in somebody's ear that long to get the return to pay for those ads. Versus if you want to be more high ticket, right? Like an example, something that we've actually talked about more recently is like, okay, what if we targeted our meta ads? Because we haven't even gotten to targeting yet, but what if we targeted our meta ads at account executives and event planning people at large corporations? Great. What if we just stayed in their ear? Because like they might write a $50,000 check, right? They could do one event a year, but if we spend $5,000 after that, that would seem ridiculous on the surface. But we get a 10x return, right? This is very hypothetical, right? But like that's a way to think about meta ads in your services business.
Yeah, I mean, just to call out, we do not currently run meta ads for services, we 100% do meta ads for our kids. Just because, again, we've like started talking about it, but we wanted to feel like again, it's just like, it's really influences,
Yeah.
right? So it's like, that's not, I wouldn't recommend if you're like if you're fully services and you're just jumping into paid advertisement, start with Google.
Yeah.
Don't start with meta, because it's gonna be a little bit trickier to figure out.
Yeah. So we talked about the content itself. We talked about how to structure your campaigns. Now, Meta has to make a decision on who to show these ads to, right? It's not like you just put it out there and like on everybody's Facebook feed just bash by balloons. So Meta needs to understand who to target this at. Up until about 2 years ago, that was something that you would pay an agency quite a bit of money to do, and the agency would do very complicated, I mean, like it's rightfully expensive, like research on who should I target this at, right? This is our graphic from before, like who is my customer, right? And that's also why thinking about that is important. Now, Meta has something called Meta Advantage Plus campaigns. Basically, it's an AI box where this AI will continually send out and try ads with different groups. It will make its own intelligent predictions about who to show ads to. It's really freaking good. Like, you don't need to figure out who to target anymore. Those days are over.
And this is free.
This is free. So when you're like designing a campaign, right, it'll take you through the steps of like, what content do you want? How much do you want to spend per day on this content? And then it'll ask you, who do you want to send this content to? And before, you would have like entered this all manually, and now you can just check a box and say, Net Advantage Plus, please, and then that's it. You don't have to think about it.
And Joe, who we pay $1,000 to, does this. So basically his entire focus is just figuring out how to actually change the actual content. He's actually not, he's just using this Net Advantage.
Yeah.
So even someone who has like a very finance agency is doing that.
Yeah, which is all to say that, like, if you're thinking about purchasing Meta ads in your business, and you know somebody's telling you that they're going to do all this specific targeting, that's probably like an outdated strategy at this point. Now for Mr. Google.
This will probably apply to most of you guys a little bit more. Ignorant services. We love Google.
We love Google. Actually, we just upped our Google spend the other day, and like there's a big, like it's not even linear, it's exponential. Of like, we upped our budget by 30%, and we probably got 3x more inquiries. That's another thing too, like very specifically with Google, is like as you go from $50 a day, which is the recommended starting point, maybe closer to 65, as you go up to 100, you won't get like double the inquiries. You'll probably get quadruple. As you go from 100 to 200, you will probably also get that factor increase. Because the way that Google Ads work, it does not care who the person is. It's just not really relevant, right? Because whether I'm searching for, you know, jewelry for my wife, or she's searching for jewelry for herself, we want to buy jewelry, right? And so maybe it's going to make some educated guesses, and like Google's going to try and understand us, and it's like, you know, maybe she really wants an emerald cut diamond, and I think that she wants a pair or something, right? Maybe it'll show us different stuff there, but ultimately it knows that we're both shopping for the same jewelry, okay? And it knows that because it's doing it based off search terms. So when you think about like how Google Ads are working, right? Somebody is going to type, and we're using the balloon example here about balloon. We're just going to give you all those autocompletes, right? Google is keyword based, right? It's not looking for exact matches. It's looking for the contours of it. So if somebody is looking for balloons, there are probably, you know, 300 things they can search for. They can say balloons, balloons in Dallas, birthday balloons, Christmas balloons, you know, birthday balloons for a toddler, Bluey balloons. But they all amount to the same thing. All of those customers could be Bashify customers, could be your customer. So because of that, right, you basically create a Google campaign where you can pick these keywords. You'll do something called like a rough match, not an exact match. You just want a rough match. What that's basically doing is it's combining intent and interest, right? So it's saying they have the intent to purchase balloons, but I'm going to let Google kind of fill in the blank of what they're interested in, and then determine if that's a match for my business. And the idea is that when somebody searches balloons near me, your business is at the top. Okay? Now there are two ways to do that.
There's SEO, which is free to an extent, unless you don't pay someone to do it, and there's paid ads. And you really want to mix both. That's going to be your strongest way to get as many leads as possible.
Yeah. So when you think about it, if somebody searches balloons near me, right? We're all here in Dallas, somebody searches balloons near me. There are two really main ways that, like the main way that Google works, I used to work with Google, so I can tell you this too, is basically that Google looks at the entire internet. It says, what does this mean, balloons near me? It's going to say, well, near me means in Dallas, right? Google is at these days smart enough to be like, you know, if there's a balloon artist in Austin, too far away. So we're going to stick to like DFW area, right? So it's going to automatically do that. Then it's going to say, okay, well, balloons, what does balloons mean, right? Do they want a balloon artist? Do they want RIP Party City? Like, what are they looking for? So then it's going to make some determinations about that. And then it's going to look at all the websites that fit that criteria. So it's going to be like Bashify, right? But there's like balloon therapy too, right? There is Party City. It could go to Michael's, right? Because there's Michael's stores now, right? It can look at all those things. Then it has to rank them. And then the way that it ranks, generally speaking, is, and like it's gotten a lot more complex now, but it looks at something called backlinking, right? So the more people who backlink to Michael's, the more people who backlink to Party City, the more people who backlink to Bashify, that's going to give Google a signal that this is like a stronger match, okay? It also looks at your website structure. And we're going to get into website structure in a minute. Long story short, when you see like big text on a website, when it's big bold text, that's called a header. The headers are the most important place for you to have your keywords in your website. So if you look at like each one of our products online, it's, let's say like this, let's say we called it like the conference balloon kit, right? We wouldn't just call it the conference kit or the conference balloons. It would say the conference DIY balloon garland kit. We put all of that in there. It's an SEO thing. So that way, each one of it has all the possible words, so it is signaling to Google that any partial match there, like we're a good candidate for. It's not gonna work right away. You're not gonna like put that in there. It takes time. But now, like if you start to search each of the themes, especially for kids we've had on for like over a year, they show up, right? And like we're plugged into Google Shopping, so it's like it shows up, you know, when you like search for a product and there's like the shopping product, it shows up there. Google is like a time in the game, sort of like battle.
I think actually a good example of this was we had, actually, I don't even remember who it was, but one of the Cowboys players, it was one of the wives, she was just looking for some Dallas Cowboys balloons, because I think it was like the beginning, this was like last year, so the beginning of the season or something, and she was just looking for, because she told me this, she was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to Party City or something, so I just looked up like Dallas Cowboy balloons. Well, we just so happen to have a Dallas Cowboy balloon grounding kit, and then she realized, oh, they can pre-inflate it for me. And then all of a sudden, she comes and picks up a pre-inflated one, and then she's like, wait, you guys do installs too? Okay, we want to have you guys for an install at some point. And so it's like what originally started as like I'm just going to go to Michael's or Party City to get some heliums for my husband because he's starting his, his season to play, turned into a customer. Because we had all of those very specific words that she was going to be looking for.
So, thinking, like being thoughtful about like what the big text, right, the headers on your website are saying, that's like the most basic part of SEO. You want to think about what are people actually searching for, right? You can actually do the research on this. Next slide. Yeah. So there's something called Google Trends. It's amazing, right? If you go on Google Trends, you can use that as a research tool and figure out, it won't tell you what people are searching, but what it gives you is relative search volume. Right, so I think it's a pretty safe bet to be like balloon artists near me or balloons near me. That's gonna rank high, like that will be a high volume search for people who are interested in purchasing balloons. But then you can test the theory of like, well, are people searching that or are they searching birthday balloons near me? Right, or like if, like we have 2 daughters, are they searching princess balloons or something? Right, you can see relative search volume. And then what you can do is you can start to optimize your website for those search terms that people are really interested in. Right, so you're going to keyword optimize it. There's also a tool called SEMrush. There's another tool called SimilarWeb. You're basically looking for SEO tools where they're going to look at your website. Some of them are intelligent enough to find your competitors, and they're going to look at like, what are the queries, what are the search queries that are bringing traffic to that website, and how do I gear my website towards those search terms?
I'll say when we first started our business, like, 4+ years ago, I remember we used the Google Trends because we weren't sure people, because we do like full service planning, and we were getting more into that in Seattle a little bit. And I remember we were looking, do people search for a party planner or do they search for an event planner? And actually the people who search for those different things are actually, they're looking for a little bit of a different service. Because we kept getting inquiries for weddings, and we don't do weddings, we never have. It's because we have an event planner. And this was like in Seattle, it was like very specific for that. That was like the thing that we learned, and we were like, oh, well, we just need to change this over to party. And then all of a sudden we're like getting more inquiries for that.
Yeah.
It's like our work didn't change, our offerings didn't change. It was literally just because the words that people will use, and it's like, there's gonna be an assumption of what I think people are using, but the reality is I'm actually not a customer. I need to know like what my customer actually looking at.
Yeah. And another one is when we started using the term event design, we got more corporate clients and people with bigger budgets.
Yeah.
Right? So understanding that different cohorts speak different languages. Different languages will attract different types of customers. It's hard to do research on this stuff, but actually the biggest thing is to continue experimenting. Try different web pages, try different terms, see what like really resonates with people. Think about, it goes back to our second session, which is like, who is your customer? Continue to think about what language resonates with them.
Yeah. How did y'all get backlinked a lot? Like on your web pages, where are you getting backlinked from?
Socials.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like actually like there's not that many articles.
Yeah,
Like
blogs
relative.
or,
Like that's not, like we do have that. Like we've been on like carrot party ideas. Like we do have backlinks on now, but actually.
Party's late, and
Yeah.
there's like a few other ones, but that's not the majority of,
Yeah, so, for example, like I think you're interested in content creation, is that right? So for example, like if there's people posting certain events, like just having like your Instagram page tagged on that, but actually that's more than enough. Like you don't need to do a web page if you have a web page tag. You can have like there's an event and you might be tagged on Instagram, or you might be tagged on a blog page that links to your Instagram, which then links to your website, and actually that's enough for Google to put it together.
Okay.
Really what you're looking for is some kind of shout out, right? As long as somebody is linking to something that's yours, Google will crawl that spider's web and put it together. But that's why tags are so important. Okay. Anything else on Google Ads before we keep going?
I don't think so. Any questions from you guys? I know it's kind of a lot.
Also, sorry, last thing on Google Ads. The Google Ads are the easiest ones to run.
Yeah.
I would say that if you want to take one concrete action step out of this whole session, it is, you can go and you can probably spend $500 or less, either on an SEO expert or on someone to help you do keyword research for your business. Ask them to give you a report back, take that. You can go to ads.google.com, you can schedule a free consultation with a Google Ads expert, and then you can work with them, like they work for Google. And they will do it for free because they want you to spend money with them. They might even give you like a $500 ad credit. If you commit to, like I think it's, if you spend $3,000 in the first 3 months, they'll give you like a $500 credit. I know that they were running that promotion not that long ago, and we took advantage of that, right? But if you do that, you will see the return. One thing that's super, super important, okay? I realize I didn't put this in our slides. I cannot emphasize this enough. If you do not have the proper tracking set up, which we're going to cover a little bit in this capture process, if you do not have the proper tracking set up so that Google knows when somebody clicks your link and then actually goes and like purchases a product or submits an inquiry form, the Google Ads will flop. Because the thing is that Google needs to understand who actually converts. So for us, we have it, like we put like little code in our website so that when someone submits a form, it triggers something called Google Analytics. So Google Analytics marks like an event. I know this is getting a little technical here, but Google Analytics says, somebody submitted a form, right? We basically put a little piece of code for when somebody hits that button. You can pay somebody less than $500 to fire this up for you, okay? So it will register that event, and then Google Analytics will talk to Google Ads, its little cousin over there, and it'll say, hey, somebody just booked this form. Here's the information that I have on the web browser that did this. Does this check out with you? Do you have any information? And then Google Ads will say, actually, yeah, I sent this to you, right? And so then that'll tell Google Ads to say, oh, when I targeted this person, that was successful. Let me target more people like that. Let me do more things similar to what I did for that customer for other customers. It'll make it better. It'll help it improve. If you don't wire that up in your website, Google Ads will not be able to learn. It won't be able to improve, right? I think a repeat theme in this whole section is time in the game makes you better. Simply just time in the arena, right? So these systems will learn.
And who would you hire?
Go on like Fiverr or Upwork, look for a Google Ads person. Just say like, I want someone to, set up Google Analytics, Google Ads feedback. If not, like you can always drop us an email. We can help you like find that. We don't have like I was able to do it myself. If you're not super technical, like you can very easily hire an expert, and we would encourage you to do that because it needs to be done properly. Google Analytics also updates every 1 to 2 years, where it's breaking changes, where you're trying to right. So having somebody that you just trust to call, pay a few $100s every year or two, is so worth it. Give yourself probably 90 days of Google Ads, spending at least $50, ideally get to $100 a day to see the return.
What do you look for when you're hiring people for this? Like, what are some qualities like on Upwork? Because there's like so many things that you find. Like I recently just went on Upwork to look for a social media marketer for us because I suck at it. Like I know it's my weak point and I know I need to get someone else to do it. Yeah. But I set up an application and I got like over 20 good replies back. How do I pick? How do you pick?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. Kind of just do it and see if you get lucky, and if you don't, try again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fiverr and Upwork are really good if used the right way.
Yeah.
So like actually SEO is like a perfect job for those, right? If you wanted to bring someone to design a logo, that's a good, because it's a limited scoped job. When you start to get something that is like an ongoing engagement, or something that like is a part-time job, that's probably not as good of a fit.
You think that's something better, like in-person Dallas-based? Because if it is still a need to outsource,
Yes.
like I want it to be to the right person. You're right. You can spend money, but you might as well make your money smart.
Because if you're wanting someone to do like actual content creation, because we've actually tried to kind of outsource it a little bit before I decided to just like, I was like, fine, I'll do it.
Yeah.
It's like a few years ago. It's really hard when they're not local.
Yeah.
It's really hard when they're not local. It's really hard when they really don't understand the business.
Okay.
So I have always said if we were ever outsource it again, which like maybe at some point in time, I would want to have it be like a part-time like person here in Dallas who's like coming to our office and like actually working with us.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if it's someone, in my experience, if it's someone that you find on Upwork or whatever, right, and they're like, oh, I can manage this stuff for you, realistically, you're sending in clips.
Yeah. And it's a lot of clips, and
And
even
it's a
with
lot
that, it's a lot of translation difficulty, and you're like,
Yeah.
that's not what I meant.
Exactly.
Even though
And then
I
there's
said the
also
wrong thing.
issue of like,
Yeah.
they just kind of want you to like, again, in my experience, and some people are better than others, but it can definitely feel a little bit of like, we'll just send clips, and then we're just gonna like take these clips and just like kind of put some text over them. And the reality is, that's like the bare minimum. And like nowadays, I'd probably argue that like that's not enough.
Yeah.
Because so many people like do create content, and you're going to spend probably a very similar amount to just having a part-time person, here in Dallas who could do it.
You wouldn't film a movie where your director was on set.
Yeah, true.
Because we had this before where we basically did like this outsource and it was like, you know, $4,000 a month, which like, again, that's.
Not
That's
insignificant. Yeah,
That's a
exactly.
lot, right? Like that's
Yeah.
like what many people are making every month. And it was a very not good experience. And it was like, and even with that, I think that it was like, oh, get out 3 videos a week. Which, if you're not doing any, like that does feel like a lot, but it's for someone who's like, I'm posting every single day, and I'm like, wait, don't you do 3 a week? And then they're getting like maybe 500 views. And it's like,
Yeah.
wait, so I'm gonna pay someone $3,000 a month to get me maybe an extra, you know, less than 2,000 views a week, which like, again, in the whole scheme, of things, you're gonna be less than 10,000 views a month. Like, that's just like kind of ridiculous. And this was someone who was like a big agency, and again, it's not even that they did anything wrong, it was just like,
It didn't work. It didn't fit.
I just don't think it worked, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what.
And it's unfortunate, because like I wish they did,
Yeah.
and like I understand like the intent, and I think that, you know, maybe like, I know for some people, maybe it does, but I think like 90%.
Yeah, I
It's just
kind of feel
unfortunate.
like that too. When it is, I feel like you're doing the best way, right? You just said that, like, I'm doing it, right?
Yeah.
Like, now you're in control of it
Yep.
creatively, how it posts, and you have direct access to it.
Yeah.
But it's just
Yeah.
doing it,
It
you
is,
know,
it
it's
is.
doing it, and
Yep.
it's, how much of the work is this? Like, the social media aspect of it?
I
and
mean, it's like
filming.
my full time.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, literally, like every, Alvina back there does a great job. Every Monday, she drops a brief on Bree's desk, figuratively speaking. Here are the installs for the week, here are what needs to get inflated, here's like things of interest that are flagged, so that Bree then can take that document, and it's a Monday to Monday, it's a Tuesday to Monday document, right? So she's,
Yeah.
so like on Monday, she's still coming in knowing what's going on, but it's like, here's what's going on this week, and the next thing that happens is Bree and I sit down and we schedule her week, like around content to make sure that that's optimized. So it's like, oh, that's a really cute one. We need to make sure Bree plays that. Bree needs to be this install, but not necessarily this one.
Oh.
Like it's very intentional.
Yeah.
Because it is hard, because otherwise it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, maybe we get like some clips, and it's like.
Yeah, and how do you make
it's like,
plans?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna jump into the next parts of the funnel with the time that we have.
Yes.
We're gonna speed up a little bit here. So we've talked about basically how you start to get people in. So you introduced yourself to them, right? They've found you. Now you've lost some people, but you're ready to capture them, right? So your formula for success, right? Your formula for getting customers is a website that converts and then a CRM that captures. Okay? What does that mean? So you want a website that continues to sell people. So somebody found your content, maybe they found you on Instagram, on TikTok, wherever it is. It's something that interested them enough. Now they get to your website needs to be the thing that puts them over the edge to say, I would like to inquire, I would like to make a purchase, right? Then you need a way to actually get their information. It could be just built into your Squarespace, your Webflow, your Shopify website where you can take a form. That's totally fine when you're getting started. but I think the next thing to upgrade to is a CRM. I know we talked about that earlier, it's a customer relationship manager. We're gonna get to that in a second, but we're gonna start with the website, okay? It's really tempting when you see a frankly fantastic graphic designer who makes a beautiful website, and you look at it and your eyes just water. You're just like, oh, I would love that for my website, right? This is Amazon.com. Amazon.com is a $1 trillion company, and at first glance, you would think that a sixth grader designed their website, okay? Their fonts aren't cute, there's not all these colors. They probably sell $100 million, these freaking light clips, right? The metric that you're looking for is not how good your website looks. Even in the design space, even in event space. It doesn't mean the design is not important. Graphic designers, graphic design, artwork, photography direction is all super, super critical, but it is not the end all be all. Otherwise, Amazon would not be successful. Facebook would not be successful because they don't necessarily look good, right? So I think it's really it's really important to understand what is your hero. It's conversion, okay? So on your website, there's this idea of something called your conversion rate. It is the number of visitors who actually purchase or take the action that you're trying to direct them to. That could be a form, right? Did they submit an inquiry? Did they make a purchase, right? Did they sign up for your email list? Whatever, did they book an intro call? Whatever that action is, it's the number of people who took that action that you're trying to guide them to divided by the total number of visitors, okay? So generally speaking, in e-commerce, 2% is your target for conversion rate. That's in e-commerce, okay? For services, it varies wildly, all right? I think that for our website, because it's both e-commerce and services, it's really hard to distill out like who's there for what.
Yeah.
So like our e-commerce conversion rate hangs somewhere in the like low to mid ones. Now, it's hard to tell, well, is that because like, is our conversion rate actually a 2? It's just that we also have services people on our website, right? Not really sure. But that's just like, look up, like you can look that up, you can figure out, you can always be like, how do I optimize my conversion rate? So the question is, how do you optimize for it, okay? The first thing, everybody loves to show you a sexy demo of a website that looks really good with animations and transitions and looks like it should be plastered on a Times Square billboard. 80% of your traffic is going to come from mobile. 80% of people are on a phone like this, okay? They don't have it sideways, they have it up and down, all right? I love our website. It looks great. It makes me really happy. Most people are not seeing it like this. They're seeing it like this. And those are very different windows, okay? So the first thing is, like, when you're looking for a designer, right, or you're looking for how to style your website, the number one thing that you should be asking them is, how are you going to mobile optimize my website? That's what you care about. You are going to fall in love, you are going to go goo goo gaga over the desktop version or the laptop version. That's not the one that matters. You're only 20% of your traffic is going to come from there. Okay?
I was gonna say, we have like our balloon rolling simulator. It works best on mobile. It doesn't, I mean, it works on desktop, right? Like it functionally works, but it looks the best and is programmed for mobile, not desktop.
Yeah. And like, you can look in the analytics dashboard of your own website, but like probably 80%, at least 70% of your stuff is going to be on mobile. Okay? So when you're screening for a designer, or if you're going to do it yourself, what are the things that they should be saying or you should be looking for a mobile optimized website? Very high level. Fast load time. Okay, I used to work in mobile app development, so I built like iPhone apps. I used to do it at Microsoft. We used to, we had a tool that we could put on our phones, and it would simulate like 3G at a time, or even 4G networks. We could throttle our networks so they were slower. We would test our app, how well does it perform on like a slower network. Okay, you don't have to go that far. But what you should be asking whoever is doing your website, or you should be testing, is how does my website perform on like high latency networks, right? Does it perform well? It seems very technical, but it's absolutely important because people, especially in the day and age of TikTok, have no patience. Something doesn't load, they can't get it, they just say screw this. They just not worth it, not worth my time. Okay. Another thing is like, especially if people are clicking in Instagram app or Facebook app or whatever, and they stay within the app instead of going out to like Safari, sometimes that loads even slower. There actually is a 0.3 second latency on that. So because of that, like, it's even slower, you need to be faster. So, that's where something called above the fold matters, okay? It's a little bit technical, but basically when you first load a web page, right, there's more web page down here. But this is what people see. What people see needs to load like that. So effectively, you want to ask, what is my above the fold page load time? All right, if you can measure that, if you can master that, you will get people engaged in your page. You can keep them longer. People, generally, like 40% of people don't scroll past this first part. So that means that you want some kind of action. That's where we get into lots of buttons. Purchase, right? Buy now, inquire today, things like that. You want those buttons at every single stage you scroll, because you're going to keep people one finger tap away from an action, because your website should be action oriented, right? You can go too far, but it's probably better to go too far and then dial it back and not go far enough to lose those customers. You'd rather somebody be like, this is a little too in my face, versus someone being like, oh no, there are too many places for me to book this, right?
I think the other thing too, and I see this a lot with people who are just starting and building their own websites, they do a crazy text heavy. And that's generally going to be something that we would say, hey, scale that back a little bit. Add a button, and you don't need to tell me every single thing on that third page about every single thing that you possibly offer, right? Get me to a like booking link.
Yeah, I will say that bad SEO experts will try and make your website really text heavy.
Yeah.
To put every single keyword in there. What matters is your headers. The more text that you put on your website, the more you're diluting the value of your top line header keywords, right? People are visual.
Yep.
People just want to like be clear, be direct, don't overfill with text.
And do lots of photos. Lots of photos.
Yeah, and building on that, when you do put photos on your website, compress them. Look up photo compression before you upload photos to your website. We do it, it makes our photos between like 40 and 80% smaller, which increases our load time dramatically. So every single image on our website is compressed. It looks slightly worse, but the reality is that like all of our photos are taken on like a high quality camera. So like what, you degrade the quality 20%, but you save 80% of the space, so it loads fast enough. That's what matters. All right, somebody comes to your website. Your website works well above the fold. People have clicked. What are they clicking into? So they're clicking into your CRM. So HubSpot is a really popular one. We use HoneyBook. We love HoneyBook. It's $50 a month. Basically, our CRM is about like our nurture phase. So what happens here is that we capture a lead via form. So it could be a Google form. It could be HoneyBook. Could be HubSpot. Could be anything. I'm sure that everyone here is using something different right now. That's totally okay. There's no right one right way to do it. But when you think about your nurture phase and your actual customer experience, what you want to be focusing on is number one, you got to get that form. Okay, we're going to talk in a second about what makes a good form. Number two, you want to be able to handle contracts, invoices, and other paperwork. Okay, I think something here is that you can break this up into multiple pieces of software. So you can use DocuSign for contracts. You can use QuickBooks or Stripe for invoicing. We happen to like that it's all integrated into one platform. We were filling out a rental contract the other day, and I had to like manually enter my credit card info. I didn't like that. It's annoying, right? Like I don't want to book that vendor again. No, it's not saying that I'm not going to do that. It's just I'm just talking about the feeling that I have in my gut, right? But if that feels out of date, if that feels like a high friction experience, if I feel like I'm doing more than I need to, like I filled out freaking 50 pages of forms for our daughters to go to school the other day. I filled out my I filled out our address so many times, I feel like it just burned into my retinas. Like, I don't want to have to do that again. So think about those pain points for yourself, and then address those concerns for your customers in the way that you handle the boring stuff.
I think this is also an important call out when we're talking about who our customer is, and we're saying how, like, for us, right, if a customer's going to, drop $1,000 or something, again, I was using the example of, like, maybe it's, like, maybe two parents who are both busy and they're working. They don't want to sit down and have to go through 8 million different things and then print something off and then send something over. They want to make everything as fast and as clean and as quick as possible, and this is a great example of that. And so even just setting the $50 a month or whatever it may be to keep everything clean and fast and easy to and like easily in one spot will also help attract and more importantly keep those customers.
Yeah, exactly. And like for example, with our HoneyBook flow, because part of the next thing is automatic responses and client engagement. A customer inquires with us. I'll talk about our form in a second, but they inquire with us. You get an automatic email that sets expectations for how our communication is going to go. We respond to inquiries Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. expect to hear a response from us within 24 business hours. Kind of like, these are the next steps. In the meantime, could you please send us any like inspiration photos or photos of the space that the balloons are gonna go in? Do you have any questions for us? Would you be interested in scheduling a call with us if so, we can get you that link? Right, basic stuff. Actually, one of the things I'm working on this week is updating that and like giving more details, right? Because they don't have to read that, it's just there for them if they want it. And then customer re-engagement. We set a pretty strict timeline on what we, like kind of like how we want to deal with customers. We want to get them to an answer. The answer could be no, right? But the longer a customer sits there in limbo, the more like you're likely to lose them, frankly. It's better to just tell a customer and be upfront and say, this is what we cost, how can I help you, get on a phone call, let's hammer this out, you know, than just play this game back and forth. We have a rule where it's like, we send the first thing, within 2 business days, if we don't hear back from them, they get a bump. If we don't hear back from them after that bump, we send them a text message. If we don't hear from that after the text message, we just archive it. And maybe they get back to us after that. But like, we're not gonna set the expectation that they will. And then, the higher the budget, the more like pains we'll give them, right? If it's a higher budget one, we'll be like, no, we're not gonna just give up. Or if it's further out in the future, we're not just gonna give up, we'll leave this project open. When it comes to forms, great forms are short and sweet. We've experimented with every length of form. We've done ones that feel like you're filling out like your, you know, application to adopt a child, and we've done ones that are like super short and sweet. And it's probably on the shorter end. So when we like have a customer inquire with us, we ask them, what's your name, what's your phone number, what's your email? Can you please at least give us a zip code of where this party is? We're not asking for an address, because we also know that as we climbed up in budget, certain clients appreciate privacy, right? So we're just saying.
Or they don't know where it's gonna be at. That happens too. They'll
Yeah.
just be like, oh, we don't know who's totally hosting it, but it'll be in like this general area.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
So we just say minimum zip code, that's all we ask for. We ask them, can you tell us a little bit about this party? Just a blank slate for them to tell us, maybe colors, maybe what's the occasion, just steal a little bit. Some people are really great about that, some people are like horrible about it, they don't give us any information. We added a text box, or a drop down, which we says, do you want a phone call? So, no, you know, works for me, yes, just text me first, please call me, whatever. Right, that's another thing, because we know our customers, some of them want a phone call. And then budget is another one. So we used to do open-ended budget. What's your budget, right? We would say minimum 500, what's your budget?
They would put 300.
300, 200, whatever, right? Some people would come in and say $1,000, but then they could end up spending 2,000 or 3,000. Like, people don't know when you give them a box, or we would say range, like, what's your budget range? Everyone would just put one number. And I was just like, it was just dumbfounding. I was like, come on guys, it says range. What are we doing here? Right? We switched it to a drop down. 500, 750, 750 to 1,000, 1,000, 1,500, 1,500 to 2,500, 2,500 to 5,000. We did that, we got so much better like responses from clients.
And I think it's important to pull out, it's not just the budget range, it's also the expectation for those budget ranges will get you.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important.
Yep. So,
question,
Yeah.
so some of them, say for example, the services side more so like, where there isn't a product involved, people will like put out, competitors or people will put out pricing, especially in the wedding industry, like, okay, this package is this much, this much.
Sure.
What is your, do you feel it loses engagement if they quickly can go see your pricing? Would you rather get, not, you know, hold your pricing to where you contact me and then I send you pricing so I at least have an interaction? What do you think is the better strategy there?
I hate having to send in something to get pricing. I would rather just be so upfront with it. And like, that's why that's part of the reason why we do like the drop down. So for example, we do the 500 to 750 interviews, like that will get you.
garland and or bouquets.
Yeah, and then, sorry, do you just want to?
Yeah, so it's 500, 750 is best for garland and bouquet, 750 to 1,000 is best for small balloon backdrops, 1,000 to 1,500 is best for small medium balloon backdrops, 1,500 to 2,000 is medium to large, and then 15 to 25 is one or more backdrops or like a large backdrop, and then 25 to 5,000 is for multiple large backdrops.
And generally speaking, I think that before we had that, we get so many people who would come in and they maybe are, you know, maybe they're looking like this setup with all this fringe and that backdrop, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, my entire budget all is $500. And you're just like, yeah, like there's just like, no, like it's such a far gap from what they're willing to spend to what it actually costs that it's just like a waste of time for everyone's end, right? And like, we experience this, like, even there have been times, cause like, we'll just do some like full scale planning, or even for like our own kids and things like that, we'll do like our own parties and things, and maybe we'll look at the venue and it's like, oh, you have to inquire, and then it's like, I just want to go home, it's just gonna be for like a few hours, like, in fact, that'll like stop me sometimes from inquiring. Now, because I'm in the industry, I'm curious about pricing, I'm so nosy, like, I just wanna know, but from like if I take my event planner hat off, my event industry hat off, my mom hat on, if you're not gonna have your pricing up there, I'm probably not gonna inquire.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very, very pro, and the majority of people that I talk to from both the client perspective as well as people in the industry, that is like the general consensus. Everyone's very pro, like at least put something on your website. And here's the thing, is like there's gonna be certain businesses like a florist, for example, it's really hard, right? Because it's not that, you know, one compo is going to be $75. It could range from $75 to $300, depending on what kind of flowers they're using. But I think it's important to put like a minimum. Right, so for example, florists would be like, I have a $5,000 minimum for weddings. That's awesome, because if you're coming in with only $1,000 for your wedding florals, it's like, let's not even waste that time, because it's so far off with what you're expecting. Versus if you're like, okay, like that's good to know, I was maybe looking at spending $4,000, but I really love this florist. If you're close enough, then you're still gonna probably put it in and be like, okay, like at least I can have an expectation that I'm going to be getting like whatever their minimum looks like. And I think that that's like really helpful. So again, even, it doesn't have to be your exact pricing, like again, even for us, we're gonna have ranges for it. And we're also very pro, like we have a lot of photos on our website, or like I know that I do a lot of like breakdowns on TikTok and Instagram and things like that, and that's like, it's for like our customers, right? And like, yeah, it's great to, you know, get engagement. Other artists are like, you know, people will be like, that's way too much, and then other artists will jump in and be like, no, that's great pricing, right? And like, yeah, it's great to, you know, get all that and all that good stuff, right? But it's, and like there's the education portion, but again, it's so helpful for clients because they will reference it, or it's like the amount of times that if you're in the industry, maybe you've experienced this, is like you'll put a post up of something and then you'll just get a DM and be, how much? And you're like, well, there's probably like 8 million things
No,
to
where you at?
consider here, like, I don't know, right? Like we did like a huge bridal shower for a very fun client, it was like at their house, right? And so it's like, well, how much, I don't know, do you have a $12 million house to host
Yeah,
that?
no,
Like,
it's a
I'm
$12
sorry.
million house.
Yeah, no, but it's like, you know, well, I don't know, do you have all this furniture like already there, right? Because it's like, there's all these things to like consider. Or it's like, how much? Well, I don't know, you have no idea how many people were even at this event. What do you mean how much? Like, you know,
Yeah.
that can be really hard. So even when it comes to like our full scale planning, we have like minimum still. And again, they're very broad, but it's like, we're very open to like, if you want like a full scale professionally planned event and you're not going to at least spend $10,000, it's just like probably not gonna make any sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Which leads us into our last slide here for the session, which is on sales. Raise your hand if you don't like sales.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Raise
I
it
would
high, come
rather,
on. No cheat
no,
hands.
I would rather cut my left foot off and eat it than
Okay.
have to do sales.
Alright, I'm gonna change your perspective on sales in 4 minutes, okay? Very salesy, right? So, really quickly, I think that sales gets a bad reputation as something that you're doing to try and convince someone to do something that they don't wanna do, okay? And I think Bree was talking about this in like a very different frame, where you were referencing this with the idea of like, well, upfront pricing or something. Your job as a salesperson is just to educate your customer. If you've thought through your value proposition, if you understand your services, if you understand your customer, then you're not selling them on anything. All you're doing is communicating to them what it is that you do and what they're getting, and then helping them figure out how much they're paying. Okay? Like sales is not a game of persuasion. It's a game of education, right? Take that perspective shift, and I think you'll feel a lot more relaxed, right? So in the example of like, well, how transparent should I be with my pricing, right? Really what this conversation is going on here, it's a conversation on empathy, right? How do I empathize with my customer? What is it that I'm trying to do? Ultimately, when Bree puts on her mom hat and she says, I just want to know the freaking pricing, right? We know that like there are a number of variables in pricing. Now, if as a business owner, I want to take a lazy approach, I can just say, well, inquire with me, because I need to know all this information to get you an accurate quote. Like, respectfully, I think that that's lazy, right? Because you can do better than that, right? How can we do better than that? Well, you can say, well, I think that like if you're going to throw a party and you're going to spend less than $10,000, it's just not worth it. You have immediately eliminated a bunch of people. It's no disrespect, right? It's helpful because you're saving other people's time, you're saving your time, right? You're just being direct and upfront with people. This is the minimum you should spend. If you're a florist and you don't know what like floral costs are because they are so seasonal, they're subject to tariffs, all of these different things, you can still say,
here's my minimums, here's how much I think you should spend. For something of this scale, expect even just this range, right? I hate when we have to like look for rental items and it's like, well, how much does this cost? Well, inquire to find out. No, just put the price there. That price isn't changing, right? It's not changing. So I think the biggest thing is like, if you take an education mindset to it, you take the pressure off yourself to feel like you have to be this suave, persuasive, salesy person. All you're doing is you're talking about the thing that you know best, which is your business. Right? That's all. Ultimately, you're problem solving. So if a customer comes to you and says like, well, you know, it's easy when a customer says, well, I want all of this stuff and I have a $500 budget, right? You can like flip a table and just be like, no, that's so disrespectful, right? Or you can be like, hey, I'm so sorry, like, I don't think I can get you everything that you're looking for, but like, would you like to talk about options that would work within your budget? Right? That's all it has to be. It doesn't have to be a hard no. You don't have to bend over backwards, but you can be both firm and helpful, which is to say, I can't do what you're asking for at that price point, but I'd love to figure out what could work, right? And here's the thing, that customer may not book with you. They may say, hey, I just can't stand more than that, or what you're offering me is just too little for like what my needs are, right? But they're gonna leave with a good taste in their mouths. They're gonna be like, that person tried to help me, and it just didn't work out, right? And they may have liked your work, because that's why they inquired with you in the first place. And so then when their friend says, I'm looking for someone for X, Y, or Z service, they might still recommend you. I had a good experience with them. I never booked with them, but I think their work looks really good. They were really professional, right? You're not just avoiding the bad, you can also kind of promote the good. And then another thing, when it comes to sales, offer freebies, not discounts. When you discount your service, you train people to pay less, right? Then they come to expect that. So a practice that we've always had is we'll throw in a couple extra feet of balloons, but we'll just tell them later, right? We've already made the sale. We're just going to throw that in. Hey, we're not going to charge you for these foil balloons. We thought we'd throw in an extra backdrop. Little things like that. Doesn't cost us a lot of money, but we know it's a little delight to the client, right? Versus when you start to discount it one time for them, right? To try and make the deal happen every single time. Can I have this discount? I had a client call the other day. They said, can I have a discount? I said, absolutely not.
And she said, oh.
She said, okay, right? But sometimes it's just scary to do that, right?
Do you tell them when you're booking, okay, but we'll throw this in, or it's a surprise after?
It happens somewhere between when they've already booked and when it actually happens. Sometimes we don't tell them, right? Sometimes we just throw it in because we're just be like, hey, we just threw this in because we thought it would look better. Other times,
but not like changing the design.
Yeah. Like we had a client where they did like a koala themed party. And we were just like it was the day before, and Bree was like, damn, you know what would look really good? Let's just throw in some eucalyptus. So we spent $50, put some eucalyptus in there, it looked better. You know, it's $50 to us, what does it matter? We get cuter pictures, and then she was just over the moon about it. And I'm sure that when it's your kid's next birthday, she'll book again.
So I was gonna ask, is this something you do for repeat, or how do you distinguish up front, I know this is gonna be a repeat client, or I know this is a one-off, type of thing?
It's kind of feel, a little bit. There's kind of, okay, on one end, it could be, I'm more open to do it, frankly, if it's something that's like really cute, and I feel like it's gonna do well, right, like I'm just being so honest, if I feel like it's really cute, it's gonna do well, especially like online, right, so, and it's not gonna really like cost us too much, like for example, we have these like 4 foot, 5 foot tall like giant flowers that are very cute that we got for an event like forever ago. I like throw them in all the time because they literally just sit in our office and they make every single event better, and every single time we do them, we get someone either commenting, DMing, or trying to put that into their next install. So it's like me putting that in for free because maybe it's already like a bridal shard that's very floral-esque or things like that. It's such a natural fit in there, and maybe it wasn't in their budget, maybe they just didn't think of it, maybe they just didn't know that we had it, right? By me just going and putting that in there, I know that I'll make more money because someone else will then see that and be like, you know what, I need those flowers for my next event. So a lot of it is from actually, it's kind of like a me decision, so that's part of the reason I get like my weekly rundown, and I'll look through them and I'll be like, okay, which ones of these do I feel like are really cute, and we'll just like throw that in. It can be for repeat clients, that's not necessarily like exactly what it's going for, it really comes down to a like marketing perspective. Or if it's just like even like a newer install, like let's say we were doing this exact install at this exact location, but they didn't put like the fringe in. That would be something where I'd be like, yeah, these people are just throwing a few $1,000s with us. I know that this, like, you know, venue is really cute. I know how these really high ceilings. We already have this fringe made. Let's just throw it in for them. It takes me, I don't know, what, maybe it was 15 minutes to hang. Like, we had everything already. Now, I'm not going to go and hand cut and hand tie this whole fringe for them for free. But if I already have it, or I want to, include this new thing, then I have no problem doing it.
Yeah.
And that's actually the way that we implement new products as well. That's always been like our rollout strategy for it, is we just put it in with clients for free. And we always ask them, we don't just, even if we show up with it, like we still ask the family, like, are you okay if you put like eucalyptus in this? Because like cats are like allergic to eucalyptus or something. So you want to like always ask and make sure. Or the same thing with like when we did the giant flowers, like we asked them a few days before and we were like, hey, what do you think? And they were like very, very appreciative of it. So those big little ones, or another one we'll do sometimes is sometimes we'll just throw in like flowers in the balloon drawings themselves, especially if it's only like 15 feet, because realistically you can just go to Trader Joe's. Right now, sometimes we go to the full floral market and we'll do the whole thing, right? And I think for big installs, that's great. But there can be little things like that that you just add in, and they're like always over the moon about it.
Yeah. One other thing that we've always done as a freebie, one of the best freebies we've done is we always, if a client wants to book marquee letters, we always offer to do it for them at no charge. So we just pass along the cost. So if someone says we want marquee letters, we'll say, great, you know what? Because we have to install balloons on those anyway, we'd be happy to book it for you at no extra cost. We have a great relationship with Alphalit. We always book for them. We'll handle it that way. We coordinate everything. If we have a dedicated coordinator, we're not going to charge you anything. They're like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Because it's some mom who's going to book, putting her, kids party together anyway. She doesn't want to have to worry about that. It's a load off of her. It strengthens our relationship with Alphalit. We get more referrals from Alphalit because the customers are happier, and then the customers are happier, so they want to book together. Right? That's a freebie that costs us nothing. It costs us 10 minutes of time to submit an inquiry and then swipe our credit card.
And honestly, it kind of is easier for us because then we're not being like, hey client, can you pass us the info for this person? Like we kind of circumvent them and we go straight to them and we already have a relationship, so it's like so much easier.
Yeah, it's a 1 + 1 = 3 situation.
And it's just like a no-brainer every single time. All right, we can take like a 5-minute break, and then we'll, if you guys can go to the bathroom, get cookies, get drinks, anything like that, and then we'll go into social media marketing. It'll be our last session of the day. I'm gonna get a drink.
Well, you know what I realized? I was like, wait, we have a babysitter over that. Let me check. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, she would text you.
Yeah. Picture like the. Yes, it's over here in general. Okay.
Perfect.
I feel like you're my mom.
Like, smile for sis mom. I love it.
There's something like that.
But then you have people who are kind of trying to capture on
I saw that
So they
recently.
come out
I went to the rabbit hole
Yeah.
with the wedding content creative.
Yeah.
What is this?
Exactly. It's like sort of being emerging.
I know. I wish I had one
You
very.
kind of wish, yeah, it's like, they capture sometimes stuff similar to photo video. I recently got married, but I noticed photo video often films the same stuff. But it's kind of someone else that's just trying to go through the day and maybe capture stuff that they're not always necessarily getting, and just people's reactions a little bit more than, because photo
Like
video
more
is typically-
organic.
Exactly. So they do it, some people like, it's kind of, that's what I'm trying to grab. The market for it because people are doing how it's an influencer thing. Now it's starting to evolve where even if you're not an influencer, you just want extra footage for your own personal use.
And fast, because
Yes,
then you
fast.
will have to
Otherwise,
wait
wait 3 months. Yeah, so that's kind of how it's, so that's why, I came here from like a business line off of work, but I was trying to compare and practice building my portfolio and stuff. Yeah, so I've done some styling and stuff, and I'm trying to build portfolio. Yeah. So I have all these like basic like questions of like, are y'all all balloons?
No, are you? What do you do?
I'm trying to become into the behind the scenes event and wedding content creation space, you know, like people that are going on iPhone and things and capturing sort of raw footage. Some of the reels doesn't have to be trends necessarily, but just kind of sort of content delivery. Yeah.
Okay,
What about
cool.
yourself?
I started a head spa.
Oh my god, I've always wanted to do, is it the one with the like, it goes,
Yes.
oh my god, I have been, can I have your card? I have been-
Yes, actually.
It's like,
It's not my personal card.
it's like, is it the Japanese head spas that look and analyze your scalp and then they have that like.
Or the Russian one.
falcon.
They have like two.
I've never
So
They say
we
good
have, we are not specifically one culture. We are more holistic and natural in our, I don't know, our experience. Our experience really is.
So these are for patients that often have a little bit about
yeah, our experience is its own little experience too. So I wouldn't say we're Japanese head spa. I wouldn't say like any other kind of traditional head spa, but we've infused basically whatever we wanted. Like I came up with this idea after seeing it on TikTok. Like everyone else, I was like, oh, what's a head spa? Oh, that's anatomy. I can do it. So I did it, right? And I have no, I mean, I have a little bit of business experience, but like, you know, business is hard. You fail multiple times, kind of hard, and you eat it, and then you're like, okay, what did I learn? So I thought I learned enough to do it, and now we're doing it, and why am I here? Because this is our first slowest weekend since opening, and I was like, our employees are trained enough, our team members are trained enough to like handle things without me being there now. So, but then it's like the whole like, why do we have 4 clients on a Saturday? That's insane. Like, so I do need to work on my marketing and yeah, and doing the best part of this social media marketing. This is what I'm here for.
Yeah, they're very good at it.
Yeah.
You do the banners?
I do banners, but then I also work corporate marketing, event stuff.
Can y'all tag your Instagram so I got footage of different people, but I can tag y'all's businesses or stuff like, I'm gonna post an event recap. And so I'd love to just tag everybody.
I mean, like,
I do a little bit of everything. I do chocolate brownies, I do forms, and then I do balloons, but only like I've only done them from my job. I work at an indoor playground, and I'm the manager at Hamilton. It's like by Abrams and
What's it called?
down. It's an indoor playground. Up to 11 years old.
Yes.
That's like the range I usually say. As long as they're walking, have like a top help perfect. Down the plate.
So do you kind of like, you've got a lot of followers like from just getting going.
Yeah, we have a good amount. Like we're solid, but we're just so new and we have competition now. And not really, not in our service and our experience. Honestly, we're the best. But social media wise, they're killing it. You know, they're consistent. They have someone on it since December. So not even a full year yet. Well, I know it's a back to school rush. Yeah, I know it's like everyone is like some people have gone to school, some people are going back to school right now, and so I get it. But I'm like, bro, not everyone has kids and is in school, right?
Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Okay, I want this one to feel very interactive because I feel like with social media marketing, it's very individualized for everyone. So I want this to be a group thing, and I'm just gonna warn you guys, we're gonna film TikTok, okay? Okay? I've already done the most of the work, so it's gonna be very easy, but we are going to participate together. So everything I'm gonna talk about here is very much organic social media marketing. This is not any of the paid ads. I know we just went over that. This is what you would use to go to your paid ads. So we're gonna go over what types of content can you even make, content buckets, video types, creating social media strategy, and my favorite, the art of the voiceover, which are my favorite types of videos to make. Okay, so platform overview. I know we talked about this a little bit before, but a very basic overview is, this is just my personal take on it, okay? So Instagram is gonna be photo and video. So that's gonna be probably the most important platform for the event industry for you to probably be on. That is going to be, again, that's going to be very much your blue check mark. It's not that you actually have to pay for the verification by any means. It's probably not worth it. But you can post photos and videos there. That's going to be a great way to connect with your customers. That's going to be a way where people will find you on Instagram for sure, but that's where it's going to be a little bit easier to build more of like a community, because DMs are a lot easier to use, especially like as a business. You can like send photos and videos through DMs. You can do a lot of client interactions there. A lot of clients are comfortable using Instagram DMs like as one of their main features. So very pro for having an Instagram, but that is both photo and video content. TikTok, I'm personally very pro TikTok. I will say though, TikTok is generally going to skew a little bit younger. Not to say that there aren't plenty of people of plenty of different ages on there, but generally speaking, I would say we get most of our service-based increase from Instagram, versus TikTok is where we sell more kits. Just because again, it's like a much lower bar to entry. Kits are $50. Installs start at, generally speaking, $1,000 plus. So it's just going to be a little bit younger. But what I like about TikTok is there's definitely a high virality rate, and it's a good way just to kind of get like mass, just like let a lot of people know about you. And it's also a great way to practice because TikTok is a little bit more. You can kind of throw a little bit more out there, and versus with Instagram, if you're kind of putting out quote unquote like bad content, mainly if you're just like trying different things, the algorithm will definitely start like not suppressing, but just not showing your content to as many people. Versus with TikTok, the way that I explain is like every time you put a video out there, you're kind of starting with like a blank slate of who they're going to be sending it out to. Versus TikTok is definitely more like community based. So Instagram. So on Instagram, you can post very much like the same things in the same style of content, and you will consistently get, for the most part, like very similar views. Versus with TikTok, it's a little bit more up and down. You can do one video of a very specific style and get 1 million views, and then you can do a video 3 days later of pretty much the exact same thing and get 1,000 views. And you're just gonna be like, what in the world? It happens to everyone. It is what it is. You just have to ride the algorithm wave with TikTok. Pinterest is much more SEO based. Instagram and TikTok are as well, but Pinterest is very SEO based. That's going to be both photo and video, which I'll go into kind of how you post them on there. But I link all of our Pinterest up to our Instagram, so whenever I post an Instagram post, I do think about SEO, and then that automatically gets posted on Pinterest, which then gets shown out. And the thing is, when people are going on Pinterest, they're going for the intent to find inspiration, as I'm sure we all go on it for like the same reasons, versus you're not necessarily going on Pinterest to like interact with your favorite creators, right? It's a little bit different. But what's really nice is that Pinterest, you can link back to your Instagram or your website or your TikTok or wherever you want to link it back to, which is really nice. So we do that a lot for like our DIY kits. You push, maybe we have like a very hungry caterpillar kit, for example. Someone's, types in very hungry caterpillar for his birthday party or balloons or whatever that may be. They go, oh, this kit is so cute. They push on it and go straight to our website, and they can just purchase it straight from there. So we get quite a few purchases like straight through Pinterest, and that's going to be great for your e-commerce. Again, it's a little harder for services because generally speaking, people are just going to Pinterest to find inspiration. They're not really going to find a specific vendor. Not that it doesn't work. It's just probably not going to like be as likely.
But you still get the background benefit.
You do still get the background benefit. Thank you. Yes, you do. YouTube. So there's long form and short form YouTube videos. Generally speaking, I don't think you have to. I think that in the whole scheme of things, keep YouTube off because it's kind of a monster. But what you can do, and what we generally will do is we'll take our TikToks and then we post them, and we'll get them automatically posted on YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts is TikTok. Like, it's a little bit different audiences, but it's virtually the same thing. I don't find that it's as, the comments are really mean.
People are really mean.
Yeah, people are really mean, like, I don't really mess with it, I put it out there, and I let it do whatever it's going to do, but I really don't focus too much on it, but that is, you know, another platform you can be on. And then Facebook, again, Facebook is gonna be a little bit older, Facebook people are really mean, not that I love Facebook, right, but like, people who like watch Facebook reels are not very nice. But again, since Facebook and Instagram are both under Meta, you will like cross-post it. So when you post something on Instagram, you can have the feature on that automatically gets posted onto Meta, which I do, or Facebook, sorry, I very much recommend. Just because the more eyes, the more audiences, it's more of a like, let's just get this out to as many people as possible. That also helps push it more out on Instagram. But generally speaking, out of these 5 platforms, and the 2 to really focus on would be Instagram and TikTok. And then the other ones is a little bit more of just let that content fill out into those other platforms and spaces.
And one quick thing, there are apps and websites that will help you automate the cross-posting of it. So one that we use is called repurpose.io.
Highly recommend that one, they're great.
They're great.
I'm pretty sure
It's
very cheap, I don't exactly.
it's less than $30 a month.
Yes, but basically you do is you set up flows, and so what you do is you like set up all of your different accounts, and so it will, you can have it be like when I post on TikTok, I want to then automatically post on Instagram, and then automatically go to Shorts, and then automatically go to Facebook. Like you can set up the entire flow, however you want, and it's repurpose.io. Highly, highly, highly recommend. I use that for like my own personal page, for just like my own life, and then I also use it for Bashify page. It's awesome. It just it takes that guesswork out of it, because realistically, even though it feels like it's not a big deal to just like copy and paste the same thing onto another platform, like at the end of the day, after a long install, it's the last thing you're going to want to do. So just get it all repurposed automatically. Okay, so generally speaking, and I want to make this as simple as possible for people who have like never made content before. I don't want you guys to feel like these are like rules or guide rails and of like I can't like express myself. No, more what it is like when you're just like, I don't know what to do, it's like guidelines to follow to like empower you to feel like you know like what the heck am I going to make every day, right? Or every week. So generally speaking, all content should be at least one of these 3 things. And the more you can get into one video, generally speaking, the better it'll do. So entertaining. So very much we watch a funny video. Entertaining / like humor, that can kind of overlap with each other, but just something that's entertaining. We all know what that type of content is. I'm sure we all enjoy it. It's probably not that deep. It's probably not that meaningful. That's okay. It's just something that's probably going to grab your attention. Aspirational / inspirational. So this is going to very much be like, okay, when I do, right, like my vlogs of like all of our big setups, there's a sense of like inspiration to that, right? People are going to watch that and they're going to be like, oh man, and maybe it's a client who's like, wow, I'm so inspired by this. Like I actually really want that theme for my event or whatever that may be. It might be that they're saving it to, again, like use as inspo. Maybe it's another business owner. Maybe it's like one of you guys being like, oh wow, like that's so cool to like see that they're doing that thing, right? So that's like another type of content. And then educational. I'm very pro educational content. Whether you're a business, whether you're an individual person, I think that showing educational content, I know some people, I'm talking about balloons specifically, some people will be like, oh, balloon artists like shouldn't show how to make the garlands. Here's the thing, I don't think it's make or break it whether you do or don't. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world though, because I do think that showing educational content shows that you know your stuff. And everyone wants an expert, so like show me how you're the expert. So I'm very pro, and part of it too is like we sell kits, so part of my clientele is like new artists because they will buy the kits, like that absolutely is like a revenue stream for us. But I'm very, very pro, like I spend time every single month, and actually I'm trying to do even more of it this year, but I try and come out with educational content of like, here's how to, like I'm already thinking of like Halloween, like how to make like a big giant balloon spider, how to make like a cauldron, how to make all that stuff. And again, is that one individual video going to get us these big huge installs? Probably not, but it will get people's eyes on us. It will get people to be like, oh, I want to save this content, oh, I really like this. It might just be the thing that gets them in the door, and then maybe it's 5-6 months down the road that they're like, hey, actually, you know what, I want to do this thing. Or, you know, maybe Christmas comes around, they're like, wait, there are these people who are here who did this big spider. I'm sure they could do a big balloon Christmas tree. So you can kind of see how like that happens. Educational content, I will say, is what we call like evergreen content. It very much stays live for a very long time. Versus something that's just more entertaining or funny, it can go viral, it can go really big. Maybe you have a week of virality and it's gonna die down. And it's probably it. That's okay, right? You can still like, capitalize on that, but it's a little bit more, you have your big moments, maybe you get 500 followers from it, you feel on top of the world, and then it comes out and then your next post flops and you're like, great. I feel great about myself, right? Versus educational content, like I remember we've done videos where Very specifically, there's one that's always been really well on Pinterest. It's how to make a balloon cloud. I did it 3 years ago. To this day, it gets 1 million views a month.
It's 3 years old.
It's 3 years old. It's not even that good of a video. Like, it's not even the best thing in the world, but for whatever reason, it does so well. And it's like, I, on Bashify, do not necessarily post every day, and we go up hundreds of followers a year, for the most part. And a lot of that is from, like, educational content. So, those are 3 books.
Yeah, I appreciate, like, I'm not a balloon person, but these 2 girls are doing an amazing job. But I was like, it gives me an appreciation just being here because like there's way too much to it. And I was like, I will hire someone now. I can't.
Yeah, no,
I
absolutely.
I can't tell if that's a win or a loss.
Because
I'm still trying to,
But like, you know, it's so, because you think.
That's what keeps us in business.
Yeah, because we all think you can Amazon do it your own, and I get like, I blow 5 and I'm done.
Yeah,
Like, I have no endurance. But
The
it's
amount of times,
amazing.
yes, no, the amount of times there's someone who they'll reach out, this happens so many times, they'll reach out, they'll be like, oh, I want this big thing, and we're like, hey, just, you know, it's $800. So, oh, I was like, not say that. They're not rude, they're just like, oh, I just didn't know. And then they're like, and then they, you know, we'll tell them like, hey, we have grab and goes, we have kits if you like, and they're like, yeah, why don't we just get 2 kits, you know, it's closer to like $100, $150. And then they do it, and they immediately will DM or call us or whatever it may be, and they'll be like, okay, so next time I'm gonna make sure I have that $800, and it's like, that is actually a huge selling point. And so also seeing how much goes into it, that's why I'm very pro doing, if you guys know this, I do like monthly P&L breakdowns of like what our business does. And actually, every single time we do it, and every single time we do like price breakdowns and all that type of stuff, we will always get a comment from someone saying, this is the thing that actually convinced me to like purchase from you guys, because like I didn't know this is all that went into it, and like educating the customer, and like Chris was saying this, right? Like sales is education. And that's why I'm very, very pro like educational content. So those are gonna be your 3 high levels of just like, what am I making videos about? Am I educating someone? Am I gonna entertain them, make them laugh, or am I gonna inspire them to do something? Now I'd say there's 4 general types of videos. There's more nuance than that. But for generally speaking, there's about 4 different types of videos. So there's talking to camera. So that's when you're literally going to have your phone and you're gonna talk to it, right? Think about like big like internet personalities. I hate talking to camera. I'm horrible at it. I have no issue talking to a person. I have no issue any of that. For whatever reason, you put a camera in my face and I'm just like actively talking to it. And like I'm fine online. But when there's like, in my head, I'm like, well, you know, I gotta get to the point as fast as possible, and then I want to hit all these different things. It is so hard to do. I don't really do it. You don't have to do it. Okay. Also, too, is like you do not have to do all these different 4 types. They're just the general types. When you think of a big like internet personality, they kind of put up their phone, they start talking. If that is not you, that is okay. Don't force it. I want to encourage you all to try these 4 different types at some point in time. Don't feel like you have to. But that's going to be one. That's probably do though when we do like cost breakdowns. We're gonna talk. Then you can put text on screen. So that's kind of what we were talking about when you can like kind of outsource these like social media managers. You send them a bunch of clips, they kind of put this text on screen, they put a sound behind it. It's kind of gonna be, what?
With your POV.
Yeah, no, it's like POV, this is happening. There's nothing wrong with it. Those videos can do so well. In fact, like, I'm actually bad at doing them, which is funny because they're like kind of the easiest ones to do, but it can feel, to me, I can sometimes feel like, oh, like it's a cheat. And it's like, no, those ones actually do well. It's so good to implement those in your content. But it's not good if that's your only content. Because I don't want to say it feels lazy, because I think that it can be really beneficial. I just don't think it can be your only thing. But text on screen can still be great. Then you have a voiceover. I love a good voiceover. That's the majority of what I do. That's my personal preference. That does not mean that has to be yours. There are plenty of creators who never do voiceover in their entire lives, and they still get insane reach and all that good stuff.
Do you write out a script?
Yes.
Do you chat GPT?
No.
Okay.
But I'll tell you exactly how I write them.
Okay.
I want you all to feel like you can leave and do a voiceover script, because I swear it's not that hard. It feels hard, but it's not hard. Okay, that's a voiceover, and then we have trends. You and I are all going to be doing a trend in about 20 minutes, okay? But trends, we know them, we love them. There's going to be trending sounds that are going around. I want to call out that there are different trends on TikTok versus Instagram. Instagram is generally 6 weeks behind TikTok, roughly. So you do kind of have to be aware of like what's trending on one platform or the other, because you could have one trend get 1 million views on TikTok because you're hitting it at the right time, it's getting from the right people. You bring it over to Instagram, it can flop. It doesn't always. There's plenty of times you can post on both and it'll do great. But it's just more being aware that they are different. There's overlap, but they're still different people, still a different algorithm. So just knowing of like what are people talking about on those different platforms. It doesn't mean that you need to be spending like 1 million hours on those platforms every day. There are actually accounts who their entire accounts are about telling you what's trending. And I highly recommend them. I don't necessarily even have like a specific one, there's so many people who do it, but you can literally just be like, what's trending today on TikTok? You can chat GPT it. Like they will come up and be like, oh, this is like kind of what's trending. One thing about trends is, same with the text on screen, if your entire feed is trends will like not regularly really convert. But, and this is what I was saying, there are videos that go big, and so it's like there's videos that go really big and get you a lot of eyes, but they may not necessarily book you too many people. There are other videos that can really book you, but they're not gonna go very big, because maybe they're really, technical or really deep, or things like that, right? So I'm very pro, and I think the best strategy is a mix of, not necessarily all four, but a handful of these, because you want some that are gonna go really big and really viral, but they're probably not gonna turn into too much, but it's gonna get people to your page. Then, once they're on your page, that's where it gets into the nurturing and the caring, just like how we talk about when someone inquires with you. It's the same social media. Then we have what we call content buckets. I have not come up with this. This is like the general understanding of like social media. So content buckets are the types of content that you produce. So I'll give an example for Bashify's content. And again, the buckets are not to feel like you can only post X amount of things. It's to feel like you have a rhythm in what you're posting, so you don't have to think that hard about it. So then at the end of an install, you're not like, oh shoot, what do I do? You go in with have a plan. So for Bashify, we do new kit videos. Every single time that we do a new kit about once a week. Every single time we do it the exact same way. We've done it for 3 years. Every single time, one of our employees, she either has like a little table or she'll like sit on the ground. She dumps the balloons out. She does it at the same time. I edit the exact same way. Every single clip is 0.4 to 0.5 seconds. Valvina edits them perfectly for me now. Like it's so rhythmic that like I can teach anyone else to edit it because it's not anything crazy. And then they're between 30 and 45 seconds. And I do some sort of voiceover with them. That's the type of video that we're talking about done really well for the paid marketing, because I'll start it off with like a big beautiful setup, and I'll be like,
I never mind that Amazon balloon kit again.
Yeah, that's another one. That's like another hook I have, is like, I'll be like, oh, I'm buying another Amazon balloon kit again because of X, Y, and Z, right? And that's why it's also important to know like your own value propositions and why your client is going to really resonate with those. Because there's plenty of times, every single time I do one about Amazon balloon kit, there are people who's like, my Amazon balloon kit was fine. And I'm like, okay, great. Like, I don't care. Like, I literally don't care. Like, cool. Like, I will never convince you. And that's okay, like, I'm not trying to, right? But every single time I post it, I also get someone who goes, I had the worst experience with that kit. And if I can speak directly to them, so I specifically will call out, were your balloons popping left and right? Were your hands like exhausted? Did like the balloons stink, right? And it's like if anyone's put together an Amazon kit here, you probably like you get flashbacks of it, right? And so like that's really important. So that's like the new kit videos.
One way I think to think about what like these buckets are, or even when Bruce talked about like the opening hook on never use another Amazon balloon kit again, it's the idea that you keep trying the same thing, or you find something that works, and you create a sense of familiarity.
Yes.
Right? So these buckets are, it's like 80 to 90% of videos on the page will be within these buckets, so that it creates a sense of community and safety for the people who are seeing that content, so that when you do branch out, if that flops, you go right back to your safe space.
Yep.
Right?
I would say like you have your hero videos. So if you follow like me personally, like I will always do like with all the event setups, I generally start them to like 3 ways. I either say, about a week ago, so-and-so reached out, and they asked for ABC. Right, like, you guys all know it, right? Like, it's not hard for me to write them, and it's like, there's a sense of, like, you guys will laugh at it, but you're like, oh yeah, like, you know that that's me, right? Even if you're, like, not really paying attention, or even if, like, maybe the opening shot's a little different, or, I don't know, have a hat on or something, like, you're like, oh, that's great, right? Like, it comes up right away. And so there is, like, that sense of familiarity. In the same way for Bashify's videos, we started off with the whole like, oh my god, over Amazon balloon kit. Like we have that hook that works, and I'm a big believer. If your hook works, don't change it. Don't change it. Like there's literally no reason to. And that's the thing is I think people try and get too fancy with it. They try and change it. They like because the whole thing is you are the person who's consuming your own content the most. Until people start telling you that you're too repetitive, you beat that horse to the ground. So like you keep going. You're like I I have like done this a million times too. I'll be like, I have to make $35,000 every month for keeping my balloon business, right? You see those before, exactly, and it's like, that gets people talking, and like, people get it, which, that then opens it up very much, because then people are like, well, clearly you don't know what you're doing then, if that's your overhead, then I'm like, well, let me show you everything that I know, actually. And then, yeah, but exactly, and it leads into other videos. And part of that, like, okay, I knew that whenever you talk about money, people are going to have a response. So whenever you talk about money, you can do a follow-up straight down. I know that every time. But then there are other times where I may do, you know, a certain video with a certain opening that's great, and I start getting certain responses, and then I'm like, oh, well, now I know that when I do this opening, this type of person does this thing, and then I can respond with this thing. Like, everything I'm putting out there is not an accident. Like, every hate comment I'm responding to, I know I'm getting it. And that's like very intentional. And that's like totally okay. It's like you can use hate comments like very, very well. It doesn't mean that I think that should be like all of your content. I think you need to be careful with it. Make sure you're in a good mood. Make sure that like, you know, you're not responding back like on a, you know, I'm very, like I know when I'm responding back with something. And so just using that really well.
There's a difference between rage baiting, which is like you're trying to get people upset, versus talking about something, which is what Bree is describing,
It's like controversial.
that 99% of people will be totally okay with, but 1% of people will, you know, light your house on fire over.
Yeah.
Right? When she talks about money, 99% of the stuff is totally fine. Oh, that's too expensive. Oh, that seems really reasonable. Thank you so much for breaking it down. But then one person will be like, I should imagine that you're asking people to mortgage their homes for balloons. And it's like, that's one, but that will happen.
Yeah, and that'll happen. Like that's okay. And I think actually, for me personally, and I'm a very sensitive person actually. I get very affected by any comments. But when I know they're coming, they don't bother me. Because I'm like, you played into my hands. I'm the one leading it. Right? Like, I'm like, exactly. Like, if I don't get them, I'm like, oh, come on. Come on, guys, I set you up for it. So then there's that one. So then, event setups, generally when I use event setups, on Bashify specifically, on my personal page, I'll talk through it, which again, I'm going to go over that. But when we do event setups on just Bashify, I do what I call like quick clips, which basically I literally set up the camera on a tripod, just like those are up there. Those are on live, but they'll just be filming. I just want to get everything happening. We don't do anything crazy, I just do the general setup. And then I do every clip between 0.4 and 0.5 seconds, and it's literally just us making it all together. And if you go back and like go to Bashify TikTok, you'll see one immediately. Like I do them for most of the installs, especially like really big ones. And again, what's nice is on TikTok specifically, you can have playlists. And then what's really nice about it is, let's say you see a video on an event setups playlist, and you really like that style of video. All you have to do is then go to that playlist and then scroll to the next video, and then scroll to the next one, and every single one is the same. And again, people like repetition. So they're going to be like, oh, this like really scratched an itch in my brain. Guess what? I have 50 more videos just like that. So like, I'm gonna be scratching your brain for 50 more videos.
I do this all day.
And here's the thing: is like people will. Like I'm not someone to binge watch, but so many people are. And the amount of times I'll open it up and it'll be like, it'll literally say like, you know, this username likes 50 posts, and it'll all be from like a playlist. And it's not that they're just going like my last 50 posts, like they're going very specifically for like a certain type of video. And the more they're engaging with their content, the more that content is organically being pushed to them. And then talk about price breakdowns. And I think also important is like, you can change the way in which you're doing the price breakdown. We kind of have ours down pat because it does well. And again, I'm very big on like, if it does well, I'm not changing it. Like there's just no point. I have so many other things to worry about. I'm not gonna be coming up with a new creative way to do a price breakdown if I don't need to. But they're all the same. And then, I don't know if you guys know this, but we have our midway, which we kind of took a little break from it, not for any reason. Actually, I think it's the funniest series ever. But then we'll do one where Chris will narrate his day with like a funny voiceover. That's a very just funny, again, we're not selling you anything on that. We're just trying to make you laugh and get like a little bit of a different angle that someone else isn't necessarily doing. And it's just more funny, and it's a way to be like, hey, get to know us a little bit better. And so those are kind of 4 other concept buckets. We have some more than that, but that's just like a general idea of how you can break some of those down. Okay, so then when you're creating a video, so you may be sitting here and you're like, Brie, I hear all this. I have no idea what to do. The way I want you to think about it is I want you to think of, well, what type of video do I want to make? Now again, there's 3 general-ish types. If you can at least get 1. If you get 1, you're killing it. If you can get 2, you're slaying it. If you can get 3, you're gonna go viral. Okay, if you can like hit 3 really well, you're gonna do really well. So let's say you want to take something that's aspirational as well as entertaining. So actually, a lot of like the blog setups that I do can be both of those, right? Because I'm going to hopefully inspire you guys to, you know, do these setups, but also maybe I'm gonna have a really funny clip in there that's like kind of entertaining. Or maybe I'm gonna have it be aspirational and educational because while I'm doing that voiceover, maybe I'm gonna tell you and teach you about what I'm doing. And actually, I really try and get education when I do my own like personal vlogs because I know that people really like that and that's something people are going to save and want to interact with. And again, I think that very much of you put things out there for free and people like really appreciate that. And it doesn't mean that, you know, people don't gonna walk all over you or anything like that. But I think that if you kind of gatekeep everything, it's very off-putting. Like just to be like so honest, and I'm very much of like we can all learn and grow together, and so I want that to like grow, show through my content. Now I want to be clear though, that's pretty much coming from like my own personal page, right? I don't think you have to do that for business page. I mean, I don't think you have to do anything that I say. I think you can do whatever you want. But the whole point is that like choose your different things. I'm someone who like I want to be a teacher before I decided to become a nurse and start this business. I'm very like education based. That's just something that I personally like really like to do, so it makes a lot of sense for me naturally. So let's say we decide that we want to be aspirational and entertaining. So that's the type of video I want to do. Then, those are like the categories I want to hit. Then I need to think of, well, how am I going to do that? Do I want it to be a vlog? Do I want it to be a trend? Do I want it to be text on the screen? So we're going to pick that type of video. So in this case, we're going to text on screen. And then we need to decide, okay, well then what's it going to be about? Well, maybe in this scenario, it's going to be a fast cut setup. So for example, maybe I'm going to film us setting up a Moana party for my daughter. And maybe instead of just doing fast cuts and putting a text, song in the background, because I want to make sure it's this type of video with text on screen, maybe I'm going to put something of like, Huey, your daughter returned to, and you want to like bring her dreams to reality. I don't know, something like that, right? And people are going to watch that and be like, oh, because here's the thing, people will overshare. So they're going to be like, oh my god, my daughter's also too. This is exactly what I do for her birthday. Versus if I just show a Moana setup, you have no idea what it's for, right? It could be for, like, we did a Moana setup a few weeks ago with like a country club for like a big community event. That's a little bit different than it being like, this is my own, like, my child, right? Like, it feels more like emotional and intentional, right? And so that is a way to kind of take all these three different things, and that's a way to kind of like think through the video itself. Okay. Then we have our content pipeline. So you create this great content, what the heck do you do with it? So I know we kind of talked about this a little bit, but, oh my god, I'm gonna get blind if I stand right there. So here we have photo, right? So we're gonna do our content pipeline. So photo content, video content. So photo content we can post in feed on Instagram. I'm sure plenty of you guys have done that before. That's very simple. You take a photo, you put it in feed. I will say a new thing that Instagram has rolled out over the last like few weeks, like it's pretty new. Because Instagram's trying to compete with TikTok, which I'm sure you've seen. They've done the reposts, and they're basically trying to become TikTok, which is fine. But one thing TikTok does really well over Instagram is TikTok is really, really great with SEO, and people will now go on TikTok over Google, in some instances, right? And so that's been really great. And so Instagram is trying to do the same thing. So SEO is going to be very, 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 very important, especially when you are a service business. So like I will always put, for both TikTok and Instagram, I'll be like, come set up a Moana balloon install in Dallas, Texas. Like I want to put Dallas because it's very intentional, but I want to make sure that they're seeing that. Or another thing I'll do is, actually I'll put like, how many feet of balloons is this? Because I know that our clientele, like they're going to see this. Some people are going to think that's 10 feet of balloons, some people are going to think that's 40 feet of balloons. They're going to have no idea. So I'm going to be like, today we set up, I think it's just 20, 25 feet, like 20 feet of balloons for Laserway's new opening in Dallas, Texas, right? That is going to then automatically, when people start searching balloons in Dallas, for example, maybe our Google page comes up, but then maybe you start searching down a little bit, and all of a sudden, then like the Instagram's also coming up. It's getting people from all the different angles possible. And then with the same photo content, so we're gonna skip TikTok. You can post photos on TikTok. It's just not like the main reason for it. So, but you can. Okay, you can do it the same way you do posts. It's just not like, it's not what most people are going on TikTok for. Then for Pinterest, there are pins and idea pins. I could give a 5-hour lecture on Pinterest. Pinterest is very easy but very confusing. It's a little bit of everything. My biggest thing is just post it as pins and idea pins. There is a difference between these two. It doesn't actually matter. For like, where we're all at, it doesn't really matter. Just do it on both. I'm just not going to go into more than that because it's kind of technical, but just do it on both. It's just basically the way that people are finding you. Technically, idea pins are supposed to be more like stories on Instagram, but also they have an organic reach. It's just more confusing than it's worth. but just post them on Pinterest, get them up there. It might take 3 years for someone to reference that thing, but just get it up there and it just lives on there. In a way that it doesn't, Instagram isn't constantly pushing out content from 2 years ago. You know, Pinterest is. And again, Pinterest is very, very SEO based, so make sure that you're using your keywords. Especially when it comes to like, again, if you're doing like, okay, we were talking about you doing like themed installs, for example. Make sure when you're doing those themed installs, like, you're not just saying like, princess something, like be very specific, like, this is a pink 3D castle that we did 35 feet of balloon, pastel color balloons on, right? Like, get very detailed with it.
Also, on the theme idea, if you're setting up a theme backdrop, this is a little bit of a different angle, but think about how to chunk that up. Like, Brie does a really good job with this on her personal page, where we might do a Bashify event, and she does this more so going into vlogs, but she'll be like, one vlog is dedicated to like putting together the backdrop, and another is dedicated to putting together cutouts, right? And it's like, you basically chunk up this larger thing into multiple pieces of content, and you can also do a piece of content to tie it all together. So, for example, if you're doing a theme backdrop, like doing different videos on each part, and then seeing it all come together.
Exactly. And then when it comes to video content, on Instagram, you're gonna post it on Reels. TikTok, you're just gonna be posting it on TikTok. For Pinterest, again, you do both pins and idea pins. For Pinterest, just both photo and video, post both pins and idea pins. Post it everywhere. And then for YouTube, you can do shorts. You can also do long form, but that's a game I'm not in, and that's another thing. That's a full-time job in and of itself. So just keep on shorts too. Just keep it streamlined, and again, repurpose IO is how you can set up these web flows so that if you literally just post on 1 or 2 platforms, then it automatically pushes it out everywhere else. Okay, so I want to hear from you guys. What are some we don't even have to do 5, okay, that's long, but what are some potential content buckets for you in your business? And you can think about it for a minute, you can talk to your tables, but just kind of think through, what are some angles or things that you could show for your business?
So like, I do a lot of floral things,
Yeah.
So like building a centerpiece.
Yeah,
So maybe doing like, different, how to revamp centerpieces. So like, cause I use faux flowers majority of the time.
Yep.
So how I can take something from looking like this, looking.
Yeah. I'll say there's a florist who I absolutely love, and she and I give that too, is she will for like, that's obviously people are very into horoscopes and zodiac, she'll do themes, like, just like little compotes for like different zodiac signs, for example. That's something that's very shareable, it's very interesting, that's something that people want to come back to, because they're like, maybe they try and they're like, oh, this is for a Gemini, but like, you know, I'm a Pisces, and like, I'm gonna make sure to come back in that season because I want to see it.
Yeah.
So that's like a great, and that's the other thing too, is like, try to think of ways that your business can fit into things that are trending. So for example, and I'll say this right now, Taylor Swift just announced that she's coming out with her new album. We're gonna be coming out with the DIY kit that are going to those albums, right? Like, it's so simple. It's so simple. And here's the thing, that kit may never sell, but it doesn't matter because that video will do well. Same thing, you can do that with flowers, you can do that with any of that type of stuff. It doesn't even have to be anything crazy, but like trying to jump on trending topics. And here's the thing, if you're someone who you're like, I don't know a single Taylor Swift song, like I would totally balk if I tried to do that, like don't force it, right? Like people will sniff out so fast if you're just like trying to jump on the trend for the reason of it. But if it's something that actually fits, like those are things that you can really come with virality in. And people will like really like that. Because there's the thing, even like people who love Taylor Swift, like love Taylor Swift, it doesn't matter that like, you know, maybe they're not the biggest fan of faux florals, they don't even know that much about it, but because you're posting about it, like they're gonna support you. Anyone else have any ideas?
Something I do when I'm not slacking on my social media game, being in banners. Like time lapses do really well. Like people will sit and just like, personally, I watch other people paint banners for hours and hours and hours.
Relaxing.
So like kind of the chunking up the content, like I kind of view it across multiple platforms. So I always like film everything I'm painting, turn it into a time lapse, which takes so long for TikTok. But then I do like a still post with detail shots on Instagram, but then I'll also cross post the reel. But also something I'll do to bring more of my photos into TikTok is I'll do like the carousel swipe throughs, but I'll do, this is a banner I painted for this event and this is how I would style it if I was doing a party. And so then I'll take like Pinterest photos and like tag other people, and it would be like, oh, this would be a balloon garland I would pair with the banner, and this is like the food that I would bring in. And so then it's like, if people kind of like Pinterest, if you're looking to plan an event, like book me to paint your banner, and like, here's all these party planning ideas for you of like how you could style around
Do you
it.
shape your banners too?
Yeah.
Do you know what I just thought of? One is, if anyone here watched The Summer I Turned Pretty,
Yes.
banners I would paint for Conrad versus
Yes.
banners.
Oh,
for sure.
yeah.
And you can just do a crumpled napkin for sure.
Just throw it in the trash.
Yeah, no,
Like,
exactly.
cut a piece of banner, put a piece of
Yeah,
banner,
exactly.
trash.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, and I'm actually very pro, like, just get a tripod, like, you get, like, those ones are, like, magnetic, we can also send you, like, plenty of links for you, if you have different tripods, just, like, start filming yourself,
We're gonna be updating Rams on storefront with.
we'll, like, send you guys everything.
Yeah.
But, like, just film yourself, and, like, there will just be things that, okay, like, the other day, if you guys, like, follow me on Instagram, I was looking at Jumbo feeling blue, and I was on the very last letter, and my blue popped. And I, like, posted my story, and it got, like, 15,000 views, and I was like, I would not have thought, like, that. I mean, I know that it's like, you know, sure, like, I thought this people would, like, find it funny. I got so many responses to it, and people were like, because there's all these bully people who were like, oh, I know exactly what that feels like. And it's like, it'll probably that's something in people. And, like, I mean, I was trying to give away, like, making it to a TikTok, and honestly, I just didn't. But, like, the idea is, like, you're just filming things like that. Obviously, I did not want that to happen. That was not intentional. But I can still use those type of things to then still make content and promote that. And, like, also remember to go through and delete your videos. Otherwise, your phone will, like, automatically run out of storage so fast. Okay, go to our next one. So, okay, talk about our voiceover vlogs. These are kind of my bread and butter. I think that anyone can do them. I think they're super interesting. You can also be as, like, I'm very, like, open. I'm also a creator, so I have no issue sharing, like, a lot about my life and myself. You don't have to share that much. You can keep it, like, pretty surface level, and that's totally okay. You do not, as, like, the owner, by any means have to now turn into, like, a creator and be like, I'm going to show the world my whole life. Like, that is not for everyone. And in fact, I wouldn't encourage most people to do that, because that's a whole other thing in and of itself, right? But I want to talk about these vlogs. So, people want to buy from people. That is, like, just the reality. And when you feel like you know someone, and they're selling a product, even if it's a little bit more expensive than someone else, you're more than likely going to go with them. And people want to know who they're buying from. That's just, like, how it is. So, show yourself as the owner, and this is going to help potential customers connect with you. Again, that doesn't mean that you have to be sharing all this private information about yourself, right? Like, if you're working a corporate job, please don't be sharing, if you don't want to, right? But it's like, you don't need to be sharing that, right? If you have, like, you don't need to be sharing that. But share, like, what
Oh, just because you're posting on your story, your new best-selling LTK product?
Oh yeah, like, I have no issue talking about, like, my armpits on my Instagram, but, like, someone else, that's not gonna be something you're gonna wanna share about, and, like, that's okay? We all have different things we do. But, is our next slide how I do these voiceover vlogs?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to our next one, because we already talked about this a little bit. Okay, so here's how I do them. So, on TikTok, for me personally, I try to make mine 1 minute and 1 second. And the reason why is because I'm in the creator fund, and I wanna get paid. Okay, I wanna get paid for my content. You do not even have the option to get into that until you have 10,000 followers. So before you have 10,000 followers, do not worry about making your vlogs if you want to do them a minute long, because there's literally no point in it. I just do it because I want to make more money. So, the way that I do it, and this just helps me think about it, is I always have an intro. So, if you think about the videos that I post, if I'm doing them at the office, I always walk in the exact same way every single time. And my husband filmed it the exact same every single time, and I walk in, and I open the door, and I turn around, and I show my outfit, and then I go in, and I put my bag, and then after that, it'll vary, right? But I always have the same opening shot. And then when we do an install, I have 2 ways I do it. Either if I'm in the car with him, I put it on 0.5, and I turn the camera around on us, or if we're driving separately, he films me, and I get on my car, and I go like this, and I wave both of my hands. That's just what I've done. It doesn't mean that you have to. I'm just very pro of, like, you start filming things start working, and you just keep repeating them. It just makes it easy. So I always know that that's my intro shot, and I also know, we talked about this earlier, but I have my intro of what I always say. So again, I get out, it's an install, I get out of the car, I go like this, I say, X amount of days ago, so-and-so reached out. That's my intro that I always do. It's between 3 and 8 seconds, I would say your intro is. That could be 1 sentence, that could be 2 sentences, but that is what I want you, if you're gonna do these, be very, very familiar with, and that's where people, to an extent, should probably get sick of the way you're doing your intro, but you're just gonna keep doing it until people get, like, really frustrated by it, which probably won't happen.
If somebody's trying to come up with, like, the intro that works,
Yes.
how would you suggest they go about doing that?
I think you try different things and see what sticks. Because I'm trying to think, like, when I first started doing them, I'm pretty sure I started off with being like, come with me as, like, a balloon artist. There's nothing wrong with that, but everyone's doing it. There's nothing wrong with it. But it's just like, everyone's kind of doing it. Then I was like, okay, well, what am I gonna do after that? And I remember pretty early on being like, no, I'm gonna do this whole money thing because that'll get people riled up. Like I pretty like early on, but I'm pretty sure when I first started doing them, I had one intro that I used to always do for a little bit, and I was like, what do you think of the CEO? You probably think of an old white guy like this, and I would go bing 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 bing, and it'd be all these white guys' heads. And I was like, but hi, I'm Green, I'm the motherfucking CEO. I would bring my own guy actually, that's funny. But like I would do and I would just try different things. Or I would like maybe reference other content. I, on my personal Instagram, have this series called Baby Tea Time where I tell my 1-year-old daughter about like pop culture going on. And it's hilarious and we crack up and it's like her and I favorite time of the day. So there'd be times where like maybe that video did really well. I would actually reference that and I'd be like, you may know me from the fact that I tell my daughter pop culture stories. But by the way, I also own a balloon business, right? So it's like there's other things that I would try. And I just kind of found ones that I liked. And then I would just kind of sit with them and just kind of keep like iterating from there. So that's kind of.
How many times should you tell someone to try an opening before maybe thinking about moving on to the next one?
I think it depends on how comfortable you are with it. If you're sitting there and you're like, I know that video didn't do well, but that opening is authentically me and hilarious, just keep doing it. Like it's your page, right? Like I think that's the biggest thing is like you being authentically you will be the thing that like connects with people. And here's the thing, it might not been your opening that made people leave the video, right? Your opening could have been great, but then it could have been your third sentence is what you want. So don't ditch the opening because of that. Which you can also see like fall off and drop off rate. So that would be another thing I would like encourage you guys to look at when you're doing the videos of like, okay, are people scrolling in 2 seconds? That might be my opening. Versus are people scrolling at 15 seconds? Like, okay, that might be the little further in. You gotta see where you're kind of losing people.
And opening can mean the actual audio of it, it can also mean like the visual of it, right? Like if you're doing something that's not well lit or generic or whatever, like everything she's saying, it applies to both audio and video.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then I always break my blogs up into 3 sections. So when I do like a day vlog, I'm not showing you 50% of my day. Because 50% of my day, I'm just sitting there on my computer. Like, it's not interesting. But what I do is when I think about, okay, I'm gonna vlog this, I wanna show you 3 things. That's just like an easy way for me to do it. Now, and that doesn't include my opening, right? So let's say I'm going to do an office vlog, for example. I'm gonna have my normal opening, and then maybe my part 1 is going to be me picking out balloons for a new kit that we're coming out with. So I'm gonna talk about that a little bit. I'm gonna talk about how do I decide these colors? How do I decide what type of kit that I want to come out with? How well do I think this thing sell? I didn't talk about any of that type of stuff. That would be part 1. Part 2 then may be inflating for an install, right? So let's say, like I didn't vlog this, but let's say in this scenario that I'm inflating with these balloons, right? So then you may see me in the office inflating all of these balloons, and I'm going to talk about what I'm inflating for. I'm inflating for a women's conference that we have coming up on August 16th, and then I'll be like, by the way, there's still tickets available, right? Like I'm always going to be putting stuff in there like that. Each part here should last about 15 seconds, because generally that's about 4 sentences, depending on how fast you talk. I'm a fast talker, so I can maybe get 5 sentences in. But I truly believe that you can talk about anything for 4 sentences. Like you can do it, and you can think of something for 4 sentences. Even if you feel like it's bland or it's boring or you do it every day, it's not bland, it's not boring, it's people who don't live your life. And then part 3, maybe, okay, so then maybe I blew that up, and then maybe we had a customer coming for some helium. So then I'm gonna put the balloons together. That's gonna be my 3. Realistically, me picking up colors for a kit, me inflating 15 feet of balloons, and me putting together a few heliums maybe takes 2 hours of any amount of work day. But that's all I need to know. Right, because everything else is either boring, it's gonna get too chaotic, it's not gonna be like direct enough, because if you just feel like you're bouncing around constantly, like somewhere in here I might have gone out to get coffee, but like I don't really need to bring you along for that. You don't even know where I get coffee, right? Like, that's okay. And then like if you want to show that you totally can, but like you don't have to feel like you have to, you know, put all this stuff in there because it's gonna feel too chaotic. And like he knows this, because you run into this where you almost film too much, and then I'd be like, you got to take it out, you got to take it back, and like the videos did better every single time. And then I pretty much always have some sort of ending. I don't have the ending quite as like I don't change my intro. I'll kind of change my ending, but for example, like I would usually end it of like, and then my sweetie girls drop off to the office. I always refer to my girls as like my sweetie girls, and I do that in like privately too. So like that's a very natural thing for me to say. So that's generally like my ending, right? Even if they're not there, even if I didn't go to them afterwards. But that's just, it's around the end of the day, or it's around the end of the install. I'm probably gonna go home with my kids. So that's the way that I kind of break it up. And I think the important thing too, when you're doing the voiceovers, I think when people will film, they'll be like, using the same idea, let's say we got colors. Some people would be like, so I arrived at the office. and then I walked to the back. And then I picked out blue and green and yellow, red. And it's like, I can see that. You don't even tell me that, right? Like, I can see all of those things. I want you to tell me the things that I can't see. And I want you to bring, like, color to, like, the situation. So, yes, you can see that I'm picking out red, blue, green, and yellow. But there's 4 different red shades that I could pick. Why did I pick this one? Or maybe these are the colors for the install. Like, why did I pick these? Right, let's say for like this conference, right? We're blowing up these colors. Why did I pick these? Truthfully, because I like the colors, right? Like, it doesn't have to be anything that crazy, but it's like, even just talking about like, oh, this is the install that I'm doing it for. We're having this conference. Like, why do I want to go to this conference? And what's the point of the conference? What do I hope people get out of the conference, right? There's so many things that you can talk about. It doesn't just have to be like, and then I blew up 15 feet of balloons. Because again, like, we don't really care that I blew up 15 feet of balloons, and we can see things of that. So again, it's like talking around that. And then same thing with, I was saying part 3, let's say, that we did like a helium. Okay, maybe it's the helium that pops. And I can talk about how frustrating that was because there was high float in that helium. The high float got all over me, and that sucks because high float doesn't smell good when you've been sitting on your body all day, right? There's all that different types of stuff. People who are watching it, whether they're in balloons or they're not in balloons or whatever it may be, that's still something that they're going to be like, oh wow, like I don't know about this. I want to know about this. Or like maybe I'm putting high float in something. The average person has no idea what that is. So I'm going to tell them, oh, we put this solution in there because it, makes the balloons like last longer. We want to make sure that every single customer is coming to us is getting the absolute best service possible. That's going to make someone feel better about potentially hiring you in the future.
Yeah, there's a little marketing trick I learned, like I heard about the case study. You can tell people things that are completely obvious within your industry that are totally revolutionary outside of it.
Oh yeah.
Right, so high float is a perfect example, right? You can market high float as like, we put this special solution inside of our helium balloons that makes them last like days instead of the ones we would otherwise see. People would hear that and be like, oh my god, it's revolutionary.
Oh yeah.
Right, so somebody who did this is, the watchmaker Casio, right? Like they're like $25 watches. So they started marketing and they go, we use space grade aluminum in all of our watches and we use precision quartz movements. You hear that and you're like, oh my god, these got like, the year 3000 just came back to like in Casio watches. Guess what? Every single watchmaker uses space grade aluminum and precision quartz movement. They just decided to put that front and center on marketing. But that catapulted them to the world's #1 watchmaker. Mm-hmm. And you can apply that same thing. There's something, and Bree was kind of talking around this a little bit, which is like, there are things that are so obvious to you that are so revolutionary to people outside, right?
Like every single time I talk about professional grade balloons, people are shocked that they exist. Which is like that, like, because if you think back, I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, before I did balloons, I mean, I had no idea, right? But that just feels, when you're in it, it feels so obvious. Or there are truly people who think that, oh, they'll be like, wow, you guys are the only balloon artists who use like those type of balloons. I'm like, no, maybe like everyone does, right? Like, we are not special for using it, right? And so it's even like hitting on those things. You're just like, what are those things that people are going to be curious about? And again, the other thing is like, even your most devoted fans are seeing like 10% of your content. You can hit the same talking points every few days, and you will be fine. And like, if there are certain things that people are really commenting on, keep hitting them. Keep hitting them. Like, I'm telling you, like, beat that dead horse. Like, just keep going on it, because like that is how like you will grow. And like, there are people who have 500,000 followers, and if you go through and look through their videos, you're like, wait, these are like all kind of like low key the same, but there's something comforting about it. Is you're just watching, you're like, I know exactly what to expect from this person, and like people really like that. So like, don't shy away from that. Okay, so now we're gonna film our trends. Okay, I want to talk about trends for a minute though. So trends are very much, I feel like sometimes social media people will feel like, oh, I'm like doing this big setup and then like, oh, I need to film something. Do not be trying to figure it out on the day of. It will never work. It will never go well, it will never work. You need, if you want to get into this and you want to be posting more and you want to be getting into trends and things like that, you have to be able to save them, you have to put them in a doc, you have to put all the information there because you want to be able to do it without having to think about it. So if you like maybe see a trend and you're like, oh, that could be like a really good idea, and maybe you send it to your business account, you don't really write anything else down about it, it's 4 days later, it's 95 degrees outside, you're burning hot, the client's about to be there, and then you're like, I really need to do this trend, and you pull it up, and then you're just like, you're so overwhelmed, and you're just like, I'm not gonna do this, right? You're just gonna like throw it away, you're not gonna do it. Just like with anything else, it has to be intentional, you have to know what you're doing with it, you have to have it all written down, and you have to have time for it. That's the other thing. And it's also totally okay, like there's so many times that I'll be like, oh, I have this trend, like I kind of want to do, something goes sideways, I look at him and I say, yeah, we're scratching that, because in the whole scheme of things, like that's the most important thing, right? If we can get it, that's awesome. but it's not the end of the world if we can't. So, we're gonna do one together. Chris, can I have your phone, please?
Yes, ma'am.
So Chris has already filmed his portion, okay? You guys are going to film the other portion. Well, I'm gonna film it for you guys. And,
Do you want to be in it?
oh, I will, don't worry. Okay, so, I'm just gonna direct you, you guys will see it after the fact. All I need you guys to do, I'm gonna put the camera on you guys, and you guys are all gonna put your hands up in cheer. That's all you're gonna do, okay?
Everyone.
Yeah, hands up.
Cheek. Hands in the air. No, like elbows locked.
Yeah, like, show me.
I know we have some shy people in here. Elbows locked.
Wait, can we actually turn this off, because I'm getting a black glare. The other thing too, and like this is another thing when you're doing content, just in general, the biggest thing, like, okay, I'm a pro, get a professional camera, a little digital camera for like photos and things like that. And you're shoot, like I shoot every single thing on an iPhone when it comes to video. The biggest thing is you just want to make sure you're not backlit, right? So natural light's coming from there. As long as I'm not shooting this way, where you know you're backlit from there, it will look good. So I just want to be somewhat this way, and everything will come out like really beautiful. So just making sure that when you are taking those photos and videos, just make sure that you're not backlit, because actually that's something that I see like very, very often. And then if you're in a darker room or space or anything like that, you can just get like a little light. Like actually, I know our friend here has like your little light. You want to show it really fast?
Oh gosh. Yeah, I was using this one.
Yes. Yeah.
This little rig, but it also turns on. This is helpful for stabilizing.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I also have a little pocket light here too.
Yes.
Do y'all have it linked on your Amazon
I
too?
think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna
You
say.
get like a little light, and that can also be amazing if you just like the light's a little bit off or different things like that. And it's like we've now gotten so into it too that like we have special lighting like in our office. So like I say investment, it wasn't an investment, it was like these expensive. But it's like we've thought about that like even in our own office of like where's the light going to be, because there's certain angles that I always film that we don't have like the best light in our office. It's not bad, but it's just like sometimes can be icky. Or like if it's, you know, bright or things like that. So we like if we like got these little lights that like go on the like the top of the not the
We got
ceiling,
LED
like, the
tube
top-
lights.
LED tube lights, exactly.
Yeah.
And like that, then when I do like all my price breakdowns, like automatically made a huge difference, and it went from getting like 5,000 views a video to like 20,000.
Yeah.
I didn't say like anything different. Okay? Okay, so you guys ready to do our little cheer? Okay, put your hands up. Okay, we're gonna do a 3, 2, 1 countdown. Okay, ready? 3, 2.
Really shake them.
One.
Start shaking.
Okay, good job, good job, good job.
Wait, do you have one more to do?
Yes, I do. Okay, now Chris.
Yeah.
So now I'm
I
gonna
know
go
which
with
one
them.
she's
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm gonna come here with you guys. So you guys are gonna do the exact same thing, but then I have my own little part. But you guys in the back, I want your hands up, okay? Ready?
Yeah, ready?
Yes. Perfect. Okay, you guys wanna see the master we just did?
We can't project this,
But
unfortunately.
do y'all feel like you can see this okay? We can also pass it around, okay?
What is this, a screen for you?
No, the whole thing is I filmed his part before you guys even got here.
Yeah.
Right? You can see that. And that's why then, when we have it here, it takes 2 seconds, right? Because actually the majority of the filming was with him before he even got here. And you can do the same thing with the installs. So again, it just comes out like 20 but I know you guys can do both. So, you guys have any questions?
When,
I know social media is like a lot.
when do you recommend, like, have you noticed the best time to post and on these platforms or anything, like, is that?
Really quickly, we do know that it's after 3 o'clock, so if people have to get going, please feel free to, there's food to grab. We can be here until 5, so it's space till 5.
We're in no rush, so feel free to stay.
Yeah.
We're here to chat, we'll do more balloons, all that good stuff.
And then, just a quick follow-up logistically, we'll be sending out a questionnaire, like a survey afterwards, to just understand like what information from this you want to get. We'll send you the slides afterwards as well, and then we'll be updating links, Amazon storefront, stuff like that. Like any purchase items that are really relevant to what we've talked about will be available.
Yeah, any questions? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's good. I know.
Yeah. No, we should just all bum rush Costco.
No. Yeah, no, I've never had those. Posting times. Honestly, no. I think that people, yeah, like maybe there's like, here's the reality. If people are posting like good content, it's gonna, like the whole thing is like the algorithms want to show you what you want to see. So if I'm putting what you wanna see, it'll show you it, right? And like, yeah, maybe like, it's just like in the whole scheme of things, like I don't think it matters. Like, don't post it, 3 a.m. I probably wouldn't recommend that. Like, at least post during like hours in which most people are like awake. But I think like, I post funny videos at midnight. Because at the end of the day, like normally what happens is we work all day, and then we get home, and then we play with our girls, we put our girls to bed, then we make dinner, and then we let our chickens out, and then we play with our dog, and then we edit our content, and then we get it up, and then I get distracted by something, and then I'm watching the Sunrise from Pretty, and then I'm like, oh shoot, it's midnight, so I'm just gonna get up anyway. And like, it's, yeah, I don't think that there's like a, yeah, just don't post it for anyone. Anything else?
So yeah.
So when did y'all know that it was time to like invest in big things like a truck and things like that?
Also a good question, actually here.
Yeah, vehicle is actually one of the first things I tell you to invest in.
Yeah,
It's-
because we rent from Home Depot and because our setup was yesterday, we had to rent the day before and the day after.
It gets
because-
expensive,
so-
yeah.
Yes.
Here's what I tell you, just look at how much you're spending on rental a month. Add 20%, and that's about that's like it's a no-brainer if you can get a vehicle for that amount.
Yeah.
Right, because, actually, something that we realized, first of all, get a vehicle that's a little bit bigger than you think what you need. So, were you in the low 9-foot car?
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's okay, so like transparently, we got a Ford Transit. It's a medium wheelbase, it's 11 feet long, about 6 feet wide, 6 feet tall, right? We can fit 40 feet of space in there with that truck,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, because even that was, we
Yeah.
ended up having, my husband dropped me off here, he had to go back, it was at my friend's house, he had to go back to pick things up.
Yeah.
This today, so, yeah.
So, we like to be transparent with numbers, but it's like, we got a Ford Transit, 0 money down, brand new, we can do 40 feet of balloons, et cetera. It's got CarPlay on it, so.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice, right?
It's,
We spend almost exactly $1,000 a month on the payment for it, okay? And then we get commercial insurance, because we did buy it on our business, right? That's also, like, the commercial insurance is more expensive, but they give you free tax savings buying it through your business.
Right.
So the insurance is something like $250 or $300 a month, and then we pay for gas. Actually, it's not that bad on gas. So, we basically end up spending somewhere around $1,500 to $1,800, depending on how many miles and parts and all of this stuff per month on the vehicle, right? The thing that people don't necessarily think about, especially when you're going from like doing it in your garage, maybe a storage unit, whatever, that van is storage space, right? And it also takes the pressure off of like, oh, like I'm sure you're thinking like, I gotta get that freaking van back, right? I gotta bust it out. Right, like you finish your
And
setup.
then counting that into my pricing,
Yeah.
because then I do a delivery and setup fee or whatever, but I have to now take, $280 out of that to make sure that
Yeah.
we're covering.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we think of it as like, over the course of a month, let's say we take the high end, we spend $1,800 a month for like one vehicle, it's $60 a day, right? So for $60 a day, you just have a vehicle in perpetuity. That includes fuel and mileage and everything, it includes payment, and it's also storage, right? So like, we finish up, like, we're gonna finish this cleanup or whatever, we're gonna throw stuff in the van, I am not gonna think about it. That's a Monday.
That's a Monday.
Right? Just that peace of mind is just gonna let you be a better business owner. So when is it, like, as soon as you feel like you're comfortable paying that, do it. Also, vans generally, like, people run them for a while.
That's what I've seen, like, vans will have 500,000
Oh,
miles
yeah.
on them and
Yeah,
they're
and-
good.
A word of it, so like, the 3 main vans you can buy, Ford Transit, Mercedes Sprinter, Ram ProMaster. I like researched this to the ends of the earth. The ProMasters are generally unreliable, like long-term. The Transits, which is what we went with, we used to have a Sprinter. There's only one place to service Sprinter vans, because they're diesel vehicles. It's Park Place Sprinter.
Yeah.
Honestly, we had a terrible experience with them, so we switched to Transits. The other thing is like, the Sprinters are more reliable, like full stop. They're more reliable, they're diesel engines, they're like more reliable engines. It's just that if something happens to it, you're screwed. and it's hard to get a loaner or anything like that, and they can be out for weeks, which really puts you in a bad spot. Which is why I like the transits. There's Ford dealerships everywhere. They take normal gas, not diesel, so it's easier to find fuel. The dealer service is great, and then we have one right around the corner from us. Generally speaking, buying new isn't always, like, vehicles in general, the best idea when it comes to like the service vans. Like, you're gonna run that thing into the ground, get a new and get a ton out of it. If you wanna start used, but don't expect to get more than like maybe 2 to 3 years out of it.
Anything else, you guys? I know it's been a long day.
Thank you guys so much. Like, this was so incredible, like, just how transparent, y'all, I feel like y'all didn't gatekeep. And it's really nice to see just like collaboration, and I know a lot of people here are bullying people, and like, I just am very impressed, like, just amazed with how much y'all shared. And it's just very kind, of you guys to do this and support, because it's really hard. I think we can watch a million YouTube videos trying to figure this out, or it's like hard to have a streamlined place to get this type of info, so thank you guys so much.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the mindset of what do you guys do? Because of course you're always gonna have your busiest month or your busiest days, and you like go. But what do you guys do when everything goes down for whatever reason? It could be the weather, it could be the economy, it could be I don't know, the people is moving into other trends. So what do you guys do as a business to navigate through that?
That's a good question. I don't know, what do you do?
Okay, a few things. I think we used to like have a healthy dose of pessimism. That's the first thing. So if you do, let's say, $10,000 one month, don't move your bar up to be like, oh no, I expect to do this every single month. Set your mindset like that's my goal every single month, or I'm going to beat that. But if you're like, if you start to think that every month is going to be your best month, and like financially plan for that, like you're going to end up in a really bad spot. So the first thing is like be conservative, right? Like set to the floor. So like for us, we don't try and break a new record every month. We need to be like, our finances need to work at our baseline. So if we need to cut costs, right, or find more efficiencies, that's the first thing. That just is peace of mind. Because you're like, well, I know that I can do X amount every month. Does my business work at that number? And if it doesn't, what adjustments can I make to make it work at that number, or maybe get that number just a little bit higher and make it work? And then the other thing is like, whether it's the economy switching or whatever, asking yourself like, okay, if the economy's struggling, what's something that I can do to like meet my customers' needs? So if you're at like your average order value is 500, could I do something at 400 or 350 that's still compelling for them? If your average order value is higher, you know, what can I do to just like maybe knock 10 or 20% off and do something compelling? Or do you have something like, for us transparently, like we're doing this conference, right? Like we know that times are getting tougher, but we know that we've learned a lot and we have a lot to share. Like, yeah, we want to monetize that, right? We want to help people and we want to profit off of that. So it's like, can you take something that is either something you're not monetizing or is a cost center for you that you figured out how to like, just like do more efficiently, right? What can you do about that, right? It may just be that like, you know, you're in a balloon business, you're not necessarily crazy busy, but you can offer yourself as a hand to busier people, right? I would love to help you out. You have extra inventory, or you're gonna facilitate inventory, like sharing between other artists, right? Like, you can get creative with it.
I know one thing that we did too is, and we didn't do this because of like time being tough, we did it because we got an office space, but like originally it was like, oh, we would just do installs and then we added on the kits. But then it's like, okay, well then you're doing a $50 kit or a, you know, $500 plus install. There's sort of a big gap between the two. So then we started doing like pre-inflated. Now we didn't want to do that when we were doing it from our house, because like I don't want, you know, showing up to my home personally. But then it's like, then we kind of have a mid-tier option where we will like pre-inflate your balloon for you for like, most people do it for like around like $100 to like $115. And it's like, that's like another great option too. And just, I think finding kind of like a, you know, a small, medium, large option for people. Or then, you know, when, we always get really slow in January. Because it's like after the holidays, like we have big holiday parties, and it's like the last 2 weeks of December, and then into January is kind of slow, and it starts picking up again, kind of around Valentine's Day and things like that. And it's like during that time, that's when we started adding helium because Party City closed. And so I think it's just about finding like the different, and it's like, you know, it's not that helium is, you know, this huge thing that like brought us in $30,000 and saved our business, right, by any means. But it's just about, I think, finding the different like avenues. Or it's like, I know I'm saying this and it didn't work, but it was like the mindset of it, and I was like, we were really slow, and so I was like, oh, well, let's make Fringe. This was like 2 years ago. It didn't really sell. I also didn't really push it too hard, but it's still the idea of like, there are new trends and different things coming up, and I wouldn't say jump on all of them because I think that you'll get really tired, you'll get burnt out, and you'll spend a lot of money on it. But if you can be strategic, you can be smart with it and find to add it in with things that you're already doing. Like the reason I like the Fringe is most people are probably doing it with balloons to some extent. Or it's like, okay, maybe you do balloons, but like not backdrops. So we are so pro doing your own like in-house backdrops. Again, nothing crazy. Like I don't think it needs to be this like super custom. It could just be that you have 3 like cherry arches and you know, something like that. It doesn't have to be crazy, but it's like we have arches out pretty much every single weekend, and we charge $100 for an arch, and we charge $100 for a vinyl on it, and nearly every single person does it, and that's $200 every single time. And sure, it's not $200 a profit, you know, so we're not buying the paint and it's the labor and things like that, but we do that, and then maybe it's not uncommon for us to have 4 or 5 of these out. Like that's an extra $800 to $1,000. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay. And maybe it costs us $200 to do it. But it's like those are little things to add in. And it's like maybe the customer would have already had to rent an art from someone else and then have you do balloons. And so you bring in like more things like that in-house. And it's like, it doesn't mean you have to go out and, you know, get an entire set of like marquee letters. Like that's a big commitment. Not that that would be wrong, or, you know, plenty of people do that and are very successful with it. But it's like, how do you find things that maybe your clients, would already be looking at? Like we've talked about this, was like, we clients all the time ask for little like treat carts and things like that. We don't personally like stock them, we've talked about them. Because we're like, you know what? You can rent those out for $500, and it's not that we would maybe rent them out completely individually. Like there's also things that like we will not rent like just a backdrop without balloons.
Yeah.
And we've had that before. We've had people reach out and be like, hey, we're looking at, you know, having, you know, we've kind of already have a balloon artist picked out, but like but then we found you guys, I know you have the backdrops, we rent just the backdrops, and we're like, hey, like truthfully, like we don't rent them just out, and they'll be like, okay, then you guys can do balloons too, and it got us like an entire like $3,000 job. And so it's about like having those little things, or like I know you used to the faux flowers. I know people make a killing on that. Personally, that's not something I would do. I just don't have the talent for it, but I love that you can do it, right? And it's like everyone will have different things like that, and I think that like building up that inventory, and like I love that about the faux flowers is they are reusable, and that's really great. So it's just like finding little like different things like that.
One thing as you're thinking about diversifying your offerings, is to be aware of what your money makers are, and there are certain things that it's actually kind of okay to lose money on. So for example, like our backdrops, we make some money on them. It's not like that's like the big ticket. Like, we make our money on balloons, right, when we're doing an install. It's primarily on balloons. Like that's where the biggest markup is. For a backdrop, that's a kind of a neutral. We're certainly not losing money. We're not making this crazy amount of money. It's just like a little gravy on top, but it's really something that gets people booked. Versus like our jumbo helium balloons, we don't really make money on those based on the amount of time it takes. But it's this cool thing that people are like, that's another gravy on top. But if you add too many of those, if you have 6 things that you're adding into your workflow, then it's like, well, I'm gonna make $25 on this. Like, that's a recipe for disaster. Because you're gonna stress yourself out, and all of these things are little pieces of gravy. Like rental businesses, we've talked about this, because we've debated kind of like how we run the rental side of our business. There's like shag carpet and Posh Couture and all these giant places. You go in there, you take one look, you will want to run the other direction of the rental business, because those guys are massive. We were learning this the other day, shag carpet rentals, they have so many trucks in their fleet that they have a service technician dedicated to just servicing their vehicles.
Yeah.
Right? And I think sometimes the temptation is like, oh, like, I'm gonna add on these backdrops and walls and these other things. I hate to break it to you, but there's a big, big dog who's gonna crush you in that game. So you gotta really be careful. Now, the place that you can beat them, right, is by just offering it for a lot less. But you need to have something to pair it with, right? So if there's a backdrop that Shag Carpet has, right, because they might charge $800 for it, and they have a $600 delivery charge. If you can offer it for $500 with like a $100 delivery charge, great. But you better have something that's a moneymaker like balloons paired with it. Otherwise, you're just gonna be on razor thin margins, and you're gonna go for yourself.
Where do you get vinyl if you can't do it in-house?
Sign shops. We do all of our So the 12-inch blind cricket is just really hard for stuff. The cricket bench is 25 inches wide, which covers all of our backdrops. So if it's one color, we can do it. If it's multiple colors, but they're all like separate, we can still do it. We stock vinyl from those. Otherwise, there's a sign shop that we use down in the developed-ish area. But you can literally just Google sign shop, call them up, be like, can you service these requests, foam board, vinyl, etc. Work with them.
Just find a local like mom and pop.
Yeah, we've looked at buying like a commercial grade printer for that. They're like 50K.
Yeah.
It's craziness. She, oh my
You
god.
know they want
She would have an airplane hangar of printers.
Yeah. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I can make everything I ever would dream of. Like,
Yeah.
what?
And it's like, we would lose $100,000 a
But I
month,
wouldn't
but we would
care.
print everything.
Yeah, we print everything. I could wrap every truck.
Okay, so I know when y'all transport balloons, you like bag them to help them clean. But in a circumstance like today, we were making them in here, they get covered in hair and dust and other things. How do y'all keep the balloons clean after you install them?
Yeah, we have a lint roller.
Okay.
Big thing though, if you like take the wrapping off the lint roller and you went straight to the balloon, it's so sticky, it will like leave a residue, it can pop all that stuff. So you have to make sure, this is so important, you do like 1 or 2 little rolls on like your jeans or whatever it may be, then it's totally fine. You just have to get like that initial roll off and then you're totally good. But yeah, a lint roller works great. Okay. Yeah. Because I know that happens. And like you try your best to keep them clean, but like, yeah.
The hairs, oh.
I know, hair's the worst. No, I've literally been so close to being like, do you not wear hair nets? It's too far.
We got really
Too
close to
far.
that.
I was like, I gotta roll it back. It's not that big a deal.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
What's one big financial thing that you, looking back, were like, we just started out and we did not need this at all?
Okay, you can tell this story.
No, this was both of us. We make all our decisions together. Basically, we had just moved to Dallas, and we were trying to figure out like kind of what sort of things we need. This is before we made the decision of getting into like your rental business is a really dangerous idea.
This is when we were teeing on like, well, we could offer more rentals.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, because we had just moved here, we were trying to figure out how to break into the scene. And so we were like, what's a more niche rental? So we had the idea of doing like toddler chairs, because we already had, because we came from a picnic background. So we had the low tables, so we're like, well, let's pair it with some chairs. We ordered 100 chairs from Vietnam. A few things happened. Number one, okay, they took 7 months to come in.
Yeah.
Number two, they were too small. There was like 4 different sizes. We ordered size number 2 and we needed size number 3, so they were like 2 inches too small and they just looked weird. And then the
Like
last,
they were very, very specifically perfect for like a 2-year-old child, but by the age of like 4, they're too big for them.
yeah. As a side note, the company, because it's like they get shipped in, they go through customs. The company that took them through customs tried to scam us out of like $4 grand, and then they threatened to sue us. And then I just told them to show me the paperwork, and then they left me alone.
Because we went to like Alibaba and like we've never done it.
Yeah, as a separate lesson, when someone tells you they're going to sue you, tell them to show you the facts, and they'll usually run away. And then the last thing is that it was such a niche item that to like market that, find the right people, just facilitate that, it's really difficult. So I think we spent all in like 3 or 4 grand on it, and it was just a wash. We still have them in our warehouse.
In case anyone wants it.
In case anyone wants to, find our mistake.
Yeah, my children have 1 or 2 of them. They gotta carry them
Yeah,
from
we just
house
only have,
to school.
we have 2 kids, and we're just 98 short of
Yeah.
what we need to make it work.
That was Ellen. No, literally, I know.
Yeah.
I know. If it's like for 1 class for me, yes. They're also like rattan, so they're definitely not like, not that they're not durable, but they're, you kind of step too hard on them and they're like creak, and you're like, oh, not the best. Yeah, that was that.
Yeah.
Any other
Oh, I have one more question. What's a good amount of like save for your rainy days budget? More than just like, you're trying to save like whatever 20% or something, but like everyone's gonna have a bad month sometime, right? So how do you prepare?
No, I don't remember. It just depends on the business, right? Like, time in business is going to just help you understand like how how slow are your slow months, how high are your high months, thinking about like how much you wanna be like putting your foot on the gas to grow things. Like actually an accountant's a great person to work with,
Right.
figuring that out.
What do you think is like the best month of the year, and what is the month that the business is like slow?
For us,
The worst are the J's.
the worst are the J's, January, June, July are the slowest, because January is post-holiday, so everyone's like.
January?
Yeah, January, and then June and July, it's so hot here, just because it's like, it's so hot, it's 100+ degrees, who wants to be like outside doing something, plus, you know, the balloons and sun instances would be okay, but you know, it's in 100 degrees, like, it's just gonna get like pretty difficult, right? So it's like, your people really gonna wanna spend, you know, thousands of dollars for balloons that could potentially like not last. So those are your slowest, and then our busiest months are like October, and so kind of like we're definitely like picking up again September, October, and then like April, May, because it's April, May is like graduation, Mother's Day, you know, there's Easter, there's all like the baby and bridal that people do want to do outdoor events more in like the spring-ish weather before it gets too hot. And then what we're coming up to is like obviously post, people like are getting back into school, so there's a lot of, like there's a ton of corporate that like we have like coming up. Corporate's really big, and then also too, it's like people will very much postpone like summer birthdays until people are like back in Dallas and things like that, and it's a little bit cooler, people can start celebrating comfortably again.
Thank you.
Do y'all charge more for outside setups? We don't. I know a lot of people do, and it's totally fair, but it's hot, I guess. Our thing is we're like, we bring more people, so the way that we charge also too, like our install delivery is based off of like how many man hours that are gonna be needed, so kind of with that though, is like if it's gonna be 100 degrees and we're setting up like 60 feet of balloons, like maybe if it was, you know, like Chris and I set up these 45 feet of balloons, like pretty easily in here, right? Nice and cool, it's pretty easy. But if we had to set this up all outside, like we're gonna probably get it into my hands, just because it's gonna be so hot, and so then we'll also charge accordingly for that, but it's not necessarily like an outlet kind of like door, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Can we talk about the best purchases you made? Okay, wow.
Well, I know you have something to share, like, go for it.
Nice to meet you.
I think one of the best things you can purchase is a camera that's on your iPhone. You don't have to like be this expert. We have, let's see, there's the Canon G7, which we have, which is a little bit more like hip and cool, like there's just like there's just like an hit factor associated with it, but there's a Sony camera that's basically the same thing that you can get, that's like $500. Getting just a camera that's not an iPhone, Canon and Sony are probably the two best brands. Investing the $500 to $1,000 is so worth it. Right, they're like, it's the blessing and the danger of being in this business is anybody can start like being a balloon artist, right? But it's like just one little thing you can do to show that you take it more seriously than the next guy is just having like high quality, you know, photography, right? Bubby is gonna take these photos right now. I'm gonna ignore her, and we're going to post them. And just the fact that like they're gonna come out on that camera and they're gonna look better, it's gonna make a difference, right? Like it catches people's attention, and like I can get into the technicals of like what's different about that photo and like why it catches people's attention, but it matters. You don't need like a $3,000 setup, professional camera or whatever, but just investing in something of that size will make a huge difference. And just specifically for photo. The last like 2 years of iPhones, it doesn't really make a difference. I don't think this next year's iPhones will make a difference, but just like keeping up, like iPhone 14 or newer, 15 or newer, right? Like making sure you're doing that. Keep your lens clean.
Yeah, that's actually the biggest thing. It's so simple, but it's so easy to forget. Every single time you take a photo or video, take a shirt and just clean your little lens. Because it's so easy to forget, and you know, maybe it's like really hot out, it's really bright, and like, you know, you can't always see the screen super well. And maybe you're like getting these clips, and then like you look at them after the fact, and you're like, oh, there's like, it's kind of like, it's a little gray, it's a little smudged. Every single time, just get into the habit of you're just gonna take your shirt and you're just gonna put it on.
Yeah, and then
That is like actually such, like that, and make sure you're not backlit, change the game. Like, it will like literally change it so much.
yeah, and then like I think these little things that go a long way, but it's like just always make sure your content's not backlit, right? Don't shoot into a window. Advising clients on like, because the client they're ordering balloons for a photograph, right? So offer them the advice like, hey, don't put your balloons on a window. Your photos are gonna turn out terribly. right? Like we were talking when we came in here, like wherever we were gonna set up that backdrop was gonna be facing the windows.
Yeah, we were talking about, we were like, oh, should go here, should go there. And then same with like, even with like those ways you guys put together is we're like, no, we don't want it to be that it's over here because then everything is gonna be that way.
Yeah, because the worst thing that can happen is you put all this effort into this amazing setup and then you just don't get great content out of it. Versus you get great content, it goes on your website, it goes on your socials, it builds your reputation.
What software do you use for your contract?
Anyway. Yeah. You can look up contract templates. You can have ChatGPT make you a contract. You put it in there. The biggest thing is whenever something goes wrong with a client or a setup, ask yourself if there's something that should be different the next time around, put that in the contract. So like, we've had people who like get all upset, they're like, balloons popped in the sun. It's like, well, you asked us to put it in direct sunlight and it's 170 degrees out.
And we told you not to, but
Yeah,
okay.
right, so like after we had a bad experience like that, ever since then, we put it in our contracts, you know, that the person is acknowledging it, right? Or we put it in the contracts if somebody is asking us to, like, we've had bad experiences with like vendors, right? Where someone asks us, you know, we booked like certain vendors for them, we didn't recommend them, we were like, are you sure you want to use this one? Then something went wrong with that vendor, so now it's like, if we are not endorsing that vendor, you accept liability for their like performance, different things like that.
And it's easy for the customer to sign the contract and everything, like, can it be done before
Oh, like in Honeybook.
Yeah, so Honeybook is great, it'll, you can do it as many pages as you want, but the first page is always a line item breakdown of what they're purchasing, so they can review. You can do like a description, quantity, price per quantity, like top level description, plus an expanded description, here are the prices, you add tax, so they see what the total is. So the first thing we do is they just approve that. Then they go and there's a contract page where they can initial sign, stuff auto bills for them, done. We do 2 pages, so one is a contract and then one is acknowledgements, which is all the stuff that we learned from, you know, previous jobs. And then the last page is an invoice for them to pay. It's all in one place, it's nothing crazy, they can pay with Apple Pay, they can pay with their bank account, credit card, whatever it is. We want to keep it simple and frictionless.
I looked it up and it seems like it's similar to Square, which is what all my stuff is on. Is there any use and look over Square?
Honeybook, so Square is more of like invoicing software, so it's really focused on sending a bill to someone and having them complete that payment. It's versus Honeybook is a true CRM, which means that Honeybook manages the forms. So it's like when somebody fills out a form, it automatically creates a project, and that project has all the data from that form. Then when we're like going back and forth with the customer in Honeybook, it's via email, but Honeybook basically sucks in all the emails from our Gmail and then presents it in a nice little interface. It extracts all the attachments. So when a customer sends us attachments for images, for inspo or whatever, it ends up in a whole tag so we can see like all files they've shared, right? Then when it's time to send like the contractor invoice, it gets sent as an email, but it's tracked in this like web portal for the client. So it's all in one place. Honeybook also does a really good job, like especially being in the business of events. It makes it very cutesy, right? So it just, I think it adds a certain je ne sais quoi of like, oh, like this is a company that I'm trusting with my design and even their invoices are cute.
Does it allow for partial payments?
Yes. So like you can set up payment schedules to be like this much is due this date and this date. You can do templates for your invoices. You can automatically set like dates backwards from that. I was sharing it with this table over here. We love Honeybook, but one of the reasons we like it too, especially if you're a little bit more intimidated by it, because it's not like HubSpot where it's like enterprise level software, but it's not as simple as just like Square with like invoicing. They have a program called Honeybook Pros. You can go into it, like as soon as you sign in, it's like get help, Honeybook Pros, you pay them like a few $100 and they will set up your Honeybook for you. So they'll set up your email flows, your contracts, invoices, whatever, and it's like for less than $1,000 for sure, probably less than 500. You can have your Honeybook set up.
What do you use to edit your content, your videos?
I use CapCut. So I build everything just on my iPhone, nothing crazy. Like actually, I know we were talking about having like a more professional or digital camera to take your photos, but actually, and for whatever reason, content doesn't always necessarily perform as well. Like, there's a difference between like a content creator and a videographer. Very different things. And so it's like actually just filming like your day-to-day, like that would perform better on your phone. So just making sure that, you know, your camera's clean and all that good stuff, and then, yeah, I just edit in CapCut. I know Instagram just came out with a new editing tool.
Yeah.
It's literally like every month, yeah.
Yeah.
Because CapCut's like with TikTok, so it's like under ByteDance or whatever, so we like lost it for those 24 hours, you know, X amount of months ago. But anyways, yeah, I use CapCut, I love it. I know that people also use Splice, super similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're on photos, there's iPhone app for photos, it's like baseline. Does anyone have so iPhone app for baseline. Actually, I recently discovered this app. It's called Project Indigo. It's by Adobe.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what it? Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, it's a photo app. It basically takes like multiple photos at once and it combines them. It's a little bit slower, makes your phone run hot, but it's somewhere between an iPhone and like a Canon G7.
It's really
It's
nice.
really worth it. If you don't want to invest yet in a camera,
How much is that one?
it's free.
Oh, it's totally.
It's free. It's free from Adobe.
What is the name?
Project Indigo. So definitely use that, especially for you with like content creating,
Yeah.
like because it's just on your phone.
Yeah.
You just like there's like little hiccups to it. It's still a beta app, but it really enhances your photos. It's way better. So that's a great one. And then the step up from that would be to get like a G7 or something similar. And then there's finally like getting a big camera. But again, like you're not going to get that for less than like $2,900 to invest in the setup there. And then at that point, then you're investing in Lightroom and like Adobe Creative Cloud, etc. Versus if you're going to just like keep it a little more basic, you can get free Lightroom. But there's other free photo editing apps like Tezza is perfectly good.
Yeah, that's been great. It's super easy to work with.
For video, CapCut, there's an app that we started using recently that works really well for when you're doing talking to the camera videos. It's called Descript, D-E, like script. It's used for like podcast editing, but they've added a lot of features where if you're talking to the camera, it turns your whole video into a script, and then it lets you delete text, which deletes video clips. So if you're ever talking to the camera, like I edit her videos, and it used to take us like 30 minutes to an hour to edit one of them, and now I can edit it in like 10 minutes. It's definitely a harder app to learn, but if you are doing like talking content or like podcast style content, it's really great. But I think that's all.
No, I think those are kind of the main ones. Yeah, definitely. I like editing. I don't do a ton of photo editing, but I prefer like Tezza versus like Adobe Lightroom. So Adobe Lightroom is going to be a little bit more like technical, which can be more his side of it. I'm so not a photographer, nor do I have like any interest in learning it. Versus Tezza, they kind of have like very, very, very basic, like good looking filters that you can just kind of like dial up a little bit and down. It just kind of will even things out a little bit. That's like very, very easy to use. And then yeah, it's that CapCut.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay. One thing to make your photos better. I know we already talked about backlighting versus front lighting. It's color temperature. So in this room, we have 3 light sources. Okay. We have the outside light. We have these white lights, these are color temperature matched to those overhead lights, and then we have those warm lights. So you can take one picture and you have 3 different lights on it of 3 different temperatures. You know what temperature is like cold, yeah, cold, hot, perfect. If you're taking a picture of your setup, try as best as you can to have one color temperature. So just daylight, or just like one of these overhead lights. If the overhead lights are close, like these lights are close enough to daylight that that's not a huge deal. But actually turning off lights, right? It sounds counterintuitive. Pair it with that like Project Indigo app, you're gonna get better photos. When you have all these different colors, then you have to go in and like mask the photo and like edit the different colors. No, you don't want that. Just one color temperature. Otherwise, get a really strong flash, right? That just overpowers whatever light there is. But having multiple different color temperatures will ruin your photos.
That's something that's nice about the Canon G7 that we're saying we have is if a photo does not look good in whatever like the light source is, you just put that flash on and it'll look better.
Yeah.
And like just when you install sometimes you may not be there, it's more like photo savvy than I am. I'll just go, I have that little one with me. I love it, it's super easy. I just throw that flash on. Take 4 photos, turn it off, take 4 more, and then I give it to him. And I was like, one of the 4 set works, right? So flash is an on flash, but like one will work, and like every single time like it's fine. as long as you, again, as long as you're not backlit, you have some sort of flash. And then you can also too, I don't know if you guys know, you can turn on with like your phone, when you're taking photo or video, you can turn like the light on. Would highly recommend doing that in like if there's like anything dark or anything like that, just like turning that on will make a big difference.
Yeah. Also, if you do have a flash, specifically for photo, and it gets too harsh, you're like flashing directly onto the thing when you flash up at the ceiling. This is a great ceiling because basically when you point the flash up to it, it'll diffuse the light across the whole space. Right? If I'm photographing these balloons back here and I needed to use flash, I'd point the flash up at the ceiling, so that way the flash wouldn't directly reflect off the balloons. It refracts off everything else, and I get a nice even lit photo. Usually when we're doing corporate photos, because they're in big open spaces, you bounce it up off the ceiling, and you get really crisp clean images.
This is so fun, guys.
Yeah.
Can I get a picture with y'all before?
Please.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah. Super fun. Okay, we'll get one too.
Yes, I know.
There we go. Yes, thank you. Yes, appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Excellent.
Yes.
No, so good.
It's nice to meet you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
We said if people, by the way, sit in there, we can still like finish up those balloons.
Yeah,
Just
like
one of
mine.
those over there, yeah.
I'm gonna watch your videos. I will.
Yes, I love watching those.
Go see mom.
Well, okay, literally, so there's this banner group that was started, and it originally was like, maybe a year or two before it really blew up. And now there's like 7,000 people in it on Facebook. And very, it's like, but there's some people that just like, they're just like never think of their life, and that's not happening. Because there's a lot of like, well, and depending on like what, like, there's going to be like, having like dimensional, and it's like, that's crazy. Like, you know, genuinely, having like every single place for having like, I'm gonna get better. It used to be like cheap for us, like that's a big split.
Yeah.
And so I try to use like just distinguish how you do it.
I honestly
But I know. Yeah, I don't remember. But it's just like,
yeah.
There's a lot of people now that, and it's especially when you're in fund with another, you're like trying to sell in the high business. Thank you so much. But then there's like debate in this group about like projectors versus no. And there's some people that are like really loose and they're like, well, you said projector's cheating. I'm like, really? Like, it's like, how many times do you like take like class or something? Do you want that? Yes. But like, why when I can work so much more efficiently?
Yeah, you probably asked me, it's very complicated.
I think it's like, I would rather
It's
go
called
for quality than like have something potentially happen. Yeah. And just like, could I fix it? Yes, but am I going to?
That's
No.
what I think.
But,
Like,
And then we had that background last night, and then this one. Yeah.
That looks nice.
Thank you.
I'm in bridge. Oh, you're good. So I'm like right, yeah. Right.
oh, I have her.
So we're like,
She gave
we're
it
walking around.
Would you like me to take your in front of
So it's like, we're in the process. We're looking at buses right now. We're like, it's
That's exciting,
now.
though.
It's gonna be really dark. So
It was in Arlington, so it'd be like a haul, but I just started a fully remote job.
I was like, what is that? Yeah, I love it. It's just like, you just have like all your cards in there. That's just so cool.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I always have my wallet and I'm like, I need one like this because I'm like, I don't want to have like two different
Actually,
things.
my boss is a former employee of my mom's. So she's really chill, but I'm working over the west region now, so I'm originally, I was out in California.
Oh,
I have family in Renton.
Oh, wait, that's literally where we live.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, so I have,
Yeah.
so I have family in Renton.
Wait, we're in
Honestly, like, it was my grandfather, but like, I grew up drinking Gallo. Sorry, I feel like I'm like standing. No, but my new boss was my mom's former employee of mine, so I'm actually helping like event stuff for them, so it's like events where like people come and we're like trying to help them write business, like a month and a half, like, but I'm on like at least 10 a year, so like, so now it's like kind of yeah, have fun, but
Yeah, that's so cool.
it was so great getting to actually.
I know.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay,
No, you're so
Oh, sorry. No, you're good.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
I'm so glad you're here. I have this group, by the way. Thank you.
So I'm the one that acts as dad.
Wait, no way. Oh my goodness, look at my girls.
Every single time I'm here, I'm like, it's pretty coming.
I know. Well, I'm not in school.
I know. So big. I know. Well, hopefully we see you guys soon.
Sorry, I was taking.
Hey, Mom.
We need them everywhere. Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank
It was
you.
great. It was so nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming.
Hey, all right, Dad, I'm really good.
How are you doing? How are you doing? I've been there. I get it.
It's like, I was engaged.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
You go home and just crash.
Would you like some on your phone as well?
Oh, sure, yeah.
I'll
She's
do
like,
that.
it's at 24 hours.
I don't have any yet, but I will check it out. It was so nice meeting you.
True. I low-key might order a banner from you because I have some parties
Do it.
coming up, so.
And then
I'll
you
hit you
can
up.
make your own balloon, or you know who to have. Or maybe I'll make them now. Who knows?
I do a whole bunch of different things, but mostly just
Literally, I've been doing this for almost a year. And I literally have a library that I'm working on. And I haven't even officially developed my own book because I've just been like so busy. I just haven't done it.
Oh my gosh, yes.
There we go. No.
That's so cute.
Perfect.
What, like,
Would you like?
I'm a nurse.
That's rough.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Yeah. How long have you been there for? I've been there for 6 years. Yeah. So,
I'd say you're the right, yeah.
yeah. Actually, I've been that's all it's worked out where I was like,
Okay.
Oh, I'm in the way. It's just my head.